front page news.
They suffered. They suffered big time.
The way in which each of the victims were killed was very brutal.
Richard was shot, had a wound to his head. John, whoever did it, was able to cut his throat. The mom was killed in the same manner. She was hit in the head as well with a hammer, and her throat was also cut.
Richard worked in the crypto department, and of course when you have those high clearances and you don't show up for work, a lot of people get very concerned.
Whoever did this came over there for a specific reason.
Why so much focus on the cigarette butt in the trash? Because it's bad for them. It is beyond a reasonable doubt bad for them.
I'm gonna find out and I'm gonna put your ass in jail.
In the city of Pensacola, there is a family called the Smiths. They lived together in a house at 4605 Deerfield Drive and were known to be very close to each other, keeping mostly to themselves. The family consisted of a 77-year-old mother named Von Seal Bonnie Smith and her 2 sons. Richard Smith, also known as RT, was 47 years old and worked as an IT specialist for Homeland Security, while John Smith was 49 years old and was a Walmart employee. On Friday, July 31st, 2015, RT's supervisor, Hal McCord, tried to call him, but RT didn't answer the phone or return the call. This worried Hal because RT had not shown up for work for 3 days in a row. RT was known to be a dedicated and reliable employee who never missed work without letting anyone know. It's also important to mention that RT's job required him to be available by phone all the time, especially when he was on a regular schedule. Since Hal couldn't get a hold of RT, he decided to drive to the Smith house to check on him and make sure everything was okay. When Hal reached the house, he saw 2 cars parked in the driveway, and one of them was RT's white Toyota Highlander. He tried knocking on the door several times, but no one answered. This made Hal concerned that something might be wrong because with the cars parked outside, it meant that the family should be inside the residence. He then called 911 and asked the authorities to conduct a welfare check on RT and the Smith family. Once the call came in, Deputy Andrew Smith hurried to the Smith residence at 4605 Deerfield Drive, Pensacola. There, he met Hal, RT's boss, who shared his concerns about RT's mysterious disappearance. Hal described the whole situation, and he also mentioned Donald Wayne Harding, who was also a part of the Smith family and was RT's half-brother. Donald was Bonnie's son from a previous marriage, but he didn't live with the family. Despite that, they seemed to have a close bond. Donald worked as a security officer at a hospital in Pensacola. Once the deputy learned that Donald lived just a few miles away, he quickly drove to Donald's house to question him about the Smith family's whereabouts. Donald informed the deputy that he hadn't seen them in the past 3 days. When they returned to the Smith house, Donald assured them that all 3 family members should be inside the residence. With his permission, they entered the house to investigate. They noticed that only the back door was open and all the other doors and windows were locked from the inside. As they stepped inside, they were met with a disturbing and unsettling scene.
So as we walk in the back door, I immediately smelled a very foul odor, similar to a dead body.
Hi and welcome to my guide. Today we're gonna be completing the Easter event of 2024. As with every seasonal event, there are no quest or stat requirements, also no items are required, but I think it might be helpful to bring your best pickaxe. And since we need to run a little bit during this event, maybe bring some weight reducing clothing and 1 or 2 energy potions. We can start this event here in Varrock between the Varrock Western Bank and the Grand Exchange. There, on the western side, you should find the Easter Bunny. Let's talk to him and select option 1. And he will say that there are some eggs missing. Next, we will need to investigate some people. First, we will need to go a little bit south and let's investigate the family. The family is innocent. Then a bit west, they'll find an upset Easter egg hunter. An upset Easter egg hunter. This one is too intoxicated to have done it. Next, go a bit east, and there you'll find a shifty looking priest. He spawned after you've talked to those people. Let's talk to the shifty looking priest and he will disappear. Next, go a bit east and talk to Aegis Manus. They have taken the eggs. Select option 1 to go to their church. continue the conversation with Aegis, and he will say that we almost got lost permanently traveling through the Eggway. And after the conversation is over, in the church between the pews they will find 3 more priests. Let's talk to all 3 of them, and they also seem genuinely innocent. After we have spoken to the 3rd and the final Egg Priest, let's return to Aegis Manus, and then we will receive a book. But this book has been rewritten a couple of times and some information got lost. And what we want to do now is to prove that their faith in the Aster is the same as Easter. Doing so is simply read the book, then close it and talk to Aegis Manus again. I will take Aegis Manus and the priests to the workshop of the Easter Bunny. After this cutscene, Aegis Manus and the priests will put aside the differences and believe in the Easter Bunny. During the cutscene, the bird accountant says that there are not enough eggs. We and the priests will need to help mine some additional eggs. After the cutscene is over and you did not bring a pickaxe, just a bit south, there will be some pickaxes.
There's a lot of dialogue.
Next, let's go a little bit west onto the tracks. But watch out, because there is a moving egg minecart. Just follow it or run in front of it and go to the western side of this western part of the mine to have some egg rocks away from the minecart tracks. Even if you get hit by the minecart, you will take no damage. The minecart will simply just move you aside. Here, let's mine some Easter egg rocks until you have 15. What we will now need to do is gather 15 eggs and place 3 of them in 5
11.
different mine carts, all to the priests. But I think this place is pretty good, pretty close. Once you have 15, let's go to the northwestern corner, use the eggs on the eastern minecart in front of the ex-priest. That is 1 out of 5 done. Next, continue south to the next priest and watch out for the minecart. Use the eggs on the minecart and then continue east. Do this 3 more times. Just try to avoid the minecarts. If you would get hit by the minecart, it will just set you back like 5 seconds. Not really the end of the world. And then the final one. Alright, once we hear that beeping sound, let's make our way back. Oh, damn it. Let's make our way back to the Easter Bunny. You could go back the way you came from, or you could take the eastern route. That doesn't make much difference in my opinion. I just got hit by the minecart again. Let's return to the Easter Bunny, and we will now have enough eggs. And we will also return to the church. But there's just one small favor that we'll still need to do. Let's talk to Aegis Manus, and after speaking to him, we'll need to exit the church south and go into the crypt. Select option 1. Go outside and then go into the southern building, and there you'll find Egg. And there you'll find a bunny named Egg. Let's talk to him, and he will provide us with some tools, because some of the eggs that we have mined have gotten too much Easter egg energy, and we will need to put these in the egg snapping sack. Once we have the sack, let's head north, and in the center, next to the brazier, there should be the first animated egg. Check the minimap on yellow dots, and those are the eggs that we will need to capture. Just a bit east, there should be the second one. Continue going north and then west, and go to the brazier. Use your tinderbox on that brazier. Next, go to the northwestern room, and there you'll find another egg.
Pause.
Let's capture that one. Then let's go to the northern room, just a bit northeast. They'll find another animated egg. And after we've captured this one, let's return to the main room, and on our way back we should find 2 more animated eggs. Let's capture both of them. And after capturing those, let's go back to the main room, and don't forget the northwestern one that we made move via the brazier. Then there are just 2 more to go. Let's go east and go into the southeastern room. There, in front of the plinth, you'll find some chocolate. Investigate it and then dig. There, in front of the plinth, you'll find some chocolate. Investigate it and then dig with your spade to spawn the next animated
Guessing.
egg. And then finally, let's go north into the northern room to find the final egg. Let's capture this one. And let's return to egg. And let's return to the bunny egg. Let's prevent egg priest gowns.
Cool. Quest done. Or side quest, I guess. This bitch, sure.
Walked in, I had that smell, and so I was kind of assuming basically that there was going to be someone probably dead inside. As I opened the door, I immediately saw blood spatter on some cardboard boxes that were sitting up on a bed. And then on the floor directly in front of me, there was like a large mass of like clothing and blanket.
As they entered the Smith house, they saw that the rooms were filled with boxes and heaps of blankets and clothes, making it hard to navigate through. With determination, they began to peel back the layers, uncovering surprises along the way. First, they found a large shoe hidden under the blankets, but to their shock, it was not alone. After removing all the blankets, they discovered the lifeless bodies of John and Richard covered under piles of clothes in the den. Determined to investigate further, they continued down the hallway. Behind a closed bedroom door, they encountered another mysterious mound of clothing and blankets scattered on the floor. As they slowly pulled away the layers, they revealed the lifeless body of Bonnie sitting motionless on a chair. The unsettling truth hit them hard as all 3 family members were found dead. Later, more detectives and a forensic team from the Pensacola Police Department arrived at the house. As investigators combed through the house, they stumbled upon chilling evidence. In the kitchen, they found a blood-covered hammer, and in the living room, a copper jacket and a projectile from a 9mm bullet lay separated on the floor. At first, they thought the killer had shot the victims and then used the hammer to ensure they were dead. However, the shocking truth emerged when the medical examiner arrived. Bonnie and John had suffered blows to their heads, and their throats had been cut. It seemed that the killer first attacked John while he was watching TV, and then he snuck up on Bonnie from behind, attacking her with the hammer and cutting her throat. RT, on the other hand, had been shot in the head from behind. But what was even more puzzling was that none of the victims had any defensive wounds, as if they hadn't put up a fight against their attacker. This led the investigators with 2 intriguing theories. One possibility was that the killer was someone who was close to the family, someone they knew and trusted, and that's why they didn't resist. The other theory was that the killer was incredibly cunning and stealthy, catching the family off guard, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. But there was something odd about the Smith family that the investigators learned. They were known for being very private and didn't interact much with their neighbors. Bonnie, the mother, rarely left the house and spent her days watching the QVC shopping channel on TV. She had a habit of ordering items from QVC every day. Even when Hal arrived at the house, he noticed multiple packages on the front porch. Inside, the house was filled with huge boxes and piles of clothes, all from Bonnie's QVC shopping spree. It was as if the family lived in their own little world, disconnected from the outside. As the investigators delved deeper into the case, they initially believed that the motive behind the crime might have been robbery. However, when they searched RT's room, they found an unlocked closet containing a safe. Inside the safe, there was a red envelope filled with $1,809 in cash and various white envelopes containing a total of $11,842 in cash. They also discovered a box with a necklace inside. In John's room, they came across multiple cell phones, a laptop, 2 Kindles, and 2 iPads. These findings made the investigators reconsider the robbery theory and eventually ruled it out as a motive for the crime. After thoroughly investigating the crime scene, the investigators returned to Donald Harding, who was waiting outside in the driveway. They broke the devastating news to him that his family members were all found dead. As the only family member left, they asked Donald to come to the sheriff's office for questioning. A deputy escorted him to the office, where the mystery behind the tragic incident began to unfold, and Donald's involvement became a crucial part of the investigation. During the interview, the investigator Matt Infinger began by asking Donald about his family, their backgrounds, and their daily routines.
I guess you know why you're down here to talk about your mom and your brothers, okay? As they told you out there on the scene, they are deceased, okay? When was the last time you saw your family?
Tuesday, I went over. I always go over on Tuesday to take my dog and let her run. I went over there I went a little earlier than usual. Sometimes I don't go over till about 3. But I went over a little bit earlier, and I got there probably about 1 or 1:30. And I stayed pretty
Man,
much
this
out
mood
there
is
with
just
the
right,
dogs
my
for
boy.
a couple
Sean,
months.
what's up,
Watch
buddy?
television together. She loves QVC. She watches it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And she puts it on the news, you know, and I fix dinner for them every Tuesday. And I made dinner. And
What'd you make?
Fried chicken. Let's see. Oh. John always picks out what we eat, and I cook it when I get there. So we had fried chicken, green beans, corn, and biscuits, and French fries.
Okay. Is there any leftovers or anything?
Well, yeah, I always put RT's in the stove. I always put his in the stove. His is always in the stove when he gets home from work, because sometimes he don't get in until 8, 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. And RT is Richard?
That's Richard Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that works out at the base. He works long hours out there.
Gotcha. Now, was he there when you were there Tuesday?
No, I never saw RT. I always leave before he, well, not always, but most of the time I leave before he gets home.
Okay.
Well, I usually stay and watch the news with Mama and leave after that.
Well, you watch the 5 o'clock news?
Yeah.
5:30 news? 6
Right.
o'clock? Which one?
Well, normally we watch the national news
At 5:30?
at 5:30, and then I leave right after that. And that's about what time I left, was between, I'd
Yeah,
say
you
between
vibes
5:30
are
and
just,
6.
yeah,
right
that's
there.
sick, man.
According to
That's
the medical
A1,
examiner,
bro.
the Smith family had been killed on Tuesday, July 28th, 2015, 3 days before their bodies
Those
were
are
found.
A1 vibes,
Donald
brother.
said
I
during the
wish.
interrogation that on that day, he'd been with the family and even
No
cooked food for them.
tokes.
Since no one in the neighborhood saw
drinks.
anyone coming to the house or the family
Just
leaving
you,
since
bud.
Tuesday,
All I
it
got
became
is
clear
you.
that Donald was the last person to see them alive. Detective Infinger had serious suspicions about Donald's involvement in the murder, so he decided to tell him about how the family was killed to observe his reaction and gather more information.
He was telling me how they were killed. And they were shot to death. All
Shot
three
to
of them.
death.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Looks like your brother John was just sitting there watching TV,
Definitely toke for me, brother.
and somebody just shot him while he was sitting in his chair. And then your mother was sitting in her chair. Somebody shot her while she was watching TV. You were probably still there. And then RT comes home.
If someone is innocent and hears the shocking news of their family's death, they would typically be extremely upset and find it hard to believe. However, when Donald was informed about his family's demise, he appeared surprisingly calm and accepted the situation. He didn't show the expected emotions of shock or sadness. This behavior raised suspicions among the investigators because his lack of emotions seemed unusual for someone who just lost their loved ones. It made them consider that perhaps Donald had killed his family.
Your mother's pretty much the only family you got.
Yes.
And you've showed no emotion the whole time you've been in here. And you've known that they've been dead. I mean, it's like you almost prepared yourself for this. You've had days to prepare yourself for this.
Yes, sir. I'll show plenty of emotion when the time's right.
Let me ask you this. Did your brother kill your mother and you kill him?
No. I don't know nothing about this. This is the first time I've ever heard any of this stuff. You're talking about they was dead?
God bless you,
Shot.
Sean.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about it.
You mean you're going to come in here and tell me you got 3 people dead in a house?
Yes.
You're going to come in here, you were the last one to see them, You're going to come in here and
been
tell
the
me
last one to see
that
it.
you didn't kill him, and you're sitting there, and I've told you that your mom was shot and drugged to her bedroom, and you're going to sit here and not show any emotion whatsoever?
I've got emotion, sir.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
When investigators questioned Donald, he appeared surprisingly composed and ready for the questioning. Finally, to get his confession, the investigator directly asked him the crucial question, why did you kill your family?
You killed these people. You killed your family.
No, I didn't.
Why?
I did not kill my family.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
How can you sit there and have no remorse about what's happened, show
I've got
no
remorse,
emotion?
But right now, I'm kind of feeling like I'm being accused of something here that I
I
didn't
am
do.
accusing you of doing it. I think you did it.
I did not do it. Why would I do it? Why would I kill my own family? Why would I do it? Why would I kill my mother and my brothers when I've been living down here for 15 years?
Because they're not your real brothers, and they're over there living with
They
your
were
mom.
just like my real brothers.
Probably getting whatever they wanted. Maybe you did get money from your mom before. Maybe they talked her into cutting you off. You got pissed off and went over there and killed them.
Well, now that makes good sense, but it ain't true. That makes real good sense. But it ain't true. I would never hurt my brothers
Let me tell you something.
or my mother.
If I was sitting where you are, and somebody was talking to me and saying you killed your mom and your brothers, I'd tell them to go fuck off. I'd be mad as fuck.
Well, I know better.
And you're sitting
I
over
know
there,
better than
and
do
you
that.
haven't shed one tear, hadn't said nothing, hadn't got mad.
I mean, he's got a point. He
shown no
knows
emotion
better
about
than
it.
to swear at the police and shit. That's fair.
And you expect me to sit here and believe you didn't kill those people?
I sure do, because I didn't.
Well, I don't.
And I'm not going to attack some sheriff's deputy because my mother has been killed. So I know you didn't do it.
No. I didn't know you or your family till today.
That's right.
And now I have to sit here and try and figure out who killed your mother and your two brothers.
Yes, you do, and I hope you do it soon.
Well, I promise you this, I'm going to find out.
I know
And
you will,
if you
son.
did it, I'm going to find out and I'm going to put your ass in jail.
I would not harm my family, sir, for nothing in this world.
The detectives tried really hard to make Donald admit to the crime, but he kept saying he didn't do it. They asked him the same questions many times, but he stuck to his story of innocence. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep questioning him because they didn't have enough evidence to use against him, so they had to let him go. But this interrogation made them start looking more closely at Donald as the main suspect. To gather more evidence, their first step was to search Donald's house, for which they obtained a search warrant. They carefully examined every part of the house, and what they discovered was incredibly unexpected. This new evidence completely changed the direction of the investigation, adding a surprising twist to the story. During their search, they came across some unusual and unsettling items. They found a Ouija board, along with some wicked books and strange artifacts.
I guess you have a Ouija board and some stuff in your house?
I do have a Ouija board.
Are you a Wiccan or...
Yeah, I'm a Wiccan.
Additionally, they discovered a room set up for some kind of ritual, which was quite odd and mysterious. This discovery led to the case being dubbed the Blue Moon Murders, as it became misunderstood and surrounded by strange and occult associations. In the past, people used to call it a blue moon when there was more than one full moon in a season. But nowadays, we say it's a blue moon even if there are 2 full moons in 1 month. This kind of event doesn't occur very often, only taking place every few years. Surprisingly, on
this year,
July
actually.
28th, 2015, there was a full moon, and that was actually a blue moon because it was the second full moon in that month. After discovering the strange items in Donald's house, the investigators suspected that he might have killed his family in a bizarre ritual as practiced by some Wiccans during a blue moon. This ritual involves hitting the sacrifice on the head to spill their blood and then covering their body to keep them warm. The evidence found at the crime scene strongly suggested that Donald had performed such a ritual to kill his family. The investigators wanted to be sure about the kind of rituals Donald performed at his home and whether they were connected to the Blue Moon Theory and the murder of the Smith family. So they called Donald to the station for another interview to gather more information and confirm their suspicions.
At your house, another investigator was telling me about it, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I guess you have a Ouija board and some stuff in your house?
Yeah, I do have a Ouija board. I have a prayer room.
Are you a Wiccan or?
Yeah, I'm a Wiccan.
You are?
I've been a Wiccan for about 3 years.
Have you?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a pagan religion. It's based on nature.
What? I'm not familiar with it. Can you explain it a little bit more for me?
Well, you celebrate different seasonal times, like
Seasonal changes?
yeah, like different holidays. You know, like when it's autumn equinox and spring equinox and stuff like that. It's a very old religion.
Yeah. Does it have to do with like moon phases and stuff like that?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Has a lot to do with moon phases.
Like what?
Well, it's just certain times when you have Sabbats and stuff like that.
What is a Sabbath?
Sabbath is a worship ceremony that you hold.
And what does that consist of?
Prayers. Mostly prayers. It's usually done in a circle.
That Wiccan stuff, in these ceremonies or whatever you do you have anything like sacrifices or anything?
No, there's no sacrifices in Wicca.
I did some reading on it before I talked to you about it. And in some of these Wiccan things, like especially this time of the year.
Was going to be about?
No, I had no idea what this conversation was going to be about, but I knew it would be good for all of them to come all the way to Miami.
Dennis, that doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Here's my thing: is if you knew what it was about, and then you threw your phone,
I
then it's
understand
one
where
thing.
you're going.
But if you didn't know what it was about, what's the purpose of throwing your phone away?
The man being questioned by the detective here is 44-year-old Dennis Perkins, also known as Denny. The Livingston Police Department received a tip from the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children and found some images on Denny's drive depicting the sinister acts he'd performed on children.
The original Nick Mick cyber tip that I received came from Adobe, where there was some photoshopped images of child. So I don't know if that. Yes, sir. Images of children. Basically. That could have been a 6-year-old. It could have been a 16-year-old. That's still a child. I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm saying under the age of 17 is child pornography.
Denny went as far as engaging in intimate activities with these children, forcing them to do unspeakable things for his own pleasure. The worst part was that Denny captured all of his dirty acts on camera so he could watch them anytime and engage in self-pleasure. Another shocking thing about this case was that Denny himself was a commander of the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office SWAT unit. But that wasn't all. If you think he acted alone, you're mistaken. Detectives also brought in Denny's wife, 34-year-old Cynthia Perkins, for a round of questioning regarding the same concerns. Cynthia was a junior high teacher and was a part of these filthy acts against children as much as Denny was. A particular set of images on Denny's drive showed him lacing some cupcake batter with his bodily fluids, which were later shown being consumed by Cynthia's students. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. The horrors that came to light later in the case left the town of Livingston in great shock. The sinister games Denny and Cynthia played with these children finally came to a halt on October 22, 2019, when the couple was arrested by Livingston police. It was shocking that the ones who are supposed to protect, the ones who are looked upon, the ones who are expected to be trusted the most, turned out to be the cruel ones. Due to the sensitive nature of the case, the identities of the victims and their relations to the perpetrators had been kept a secret to protect their identities. But what was brought to light was the utterly disturbing nature of the crimes Cynthia and Denny had committed against their victims. What more could Cynthia and Denny have possibly done to these young souls? Were there any more children or adults who fell prey to this wicked couple? Cynthia was born on April 13, 1985, to Gregory and Angela Thompson. She grew up with her siblings, Patricia and Paul, and had a seemingly ordinary childhood. As she grew older and completed her education, she married a man named James Jones. Initially, Cynthia and James went on to have a pretty normal married life, and with time, the couple welcomed 3 children named Alyssa, Carter, and Evan. The children grew up in the family home in Louisiana, where Cynthia started her teaching career at Live Oak Middle School in 2012. She later transferred to North Live Oak Elementary School in 2013, and then to Westside Junior High School in 2016, where she taught until 2019. However, at some point in their marriage, things started to get shaky, and eventually, James and Cynthia went through a divorce. Following the divorce, Cynthia met and quickly fell in love with Dennis Perkins, who was also known as Denny. Denny Perkins was born on August 13, 1975, to Dennis Warren Perkins and Rebecca Allen. Just like Cynthia, Denny too had a normal childhood. He grew up and pursued a career in law enforcement. During this time, he got into a relationship with a woman named Darla Gale Hood.
It's always the times
Devin
that
Perkins.
gets caught up in it.
However,
Facts,
their romantic
dude.
bliss was short-lived.
It's always the
Denny and
dimes.
Darla's relationship faced challenges, and the couple eventually separated in 2011 due to allegations of domestic abuse. Even after their separation, Denny still kept tabs on Darla. Later, Darla filed several court filings.
Power of the pussy,
including
man. It
one where
drives
she
these
detailed an
fuckers
incident
insane.
where she caught Denny parked in his unmarked
Start
patrol car
fiending over.
outside her boyfriend's home to spy on him. Darla suspected that Denny had been there for most of the night, pointing to his bloodshot red eyes while being confronted. When questioned about his presence, his response was, "Isn't this a free country?" Being in law enforcement, Denny was clearly using his freedom for his personal gains. In the filed complaint, Darla detailed that Denny engaged in harassing behavior. He'd started making troubling phone calls and sending threatening text messages to Darla. Additionally, Darla accused him of installing a keystroke logger on her computer, aiming to gain unauthorized access to her private data and personal accounts. Once he obtained access, he went through her emails and contacted men she'd communicated with. Then Denny threatened these men as well and ordered them to stay away from Darla. Most distressingly, he manipulated their shared child and used him as a tool in his attempts to control and express jealousy. He frequently threatened to take their son away from Darla, denying her visitation rights. Clearly, Denny exhibited toxic traits of dominance and resentment. Eventually, Darla remarried, and Denny did so too. This time around, he entered into a marriage with Shannon Jackson, which, not so surprisingly, also ended in a divorce. Following the failures of their respective relationships, Denny and Cynthia eventually found each other. On December 7, 2018, they left their old lives behind and tied the knot in Las Vegas. At that time, Denny served as the head of a SWAT team for the Livingston Sheriff's Office, while Cynthia continued her career as a middle school teacher. Externally, they appeared to be an ideal couple. To the unsuspecting world, Cynthia and Denny were two individuals who, despite having had previous unsuccessful marriages, were deeply in love. They held respected professional positions and shared 4 beautiful children between them. In 2019, Cynthia and Denny faced a significant upheaval as all their hidden disturbing secrets were exposed to the world. On September 23, 2019, the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation, or simply LBI, received a cyber tip report from the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. This tip contained information about the potential distribution of explicit images involving harm to children. Upon tracing the IP addresses associated with the images which had been uploaded on Adobe, LBI agents discovered a connection to Denny and Cynthia's residence on Rosalie Drive in Denham Springs.
Sean, do you want to take a toke? I just realized I have a bunch of roaches here, buddy. Whoa, let's go, man. I needed
made
this.
a shocking discovery while going through Cynthia and Denny's devices. And although the warrant revealed explicit images of children,
Sean, man,
and
I just want to
confirmed the
say, dude, I
allegations
really
against
do
Cynthia and
appreciate
Denny,
you sitting here
there
in my
was
streams
still a
hanging
lot
out and
more
shit,
to be
man.
uncovered.
You know? I really do
Another
appreciate
search,
that, bro.
which was executed at the couple's home
You're
in
a
Denham
fucking
Springs,
saint, dude.
revealed more disturbing details about Cynthia
You're a
and
fucking
Denny's
saint,
dirty
dude.
deeds.
I don't know, man.
Along with numerous disturbing videos which showed children being harmed, there were images of Denny exposing his
Sometimes
genitals
you
in
keep
public.
me sane, brother. Sometimes
Denny,
you keep
who
me
was on a
sane.
fishing trip nearly 4 hours away from
Honestly,
home,
man,
was going about his
like-
life as if nothing was amiss.
Yeah.
LBI contacted him on his work cell phone
Appreciate
and
you,
arranged
man.
a
Don't
meeting to
think,
discuss the matter.
Don't think
While Denny was
otherwise.
still en route, he called the LBI agents again and changed the meeting location. When the agents finally came face to face with Denny, they noted at the time Denny was driving his patrol car which was not
really do
intended for
appreciate
personal
you, man.
use or to be taken so far from the county.
I really
Mr.
do.
Dennis, obviously I'm guessing you've had a couple drinks if you're on a fishing trip today?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say you're drunk at this point, or you're in your right state of mind and understand what's going on? As much as can be at this point?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. That being said, I'm just going to go over some rights with you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law.
Later, Denny agreed to speak with the LBI agents and answer any questions they had, but he told them that he disposed of his cell phone in the lake before meeting with them.
One thing I don't want to do is leave any electronic equipment that somebody might come across this kind of stuff. So is any of that kind of stuff on any electronic equipment?
I'm glad. Cheers,
Have
Sean.
anything here
Cheers,
that's still
brother.
hooked up, or is it all in the car?
Glad I met you, man.
I don't
Cheers.
No cell phones? You don't have any here, or you don't have any here?
No, I don't have any of these.
You don't have what? I mean, they called you on cell phones, so you have to have
I
a
know.
cell phone.
I did have a cell phone before I came up here.
So where'd it get tossed to?
In over the Pendleton Bridge.
Okay. Any reason for tossing it over Pendleton Bridge? Just you knew what this conversation was going to be about?
No, I had no idea what this conversation was going to be about, but I didn't know. I knew it would be good for all of them to come all the way to Miami.
Dennis, that doesn't make sense. And
Well, it makes perfect sense to me.
Here's
It's
my
always
thing:
been.
is if you knew what it was about, and then you threw your phone,
I
then it's
understand
one
where
thing.
you're going.
But if you didn't know what it was about, what's the purpose of throwing your phone away?
Fuck, I missed it.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to toss your phone to
No,
toss
it's
a
always
$1,000
makes sense.
phone.
It makes sense because, you know, I have naked pictures of my wife on there.
Okay. And
I
you
know-
know as well as I do, I'd have to have a search warrant to look at it, unless you gave me consent.
I get that.
Which means if there was nothing on that phone that I needed to see, then I would have never seen those pictures in your life. Which would make me believe.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is,
no, I know what you're saying, but it's just a little skewed. It's just always been I don't know.
I get it. What I'm saying is you're an intelligent guy, and throwing away $1,000 phone doesn't make sense in this. There's something illegal.
No, that's an assumption. I'm not.
You don't have to agree with me or not. I'm saying you don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying from a logical perspective, it's the equivalent of getting rid of your car because there was another stolen car around that could have been yours. I mean, it just completely makes no sense. But it doesn't really matter.
No, it makes sense to me.
So let me ask you this. Since your phone was tossed over the bridge, is that a unit or is that your personal?
That's a unit.
That's a unit. Is there any electronics in that unit?
I don't know.
That belong to you?
They belong to me?
Yes, sir. Is they're going to have to go through what's in that unit? So are they going to find the cell phone that got tossed over the bridge in the unit?
Oh, no.
Are they going to find their office cell phone in that unit? So you have no means of communicating right now at all? Okay.
Sorry, man.
No, I understand. I mean, I'm not faulting you for it. Just doesn't make your situation look any cleaner. Because
It's
you can't.
not. That has nothing to do with it.
Okay. So you never knew I was here. So your major wanted to talk to you. So it makes sense to throw your phone over the bridge when you come talk to your major. What was the reason he gave you for meeting up with him?
He just said it was an emergency.
Okay. I mean, look, dude, I'm not even stressing your phone. The reality is it really looks bad when your boss calls and says, I need to talk to you, and the first thing you do is go rid of yourself. I mean,
That's
I'm
one
just
way to
throwing it.
look at it.
There's no other way to look at it, but
No, there is a way to look at it.
okay. The other way to look at it would be that you were afraid your boss was going to look at the pictures on your phone?
Yes.
Why would he have any reason to look at your personal cell phone?
It's not my personal cell phone.
That was the office cell phone you threw over the bridge?
Yeah. It's the only phone I have.
Okay. So, okay.
Wouldn't they be able to access that? They'd be able to access
So when we go up on the phone and it's not showing over the bridge and it's still functioning, then what? Is it going to be at the camp?
It's not. I mean, you can do that.
Okay. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah. I'm not lying to you, man. I'm not.
Discarding a phone in such a matter strongly implied that Denny was aware of what could be coming. LBI agents recognized Denny's actions as an attempt to destroy evidence, as the phone might have contained more proof of Denny's heinous acts.
The original NCMEC cyber tip that I received came from Adobe, where there was some photoshopped images of child pornography uploaded. So I don't know if that... Yes, sir. Images of children, basically. That could have been a 6-year-old, it could have been a 16-year-old. That's still a child. I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm saying under the age of 17 is child.
Isn't it 18?
From that point, we did a search warrant to the account.
Maybe, yeah, every state's different and shit. I know Canada.
Gmail account name offhand? Which I believe was one of your accounts. So we did a search warrant to that account, and then we did a search warrant to the Adobe account. I can tell you, in the Adobe account, we found 3 images of child. And in the Gmail account, we found your driver's license, and I'm assuming
some states are probably different, though. I know some states. I know the age of consent's like 16 in Canada.
So that's what I'm saying. Is that's kind of where we are at this moment. I would like to kind of figure out what's going on.
I wish I could see what you're talking about. I don't understand.
Does anybody else have access to the Adobe or to the that you know of offhand?
I don't know. I mean, those things stay open, you know, like, I don't know.
Okay. I can tell you that there was a number of images that were photoshopped. A number of things like pictures of some girls that were at schools. It's like some juvenile high school type schools, or like junior high type schools, where the picture was then photoshopped to where I'm assuming it would have been yourself being photoshopped into a sexual position with that girl.
What?
Was that just kind of a playing around being stupid type thing, or was that a you and your wife kind of bouncing pictures back and forth, or how'd that thing come about? I know you got a million things going on in your head, and I know you have a million stories you're rehearsing or explanations you're trying to get straight. You got 2 options, really. You can either kind of give me the reality of where we are, or we have no option but to go with what the images and the photoshops and the pictures look like. And they paint a really bad picture.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
there's really no good picture to look at, but it's bad or worse is what we're looking at this moment. And I think we're at the bad spot, not the worst spot. I don't think you're the guy going to be out there trying to kidnap kids. I think you just got wrapped up in some stupid shit.
Initially cooperative and responsive, Denny changed his stance once the discussion delved into the discovered inappropriate images of the children. Denny immediately stopped talking and asked for an attorney. Consequently, Denny was arrested on charges of obstruction of justice related to the discarded phone and the warrants issued by LBI for those explicit media. Later, he was transported back to Livingston Parish. As the evening progressed on the night of the execution of the search warrant, Cynthia, completely unaware of what was going on, returned to her home, where she was met by LBI agents seeking her for an interrogation session. Initially, Cynthia was cooperative. She agreed to comply with the line of questioning.
I was being shady, so I would just send, like any picture I took on my phone randomly throughout the day, I would just send it. Okay. Like, because he would say deleting pictures from my phone is shady. You know, like, are you being shady? Are you being shady? You'd always joke around. I thought he was joking. And saying that, I'm like, I'll just send you everything. But, like, I took a picture of my shoe. You want to see it? Kind of thing. You know, because it's like, I keep my phone on me at all times in my classroom.
That bang on me.
I use it as a timer while I'm teaching.
Mm-hmm. So you just kind of randomly sending him pictures because he was being kind of overbearing as far as what you were doing on your phone?
Well, yeah, like there may have been stuff that was randomly taken just from my phone being on camera. There's really hidden cameras in my baby's
Um, do your kids knew, did they always know that you were taking a picture of them?
My students?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless I inadvertently took pictures, whenever I had my phone on me. Like sometimes I would.
Yo, what the fuck? This chick's a teacher and she's
I
like using her
touched
students
turn it
as
off
bait for her
and
husband.
inadvertently take a picture, but if I'm taking pictures of them, they know I'm taking pictures of them.
Okay. So
I would think that they would know I'm taking pictures. I mean, they know I'm taking pictures. Like, she's taking pictures, you know.
Right.
Stop it, she's taking pictures.
Okay. So the picture then where you're sitting in a chair and there's a girl sitting in a chair or a desk, kind of like just catty corner to you, and the picture that you took is basically like if somebody just took a picture of my legs and like maybe all you could see was from here down. Do you remember taking a picture like that? Because that looks like a little bit more than an accident. Like it's not, you know, blurry or anything like that if you accidentally took it.
Was it cropped?
I don't think so because we'll pull them in here. I don't think it was cropped. Do you sometimes crop the pictures?
Yeah, I mean, I crop pictures whenever I take them if it's something.
What would make you crop the picture? What would be the reason behind that?
Like if I'm taking a picture of one person and there's other things in the background, I would crop the picture.
Okay. Would there ever be a time that maybe you did take a picture of a student from head to toe and then for whatever reason you just cropped out their face or the top portion of them?
No. Oh my gosh. I'm just. No.
Well, I was thinking maybe if it was like a privacy issue or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you would blur out their face if you don't. Yeah, but.
When presented with the distressing images the agents had discovered, which showed victim number 1, a young girl aged 12, Cynthia promptly stopped talking.
If I was your daughter, you have a daughter? If I was your daughter's teacher, would you think it's okay for me to take pictures of your daughter and send them to my spouse?
If you think that your spouse is taking it at face value, like, look at this goofball, then yeah. But now, knowing, like I just don't know what to think. I can't believe that there's hidden cameras inside.
Cynthia, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to be real with you. Just like he said, I ain't going to lie to you. My wife works at a school. And I'm not saying that you're 100% at fault for that, for doing what you did, but there is some fault to be pointed at you. Because if I asked her to send a picture
The only thing is, man, is I should have done agility
hell out
at
of me.
Gnome Stronghold.
You see where I'm going with this?
When I was there.
You're playing a part.
Should have done me some fucking agility.
And I get it. But I mean, like, were there pictures saved of the boys? Like, because I would send pictures and like, look at this kid. He brought me this present. Hold it up. This kid, he's being stupid. He's doing a handstand in class. Did he save those pictures? Were those on the cloud? Did y'all see those? Or y'all only see? You know what I'm saying?
Like, it doesn't matter if you're sending good pictures,
Like,
lady, if you're
is he
sexually
saving
exploiting
everything?
children.
Does he have
Like,
pictures? Does he have
All
a
I
hidden
saw
camera
was
in this
female.
bathroom? Does he have? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's
I
not
do.
like I only send him those pictures.
Okay.
It's this, like.
I have to think if you back up to what you told us a few minutes ago of your tendencies, which is your personal thing, that's irrelevant to this, but in a way it's not, because that means y'all discuss things and are open about things. It's mighty hard for me to sit here and listen to you talk to him and you play innocent the whole time. I think there's more to your knowledge that you know about, and this is what he's explaining to you. You need to come forward and tell us.
And I get what y'all are saying, 1,000%.
Come on, RNG, just
But my
fucking
lesbian
do your
tendencies
job.
Are with, like,
Adults.
adults.
And I understand that.
And it's a bisexual thing. It's not just, you know, and
I'm speaking of his tendencies.
Did you ever find pictures on his phone?
of like other girls, but not.
You ever
Like, I
find
thought
any?
he was cheating on me.
You ever found any photoshopped pictures on his phone?
I know he played on Photoshop app, but I thought he was just trying to figure it out.
Young girls?
Young girls, he did not, every time I would go in the room, that's why I thought he was cheating on me, he would exit out of his phone, and I'm like, what were you looking at? And he's like, oh, I was just looking at Facebook. And I was like, you're being shady too, because he always told me I'm being shady, so.
Subsequently, the agents started the process of obtaining an arrest warrant for both Cynthia and Denny. The couple was charged with 62 counts, out of which 60 counts were specifically related.
Yeah, that's exactly
to the
what I
images
did
of a
earlier, man.
12-year-old
Is like
child.
tick the like.
Both Denny and Cynthia were held captive in the
I
Livingston
did perfect
Parish jail.
ticketing like that, and it was
Over the
like,
course of time, the
I
full
just got
extent
fucked.
of the charges and additional
And
information
I had two
gradually
furnaces
unfolded.
explode, and my shit just
As
froze.
detailed in an affidavit, the cumulative count reached a
gross.
staggering 150 charges jointly attributed to Cynthia and Denny. And, as expected,
way to
they
die.
both pleaded not guilty. Over the months following Cynthia and Denny's arrest, an examination of numerous electronic devices revealed a substantial amount of additional evidence against the couple. The victims included 2 children, 2 adults, and even a dog.
What?
In the course of the search, law enforcement discovered a plethora of electronic devices, the contents of which delivered an overwhelming and shocking blow. LBI agents made a gut-wrenching revelation that was utterly horrifying and disgusting and left everyone stunned.
First of all, it was an alarming case for sure. This all started in December of 2019 when these 2 individuals, a deputy in Livingston Parish and his teacher wife, who was a middle school teacher, got caught by Adobe. They were photoshopping things. Adobe turned them into authorities in Louisiana, which launched an investigation. Authorities with the Attorney General's office showed up at the couple's house. They found this safe full of hard drives, computers, thumb drives, things like that. And all of it was encrypted with a software called Keep My Data Safe. And so essentially they had to come in and decode everything. And when they decoded everything, they were alarmed at what they saw. They saw child porn, they saw child.
Law enforcement
What
found
the
approximately
fuck?
60 files, which included videos and
And
photos
this chick's a
of
teacher,
a 12-year-old
bro.
girl who's referred to as child victim number 1. These explicit photos and videos showed child victim number 1 being forced into performing erotic acts on Denny, and then Denny engaging in explicit acts with a young girl.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Cynthia and Denny's other child victim was under the age of 17 and was referred to as child victim number 2. There were photos and videos of the couple indulging in explicit acts with this child as well. The most shocking thing was that these images not only showed Denny with the child, but also Cynthia. She was a part of these disgusting acts just as much as Denny was. Strange as it may sound,
She was bringing him
it was
home.
not just human interactions that Denny preferred. In one of the videos obtained by the LBI, Denny could be seen half-naked and pleasuring himself while involving a dog. However, the most deranged video found by the LBI agents was the cupcake video, which showed Denny engaged in explicit self-pleasuring acts, and he then contaminated energy drinks and cupcake batter with his own bodily fluids. These cupcakes were eventually consumed by people who were clearly unaware of what was in them. Cynthia had baked those cupcakes and taken them to school, where she fed them to her students.
There was
No.
also, I want to ask you about this.
Oh my
Was
God,
there
that's
ever a
fucking
time that your
foul.
husband delivered like pedophile cakes to your classroom? Do you remember that, where he like brought snacks for the class or something like that? Like
That's
small
fucking
cakes?
disgusting.
Pedophores, I mean. Do you remember that?
He brought something for me once.
Oh, it was for you. Did you share them with your students? Okay. When was that?
That's fucking disgusting, man. Yo, these people deserve a fucking bullet in the brain,
2 school
man.
years ago.
On God.
Do you remember if he was working when he brought you those?
Dude,
Like, was
thank
he
you.
doing
7K
it?
cash. Let's go.
Or was it his off day?
I think it was an off day.
I'm sorry?
I think it was an off day, but I really can't remember.
And that's okay,
It was
especially if
a
it was
long
2
time
years ago. I don't blame you for that.
He brought me, because I love metaphors.
Right. Who doesn't? Okay, so he brought you like a treat at school. But you don't remember necessarily sharing them with a student or taking a picture of a student eating one.
It's fucking disgusting.
Okay. We have some video. Okay. And that's why, because there's some pictures in there of, and I don't know if he photoshopped them or what exactly it is, involving those pedophiles, some like indecent kind of stuff. And we're trying to make sure that a student didn't inadvertently eat a pedophile that, okay. So you don't generally share your snacks with your kids?
No.
Okay. I mean, some
And
teachers do.
If I do, like it's for a reward for something.
Yeah, it's probably not your pedophiles.
No, that's expensive.
And you don't have enough for everybody, so.
No.
Okay, so you don't remember doing that. Because he has a picture of a kid eating a pedophile. And we may be able to pull up that picture and show it to you if we have it. I'm sure we do. It's just whether we have it here. So tell me about, because I did see some of the pictures.
No, but I mean, I'll generally, like, take pictures of my students. Haven't really, like, this school year I've been busier, but I like to take a lot of pictures of my students, just because.
And that makes sense. Some of the pictures, though.
There was some images where you were messing to some pastries of some kind, and then very shortly after, kids were eating these pastries.
Oh, God.
So how did the kids get pastries to begin with? Did you give them to the kids, or did your wife give them to the kids? I'm not saying they're the same items. They might be, I don't know. But how did they get the pastries to begin with? Did you hand them, or did your wife hand them to them? Dennis, when you gotta talk to me, because like I said, that's the question I need the answer to.
There's some propels in my boat. Can I get one, or you get one? Or,
A drink?
Yeah.
We'll get it for you.
Say water.
Yeah, we'll get you one.
And I'd rather just go back to the gym or wherever we're going.
We're going to, but again, that's the question I really need the answer to.
I know you need answers, man. I just rather not.
I don't care. Here's my thing. Case-wise, I don't care about it. Case was done when you and I sat down and talked. I would like to get your side of it.
I know that. But I don't think my side of it's
health-wise
it's
and
going
who
out,
I need to
it's going,
contact
you
going
know?
forward really depends on what happens. So
health-wise.
yeah, I mean, if you ejaculated onto a pastry and then a kid ate that, that's a major problem.
It's fucking disgusting.
So the question I need to be able to confirm who put that pastry in that child's hand, and I need to be able to confirm whether it was the same one or whether it wasn't. So obviously you ejaculated onto some pastries. There's pictures of that. The next series of pictures were kids eating what appeared to be the same pastries. So was that pastry handed to that pedophile, was that handed to the child by you, or was it handed to the child by somebody else?
Nobody ate pastries I ejaculated.
Okay, then
These
you
these
give them a second
fucking
batch that they ate that were clean pastries?
These fucking subtitles are hilarious because they're AI done.
Or did your wife give
They're
it to them? Or how
hilariously
did they
bad.
get those pastries that were? How would you know that those weren't
They're
the ones that
hilariously
you
bad.
ejaculated on?
And I appreciate you asking me all these questions, but apparently I need to talk to somebody else.
As the kids consumed those contaminated cupcakes, Cynthia watched them silently and clicked pictures of them. Luckily, these images became solid evidence against Cynthia and Denny.
Also saw what appeared to be this deputy who was ejaculating on sweets that were then being served to his wife's class.
My God, my God. So do we know if any of the children were actual students or relatives, or were these just videos that they collected off of the internet?
So according to the court documents that we have, the kids that were served the sweets were definitely students in her class. They photoshopped apparently the kids' photos, and they had pictures of the children eating the sweets, the cupcakes that he had ejaculated on. In terms of the actual victims that were raped by these individuals, we're told that they possibly were some of their close associates or people that they knew.
There were some other media files discovered on the couple's electronic devices, which didn't include any victims, but showed only Cynthia and Denny indulging in erotic acts. And although Cynthia and Denny were not being charged for these photos and videos, they clearly showed their wicked intentions. The first file was titled Role Play. Sometime on April 19, 2019, Denny had recorded a video of him and Cynthia having intercourse. In the video, Cynthia could be seen wearing a schoolgirl skirt, which the agents believed belonged to child victim number 1, the 12-year-old girl. On top of that, Denny kept calling Cynthia by the child victim number 1's name in the video, while Cynthia kept calling herself a dirty little schoolgirl. And if that wasn't enough, the video also showed Cynthia talking in a creepy manner and mimicking a young girl's voice while saying some disturbing things to Denny.
How the fuck
Additionally,
does like
the agents found
a
some
chick go
notes that
along with
Cynthia
that?
had
It's just
created
like
on her
fuck.
phone. These notes mostly describe Cynthia and Denny's dirty fantasies about child victim number 1. The things which were described in these notes highlighted the ruthless and merciless nature of Cynthia and Denny's rotten minds. During a forensic interview, which was conducted with child victim number 1 in early September 2019, she detailed certain actions Cynthia had taken against her before the more explicit incidents occurred. She talked about an incident from 2016 when Cynthia forcibly pulled her by the hair and dragged her into the bathroom, slammed her face against the wall, threw her to the ground, and proceeded to slap and hit her continuously. Additionally, she described another incident where she woke up to find Cynthia sitting on her bed with a hostile expression on her face. The victim also mentioned that Cynthia would unfairly blame her for issues in Cynthia's past failed relationships. Denny's devices also contained some images he'd photoshopped to aid his pleasures and to satisfy his disgusting obsession with young children. All of these photos had been taken by Cynthia, which she'd
This guy was a
forwarded to
cop. Like this guy's
Another
wife
video
was a
titled The
teacher,
Banana
and this guy
Video
was a fucking
showed Denny
FBI
giving
agent.
orders
For
and
fuck's sake.
forcing child victim number 1
That's
to
just like the
perform
worst part of all of
inappropriate
this.
acts on a banana.
These are people of high regard.
The agents also found 17 photos of child victim number 2,
fucked.
all of which were taken during March 2019 in their driveway. In these photos, Denny had zoomed in on her private areas. Cynthia and Denny had some seriously messed up tendencies. Not only did the couple engage in disturbing acts, but they also documented them for their own sick pleasures. Their use of cameras to capture these acts on film thus created a twisted collection of footage to revisit and derive pleasure later on was absolutely horrifying. Denny's obsession, as he first took photos or videos and thereafter edited himself into them to satisfy sick desires, defined a whole new level of depravity. As disgusting as these acts were, they seemed to have become a habitual part of Denny's twisted world. However, his obsession went even further than this. As per Denny's former partner, he'd acquired a watch with a hidden camera, also known as a spy watch. Denny had designated a specific bathroom in his home for women to use. This partner noticed a disturbing pattern. Whenever a young girl went into the bathroom to take a shower, Denny would conveniently leave the watch on the counter, secretly recording their actions.
What?
It was evident that he was collecting footage through deceitful means.
What the fuck?
When confronted by his ex-partner about this, Denny completely lost control. According to the ex-partner, in order to get rid of the incriminating evidence, Denny destroyed the watch by smashing it into pieces, which only made him appear more guilty.
No shit.
Denny didn't limit his sick agenda to his personal devices alone. He also used the devices provided by the Livingston Sheriff's Office, where he was employed.
No surprise there.
During an extraction from an external hard drive discovered at Denny's home, one of the deputies uncovered a DVD containing explicit footage of a young girl getting undressed in a bathroom. Denny's misconduct during his work shifts in 2012 included a disturbing incident where he pulled over a woman while on duty. While she was searching for her license, Denny used a camera to improperly record her, focusing on her body by pointing the camera down her shirt. When the woman leaned over to search the passenger side, Denny swiftly moved the camera down and aimed it up her jean shorts, attempting to capture footage of her intimate area, as she wasn't wearing any underwear at the time.
Intimate area.
He repeated this inappropriate behavior 3 times as he continuously encouraged her to bend over and search, all while she remained unaware of being recorded. Additionally, videos were
You heard it here
discovered showing
first. If a
Denny
cop
engaged in
encourages you to bend
inappropriate
over,
activity
don't
with
do it.
female suspects he just arrested right by the roadside. Denny would stop these women and blackmail them into doing unspeakable things. Denny also derived sick pleasure from engaging in inappropriate acts near sleeping girls. In 2013, he filmed a video of a
Now
young
he
girl
can do it
sleeping
with sleeping
with
men.
the camera positioned to capture an invasive view up her shorts. Throughout the video, Denny was engaged in self-pleasure. Approximately 2 weeks later, Denny recorded 2 more videos, this time involving 2 girls. Once again, he angled the camera up their shorts and proceeded to engage in self-pleasure. At the end of the video, Denny's bodily fluids were visible on the bed near the
Ew.
girl's feet, which he then covered with a comforter. By then, the agents were convinced that Denny and Cynthia
I actually
derived
remember this
pleasure
chick's fucking picture in the news. I remember that chick's face in
from
the news.
indulging in their twisted fantasies, even at the risk of getting caught. In another video that was obtained, Cynthia and Denny were seen engaging in explicit behavior on a plane while recording themselves. These individuals shamelessly engaged in inappropriate acts in a way that others could witness. Even when a
They're
flight
just some
attendant
giant
passed them
fucking
by,
sex addicts.
they didn't stop and continued to
And
indulge in
she's
their
obviously a
heinous acts.
pedophile.
Denny and Cynthia's reprehensible actions extended beyond children, as they also victimized a few adults who were only identified as adult victim number 1 and adult victim number 2. According to the LBI agents, adult victim number 1 had visited Denny and Cynthia's house along with a friend. During the visit, Denny started inquiring about everyone's unique talents in bed. The friend of adult victim number 1 began to feel highly uncomfortable and decided to leave. However, adult victim number 2 chose to stay. Unaware of Denny's true nature and thinking of it as a highly naughty conversation, adult victim number 1 told Denny about her special talents. In an interview with the LBI, adult victim number 1 revealed another disturbing incident that took place in late 2018. She explained that she'd visited Denny and Cynthia's home with her young daughter. After having a drink, she started to feel lightheaded and fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, she found herself in Cynthia's daughter's room with no recollection of what had happened the previous night. When she asked Cynthia about it, Cynthia simply stated that she took care of it. Unfortunately, this woman was taken advantage of, and the incident was captured on video. It was likely that some form of drugging was involved in the incident. And not so surprisingly, when the LBI agents were conducting their search of the Perkins home, they found many drugs such as muscle relaxants, multiple insomnia medications, Percocet antihistamines, and flu medication. All these drugs had the common side effect of causing drowsiness. Lastly, there was also a video acquired in which Denny and another woman, who was unnamed and unknown at the time of his arrest, were taking advantage of adult victim number 2, who was unconscious the whole time in the video. This video was filmed on November 8, 2014. The detectives had no idea who this other woman taking advantage of the victim in the video was, but it was certain that it wasn't Cynthia. As part of the investigation, Denny's career history was examined as well. In July 1998, at the age of 22, Denny applied for a position with the Baton Rouge Police Department. As part of the hiring process, he was required to undergo a polygraph test. During the test, Denny was asked specific questions to which he responded affirmatively. Shockingly, his written explanations for these affirmative answers were truly disturbing. Denny admitted that when he was 18, he engaged in inappropriate behavior with a girl, only to discover later that she was just 13 years old. He also confessed that in 1995, he exposed himself in exchange for beads during Mardi Gras, and this indicated a pattern of exposing himself in various
That
situations
sounds like a
and
fucking
sexualizing
degenerate
everything
piece of
he
shit
came into
since
contact
birth.
with. Additionally, Denny also wrote that he'd recently engaged in credit card fraud by attempting to enter a random card number online. However, his fraudulent attempts were unsuccessful.
Shocking.
He openly admitted that he'd previously peeked through his sister-in-law's window multiple times while she was undressing, solely to satisfy his erotic desires.
Classic
Furthermore,
peeping
he
Tom.
acknowledged sending photos of a girl to a website, fortunately without them being posted. During his interview with the police department, board members took note of each of Denny's responses. Their notes highlighted Denny's poor attitude, immaturity, difficulty in answering law enforcement questions, and a lack of consideration for the feelings of his victims. But they noticed that, as per Denny's twisted perspective, engaging in illegal activities was acceptable as long as he could evade detection and punishment. Despite
Usually
his
the way it
admissions of
goes.
criminal activity and poor judgment, one board member simply wrote, "needs to grow up," in the summary section of Denny's interview document. However, in unanimous agreement, the entire board recommended against hiring Denny, with one member explicitly stating, "definitely do not hire." And yet, he not only managed to get hired, but also managed to ascend the ranks within the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office to become the head commander of SWAT. People don't change their ways much. And in Denny's case, this was quite evident from his years-long obsession over women and young girls. It became a baffling mystery for the LBI agents working on Denny's case
Like, how the
to
fuck did
figure out
yeah, that's
how he was
crazy. I
hired
can't
in
believe
the first place.
that shit actually happened.
Also,
Like,
what he could have possibly
that
done
chick,
to reach
I
his
find the
then
chick who
attained
was taking
career
advantage of those children way worse than this
position
guy. Like, he's a
without
fucking
ever
piece
getting
of
caught
shit.
for his earlier
But the chick that
crimes
was
puzzled
allowing
them.
her husband to do this, even
In
worse than this
2002,
fucking
during
guy.
Denny's
She's even
polygraph
worse,
test for the
man.
Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office
Those
interview
are her
process,
kids.
he
She's
was
supposed to take care of
classified
them
as a
fucking guys.
high-risk hire.
It's just
However,
nuts to me.
Deputy Jason Ard endorsed him and even asserted that Denny would be an excellent employee with good character. Another incident occurred in 2013 when Lieutenant Todd Webb of Baton Rouge PD expressed concerns to Sheriff Ard about Denny. Todd reported that his stepdaughter had a recent sleepover at Denny's house, as she was friends with a girl her age who was staying at Denny's place at the time. Denny's then wife, who wasn't Cynthia, found Denny lying in bed with the two girls while watching a movie. She called the girl's mother, Todd's wife, and explained the situation. And although she didn't specify why she called the girl's mother, she just had a gut feeling about Denny's ill intentions. Todd's wife didn't think much into the whole situation and let it slide off. The girl didn't return home that night and instead stayed over at Denny's house. Following this, Todd and his wife promptly took the girl to a counselor, where she disclosed that during the time she spent at Denny's house, Denny would chase her into a room, restrain her, and engage in inappropriate behavior under the guise of playing Tickle Monster. Todd subsequently arranged a meeting with Sheriff Ard, expressing his concerns and stated his desire to keep Denny away from him and his family. A few days later, while Todd was at a gas station with his family, he observed Denny slowly circling around them in what he perceived as an intimidation tactic. To address this unsettling behavior, Todd had to escalate the matter through the chain of command. Unfortunately, because Denny's actions with the little girl were not technically illegal, no disciplinary actions were taken. While not necessarily illegal, the conduct
wild.
exhibited by Denny was certainly inappropriate and suggestive of grooming behavior. In 2014, another complaint emerged, seemingly from a fellow law enforcement officer at the Baton Rouge Police Department. This officer asserted that his wife had recently had an affair with Denny and that Denny had also engaged in inappropriate behavior, including tickling with his daughter. Coming back
This
to
guy's
Denny and
just a fucking
Cynthia's arrest
degenerate
on
piece of
October
shit.
22nd, 2019,
Got a bullet in that
as the
man's brain
LBI agents
ASAP.
presented all the evidence found against the couple, Denny was immediately fired, while Cynthia handed in her resignation just a day after her arrest. Nevertheless, Cynthia and Denny's arrest didn't stop their present workplaces from facing huge repercussions. As the investigation unfolded, the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office drew considerable criticism as it became apparent that Denny's questionable past and seemingly sick behavior had been overlooked. In particular, it raised questions about whether Sheriff Jason Ard had neglected significant red flags, such as the 1998 polygraph test, while clearing him to be hired in the department. Additionally, a total of 4 lawsuits were filed in connection with Denny, Cynthia, and her school board. The mother of one victim filed a lawsuit because her daughter had consumed the tainted cupcakes that Cynthia had brought and distributed at the school. In her legal action, she asserted that the school board breached policies concerning teachers providing homemade edible items to students. She also claimed that the school board neglected to hire a secure and competent teacher, failed to conduct a background check on Cynthia before her employment, and didn't follow proper procedures to ensure student safety.
That chick's
The
getting
mother
a
also alleged
payday.
damage to the quality of life, expressing concern about her daughter that she was at a high risk of contracting serious diseases.
The bald spot
An additional
begins.
filed
Chat.
lawsuit detailed how a father of another victim, upon discovering his child had consumed the spiked cupcakes, descended into profound depression and struggled to find employment. A different mother filed a suit, asserting that her family had been grappling with behavioral, mental health, and sleep issues since the disgusting incident took place. Yet another lawsuit claimed that Cynthia showed inappropriate photos to students and even took photos and videos of them. All these lawsuits were against the school board and alleged negligence on their part. On December 19, 2019, Cynthia initiated divorce proceedings against Denny. In her divorce petition, she accused Denny of making credible threats against her life, causing her significant fear. She also sought a temporary restraining order as part of the filing.
You just
Both
laugh
Cynthia
at me,
and Denny were
Sean? Damn,
incarcerated
bro.
without bond, facing
I'll see how
charges
it is.
related to these crimes. Just when the LBI agents thought that since both Cynthia and Denny were in custody, the situation was in their control and couldn't get any worse, it did. In February 2020, a third individual was apprehended in connection to the overall scheme.
What? A third?
Melanie Curtin, also a resident of Denham Springs, was identified as the previously unknown woman involved with Denny and adult victim number 2 back in November 2014. Following
Was
her
that
arrest,
third?
as
I
she
forgot.
disembarked from a cruise ship, Melanie was transported to the Livingston Parish Jail, where her bond was set at $350,000. Although she managed to acquire the funds and get released a few days later, she was mandated to wear a GPS monitor as part of her bond conditions. Melanie had previously been employed by the Livingston
If it
Parish
makes you
Sheriff's
feel
Office,
better, bro, my legs
working
are
in the
bald.
tax department for
Bro, my
approximately
legs are
18
just
months
fucking
between
another world,
2011 and 2012.
Like my sister,
At the time
my
of her
sister when I
arrest,
was
she
like,
married to
just
Jason,
growing up and
a
shit,
former deputy with
she
the
would call me
Livingston
a fucking
Sheriff's Office.
spider, bro, because I had
Livingston
such
Parish
hairy
teacher
legs. It was
Cynthia
funny.
Perkins accepting a plea deal today from prosecutors in exchange for testifying against her estranged
So you
husband,
got them
Dennis
spider hairs on your leg,
And
boy.
Ariel Salk was at the courthouse when Cynthia pled guilty to multiple sex crimes. Ariel, it sounds like this plea deal caught everyone off by surprise.
That's absolutely correct. We were really prepared for at least a 2-week trial, but at the last minute, there was a plea deal that spared the victims the trauma of going into court. While Perkins accepts guilt, she will spend the next 4 decades behind bars.
On February 14, 2022, Cynthia opted to accept a plea deal. According to the plea deal, Cynthia would be charged with 3 counts of second-degree assault in an explicit manner, mingling of harmful substances, and a count of production of inappropriate child images. As part of the plea agreement, Cynthia committed to testifying against her ex-husband Denny, and in return, she was given a 41-year sentence.
So she divorced him, and if it gives you any indication of what their plan of attack is, they immediately filed for divorce. She actually just struck a plea deal with some of the prosecutors here, so she now has to testify against him at trial, and she has agreed to do that in exchange for what some people in this area are calling a light sentence. She'll probably do about 40 years and will probably be eligible for good time, so maybe 20 years.
There's some, yeah, here.
So we'll see what happens. What's
You
really
take all these
interesting about
hairs
this
here.
case is these are the people that you teach your children to trust. You teach your children to trust law enforcement. You teach them to trust their teacher and to think that they could do something as sick and twisted as this. I mean, it really just has this whole community in utter shock.
During her sentencing, Cynthia had already accepted her fate and realized that she deserved it. She even decided to address everyone in the court to make an apology. She started by apologizing to the entire Livingston Parish. She told her friends, her co-workers, her family, and her students that she deeply regretted her actions and was extremely sorry for what she'd done.
No, you're
And
not.
lastly, she apologized to her victims, telling them that they didn't deserve anything she did to them.
She's a bad liar.
Cynthia's father, Greg, also chose to speak on Cynthia's behalf and made an apology to all the victims in the case. As the defendant's father, he didn't condone any of the violent acts against the victims. He made a special apology to the child victims and Cynthia's students at the junior high she was employed at. Greg made a special apology to child victim number 1, saying that he dearly loved her. Since the identities of all the victims were kept a secret, this statement made everyone wonder whether child victim number 1 was related to Cynthia's family in any way. However, right after this apology, he also made an attempt to do some damage control and defend his daughter as much as he could. He said that Cynthia's kids were her life, and being a mother, she would do anything for them. And to come to terms with what Cynthia had done to her victims was hard for them. Greg added that Cynthia's behavior started to change as soon as she met Denny. According to Greg, Denny forced Cynthia into indulging in those heinous acts. He also shared that before anything else, Cynthia was a victim of Denny too. Greg partly took the blame for not looking into Denny's past before giving him the blessing to marry his daughter. Before returning to his seat, Greg prayed for the victim's healing and once again apologized for everything that had happened because of his daughter. In an attempt to defend her daughter, Cynthia's mother also made a statement which was full of excuses. She described Cynthia as a caring and loving person who was adored by all. She almost refused to believe that Cynthia had been a part of those heinous acts against the 2 child victims. And, as her husband did, she too blamed it on Denny. Even by the end of her statement, Cynthia's mother didn't focus on apologizing to the victims, but instead tried to convince the ones present in the court to see Cynthia from her eyes. The father of one of the child victims shared a letter written to her by Cynthia. The letter stated, "My life is so much better. I remember every time you hurt me and how scared I was to talk to you. I think of what my life would have been like with you still in it. You're a horrible, selfish, and manipulating person. I hope you're ashamed of yourself and you rot in prison. I wrote this so you know you didn't break me down. You don't deserve to be a mom or even be free. You will forever be known as the person who hurt me." Following her sentencing, Cynthia was transferred to the Louisiana Department of Corrections to fulfill her sentence. The district attorney and her attorneys made statements, and overall, everyone appeared satisfied with her verdict.
It was emotional inside the courtroom today. The sentencing hearing gave Cynthia Perkins an opportunity to not only apologize to her victims, but to her family. And those who were impacted by Perkins the most were able to share their piece.
I think what you heard today was a lot of pain in there from a lot of people.
Cynthia Perkins showed little emotion as she apologized to the victims, her family, and her former students and coworkers before she was sentenced to 41 years in prison. Perkins pled guilty to multiple sex crimes, including
Really goes to show you the damage that people can do with these evil acts.
Perkins' family spoke. Her father and mother told the judge their daughter was a victim of abuse by her husband, Dennis Perkins.
This started when she met Denny Perkins, and he corrupted her and forced her and coerced her into doing some terrible things that she has a lot of guilt over and she has a lot of remorse for.
Melanie's trial, which took place in March 2022, spanned approximately 2 days and was conducted in a camera-free zone. A victim who spoke during the trial revealed that she remained unaware of what had happened to her until the discovery of the video during the investigation.
Wow.
Melanie's defense attempted to argue that she was drugged and had no recollection of the incident. Melanie claimed to have visited the hospital that night, believing it to be an allergic reaction, attempting to leverage this in her favor. However, the prosecution presented a nearly 20-minute video depicting Melanie willingly participating in the disgusting crime. In the video, a blanket had been placed over the victim's head. She was lying there, completely unconscious, as Melanie and Denny performed explicit acts on her. It was understandable why she had no recollection of what had happened to her that night. She mentioned that Denny had proposed the idea of having a threesome before, which made her really uncomfortable. She was absolutely unaware of the recorded incident and expressed a desire to literally die when she was shown some of the footage. The video strongly suggested that she might have been drugged.
To be fair, though, like, If you didn't even know, don't watch it.
For 8 hours, the jury presented Melanie with a guilty verdict for aggravated assault in an explicit manner and video voyeurism. Melanie erupted in loud screams upon hearing the verdict and caused a disturbance in the courtroom. Although her attorney sought to keep her out on bond so she could look after her children, the judge denied the request. She was promptly taken into custody to await sentencing and was escorted out of the courtroom. Later, on March 21st, 2022, the day of her sentencing, Melanie decided to give an impact statement in which she denied having an affair with Denny, but admitted that there had been a few isolated incidents 6 months to a year before the incident of November 2014, when she and Denny had spent some time together. She expressed remorse, stating that when she learned that Denny was married, she ended her relationship with him and completely cut him off. She said that befriending Denny and trusting him was the biggest mistake of her life, and she deeply regretted the decision of going over to Denny's house that November night. Expressing more regret for not testifying earlier, she appealed to the judge for mercy and emphasized her desire to be an actively involved mother in her children's lives, since they'd already lost their father. She prayed for a fresh new start. Melanie never offered an apology to her victim. This lack of remorse on Melanie's part only showed how Melanie was more concerned with preserving her own life than acknowledging the traumatizing impact that she'd made on the victim's life. Melanie kept on pleading with the judge for leniency. Melanie's sisters portrayed her previous husband as an immensely abusive man, emphasizing Melanie's entrusting nature towards Denny. Despite the serious nature of the charges, the discussion seemed to center around portraying Melanie positively, with little regard for the well-being of the victim. Melanie's boyfriend addressed the court and drew comparisons to other people who had committed more severe offenses but were given comparatively lighter sentences. He specifically mentioned Cynthia and said that Cynthia's crimes involved children. He emphasized on the fact that while Cynthia's actions were voluntary and took place with her full awareness and cooperation, Melanie's did not. In the end, Melanie was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The sentence was mandated by the aggravated charge. The public was surprised by the fact that Melanie received a more strict sentence compared to Cynthia's 41-year term. But Cynthia's lighter sentence was probably influenced by her acceptance of a plea deal and her decision to not take the case to trial. This action by Cynthia spared the victims from being subjected to further distress. The legal options chosen by Cynthia were not adopted by Melanie, hence, by the end, Melanie was given a stricter punishment. Even after the scrutiny from Melanie's family, the judge maintained the original sentence. The victim, through a statement read in court, expressed the profound impact on her life.
That's fucking crazy,
emotional struggles,
man. That is
anxiety,
one
and panic attacks. She emphasized the incomprehensible betrayal and the lasting trauma by stating that it was now extremely hard for her to look at her body in the mirror, and what Melanie did to her was not okay.
Definitely not okay, bro.
She
Like,
added that she might not be able
she
to
was
indulge
living
in
life
any
and she didn't
romantic
even
activities
know,
with
like,
anyone ever again.
Get the fuck out of here.
In an unexpected turn of events, Denny chose to not go to trial and instead entered a guilty plea in January 2023 as part of his plea deal.
Livingston Parish Deputy Dennis Perkins pleads guilty today and sentenced to 100 years behind bars. Fox 44's investigative reporter Ariel Salk joins us in
100 years. That's wild.
January 1st, 2003, New Year's Day, changes everything.
What? Where'd my game go?
They found a body in a culvert. The body was partially.
A young woman had blood coming from her ear that was not completely dry.
We had no idea who the victim was.
A time for new beginnings turned into pure tragedy when the body of 19-year-old Valerie Zavala Wilson was discovered in a gruesome state. And what came next left the town of Fillmore, California in chills. Valerie's body had been placed in a concrete drainage culvert along an isolated road a few miles away from Fillmore. The bruises all over her partially naked body made it clear that she'd been severely beaten up prior to her death. And with blood still dripping from one of her earlobes, the chilling condition of Valerie's body painted a dark picture of what happened to her the previous night. who could have killed someone so young and kind like Valerie in such a gruesome manner? Was this a random act of violence, or was it someone Valerie had known and trusted who mercilessly took her life? Valerie Diane Zavala Wilson was born on August 20th, 1983 in Santa Paula, California, United States. Her parents, Kevin and Michelle Zavala, welcomed her into the family as their firstborn. Later, Kevin and Michelle went on to have 3 more children.
Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah. My bad.
Jessica and Kristen.
My bad. A little
Brother
slow
named
in the
Kevin.
brain. You know what I'm
A
saying?
little after Kevin came into the world, the Zavala family moved to Fillmore, California. Valerie and her siblings attended Fillmore High School, where Valerie truly shined as an
A
outstanding
little
student.
slow in the brain, brother.
After graduating with honors from Fillmore High, Valerie was accepted into San Jose State University. Choosing liberal arts as her major, Valerie aimed to become an elementary school teacher. At the university, Valerie became a member of the Alpha Kappa Delta Phi sorority and climbed her way up to become the fundraising chairperson of the sorority. Valerie's friends at the university described her as an optimistic person who'd always remain calm and composed. And because of her contagious laugh, Valerie was nicknamed Chugabug by her friends. Sadly,
Just a retard
Valerie's
moment,
trips
brother.
back home turned into
That's
a
all.
tragedy. Although the town of Fillmore had a considerably lower crime rate, the town still had predators who would fly under the radar, even in broad daylight. For the winter break of 2002, Valerie had come home to her family in Fillmore, California. She had a lot of catching up to do. She spent hours talking to her sister Jessica and mother Michelle as they decorated the house for Christmas. It was almost time for New Year's Eve, and Valerie made plans to meet her friends at a party being hosted by another friend, Denise Rotato. On the night of December 31st, 2002, as planned, Valerie arrived at the party. However, nobody saw what was coming next. That night became the last time Valerie was seen alive. The next morning, on January 1st, 2003, a little after sunrise, Valerie's mother noticed that Valerie hadn't returned home from the party. Panicked, she alerted everyone in the house. After calling multiple friends of Valerie, trying to find out where she could be, the family called the Ventura County Police Department and reported Valerie missing. Even though it hadn't been a full day since Valerie was last seen, Michelle, Valerie's mother, knew that something wasn't right. As the detectives geared up to go out and investigate Valerie's disappearance,
4K,
they received
nice.
some tragic news around 10 a.m. that same day. A teenage boy who was on his way home had decided to take a shortcut. This path went through South Mountain Road, a rural road outside Santa Paula, which was about 10 miles west of Fillmore. The road was narrow, so when a vehicle passed by, the boy had to get off the road, which was when he discovered a woman's severed body in a concrete drainage culvert near an orange grove along the road.
What is
He
it?
called the police and
Severed,
reported the
bro.
incident.
What the?
When the detectives
That's
from Ventura
wild.
County Police Department arrived at the
Severed.
scene, their worst fears came true. The body of the woman in the drainage culvert was confirmed to be of 19-year-old Valerie Zavala's. On top of that, the disturbing condition of Valerie's body painted a grim picture, giving detectives a peek into what hell Valerie might have been through before ending up in the culvert. To uncover the mystery of Valerie's gruesome death, detectives Melissa Smith and Bill Ayob from Ventura County Police Department, along with Chief of Police Jose River from OJ Police, took charge. Valerie was lying on her left side.
She did appear to be well kept, nicely manicured nails and hair. Did not appear to be a person who was experiencing homelessness.
It's not somebody that fell out of a car or was hit and fell in. My first thought was something happened during New Year's Eve. A violent crime occurred, and this was the end result of it.
Her body was not yet decomposing, which meant that she hadn't been there for very long. Another fact that confirmed this theory was the blood oozing out of one of her ears, which was still wet. This ear was missing an earring, while the other one was in place. The body was covered in bruises and was almost completely naked. The top had been pulled up to the shoulders, and any bottom wear was missing. Additionally, someone had tried to cover her body with trimmings from a cypress tree, most likely to conceal the body. This was particularly odd, since there were no cypress trees anywhere in the area the body was found. Luckily, detectives found some crucial evidence at the
That's
crime
pretty
scene.
odd, actually.
January 1st, 2003, we wake up maybe 8 or 9 in the morning at our mom's house, and we were all going to have brunch. And my mom couldn't get a hold of Valerie. She had called her a couple times. As the morning kind of progressed, a couple hours went by, and Valerie's still not calling us back. That wasn't like Valerie. Valerie was very much, if I'm going to be here at a certain time, maybe 10 minutes late, but never was she this late. That's where panic kind of went through. My mom wanted to do a missing persons very early on.
With a heavy heart, detectives passed on the sad news to Valerie's family, who'd reported Valerie missing just a few hours earlier. The pain was unbearable, especially for Valerie's mother, Michelle. As sorrowful as Valerie's father, Kevin, was, he wiped his tears away and acted as the pillar of support his family desperately needed. Right after Valerie's body was discovered, without wasting a minute, detectives began investigating the matter. Once the Zavala family was in better condition, detectives reached out to the members to gather as much information as they could. The family told the detectives that around 8:30 p.m., Valerie had left the house with a friend,
Who else in
Anna
chat?
Hinojosa, and a
No
cousin,
idea,
Robert
brother.
Padilla, to attend a New Year's Eve party which took place at another friend's house. That was the last time anyone from Valerie's family had seen her. However, around 1 a.m. on January 1st, 2003, Valerie had called home and informed her mother, Michelle, that she was going to drop off two of her friends who had had too much to drink and would be home soon after that. Valerie's parents stayed up for a little while, but eventually went to bed, thinking that since Valerie was with friends, she might have lost track of time, but would eventually return home. Sadly, she never did, and the Zavala family woke up to the tragic news of her death. Additionally, the detectives asked Valerie's father, Kevin, if Valerie had any enemies who could harm her. Kevin said that he couldn't recall Valerie having any foes, as she was not a mean person, but only a kind one. Kevin couldn't imagine anyone nursing hatred towards Valerie. She just wasn't that type of a person. With enough information to give them a direction, detectives wanted to figure out what had happened at the New Year's Eve party Valerie had been to. They wanted to track all of her movements from that night and establish a timeline of whom she'd been with and when. And to do that, detectives first reached out to Valerie's friend, Denise.
Based on the interviews we were able to gather, Valerie was there at the party. Everybody was having a good time.
After Denise, detectives reached out to Anna. According to Anna, she, Valerie, and Valerie's cousin, Robert Padilla, arrived at the party around 10 p.m. on December 31st, 2002. With drinks, food, dance, and music, it was like any other party. Anna had consumed too much alcohol and had asked Valerie to drive her home that night. Samuel Puebla, also known as Sammy, Fillmore High student who was also a classmate of Valerie's sister Jessica, asked if Valerie could drop him off at his place as well. Acting as the designated driver, Valerie agreed, and the trio left the party around 1:30 a.m., a little after Valerie had called her mother and informed her of her plans. Even though Anna was not completely in her senses, she could recall that Valerie had dropped her off and left with Sammy. Anna also said that Valerie had plans to meet with her ex-boyfriend, Isaac Flores, after she would drop off Sammy and return her car in the morning.
Valerie and Isaac dated maybe for like a year, and their relationship kind of blossomed. I definitely felt
another
that
4K Willow logs.
first true
Willow,
loves.
nice.
Anna remembered getting dropped off at her cousin's house, but
That's
waking
huge.
up the next morning and she couldn't find a car anywhere.
When Anna woke up on the morning of January 1st, 2003, her car wasn't there. Detectives made it a priority to find Anna's car, as it may hold some
Car.
crucial evidence into solving Valerie's case. All the local police stations were alerted to be on the lookout for a black 2003 four-door Toyota Corolla.
The vehicle was entered into the system and broadcasted on our police radio as a possible stolen vehicle. Based on Anna's interview, I didn't suspect that she was involved with Valerie's death. It was important to speak with Samuel Puebla because he was in the car with Valerie and Anna when they left the party.
As officers looked for Anna's car, detectives made their way to Sammy's home to question him about the night in question. Sammy confirmed that he had asked Valerie for a ride home. He told the detectives that after dropping off Anna at her place, Valerie straightaway drove to Sammy's place. He and Valerie shared a brief hug, and Sammy went to his house before waving goodbye to her. That was the last time he saw Valerie. Additionally, backing up Anna's claims, Sammy also said that Valerie was going to see her ex-boyfriend, Isaac. Detectives interviewed everyone who was seen with Valerie at the party. And in the process, they found a video which was captured by another friend at the party. The video showed Valerie in good spirits as she stood in the kitchen with her friends during the New Year countdown.
It's pretty crazy. The
Questioning
old
multiple
footage right
friends of
there.
Valerie, detectives also found out that Isaac, Valerie's ex-boyfriend, was quite a bit older than Valerie. He was known to be possessive and had jealousy issues during the time of their relationship. The couple had faced problems because of Isaac's behavior in the past. As Valerie and Isaac were going to meet up that night, and since Valerie hadn't been seen since, detectives thought that Isaac very well could be the last person who would have seen Valerie alive. With this theory in mind, detectives pinned Isaac as a person of interest in Valerie's case. The next day, on January 2nd, 2003, as the hunt for Isaac picked up pace, the news about Valerie's tragic death traveled throughout the town of Fillmore, and her loved ones mourned the loss. Later, on January 2nd, 2003, in remembrance of their beloved friend, Valerie's sorority sisters organized a candlelight vigil for her in San Jose. They even put up a webpage which displayed a memorial for Valerie. Dozens of friends and sorority and fraternity members from as far as New York posted condolences on the site. Detectives were inching closer to locating Isaac, but before they could pinpoint his exact address, they received a call that changed the detectives' priorities. On January 2nd, 2003, Anna's car was found in the parking lot of a market in Fillmore.
They had found Anna Hinojos' vehicle. It was parked at a market in the city of Fillmore, directly across from the front door of the business. It wasn't like it was hidden or anything like that. It was just basically out in the open. We called out our crime lab to take photographs of the vehicle.
The car showed signs of struggle, which gave detectives a sneak into what horrors Valerie might have been through. Additionally, the car had some items which belonged to Valerie. Those items were immediately taken into evidence.
The things that caught my attention was the jean jacket that was in the back seat. There was also appeared to be a light blue blouse that was with the jacket as well.
Surprisingly, when the detectives successfully found out Isaac's address, it turned out that he lived only a few blocks away from the parking lot where Anna's car was discovered. Additionally, Sammy's place wasn't that far from the parking lot either. All eyes were on Isaac Flores. Hoping to find more answers, detectives finally questioned him. According to Isaac, before Valerie left the party, she'd called him multiple times to wish him a happy new year and tell him that she was coming over to meet him. Isaac added that she never arrived at his place that night. Additionally, Isaac said that even though he and Valerie had broken up about 5 years earlier, they stayed in touch and Valerie would always reconnect with them whenever she was in town.
Until we could confirm his statement, Isaac Flores was certainly a person of interest.
Clearly, detectives didn't find what they were looking for. If Isaac was lying, he had a very solid story to keep him out of trouble. Although detectives were able to confirm that Valerie did make calls to Isaac before leaving the party, they still doubted that she never made it to Isaac's house that night. If Isaac really was involved in Valerie's death, the detectives needed more proof to confirm their theory. And because of that, Isaac was not taken into custody, but still remained a person of interest. A couple of days later, on January 4th, 2003, the coroner completed examining Valerie's body and released the report to the detectives. The report brought to light the gruesome details of what must have been Valerie's final few moments. And along with disclosing the cause of death, the report confirmed that Valerie was murdered. Based on the autopsy report, detectives were able to figure out that Valerie had been killed somewhere else, and then, in an attempt to get away undetected, the killer had dumped the body in the concrete drainage culvert. Additionally, there was also someone's saliva found on Valerie's chest. The forensic lab collected samples of it to do DNA tests, but getting a match to this DNA wouldn't be easy. Detectives suspected that it must have been Isaac's DNA on Valerie's body, but to confirm that, they needed Isaac's DNA sample. And with no solid evidence against him at that moment, getting a warrant for collecting a DNA sample was next to impossible for the detectives.
The best possible item I could have got other than the tome
Later,
or
the Zavala family made
the
arrangements
X.
to organize a funeral for Valerie and later to rest at Bardsdale Cemetery, Fillmore, Ventura County, California. Many of Valerie's loved ones were present at the funeral, But Sammy was the first to walk up to his grieving classmate and Valerie's sister Jessica to offer his condolences. Although the detectives continued investigating the case, they desperately needed more help. And to do so, a reward of $1,000 was put out. The reward would be claimed by anyone who could give any information related to Valerie's case. Luckily, detectives didn't have to wait for very long. They received a call from an eyewitness, which brought crucial changes to the detectives' investigative methods.
A local resident in the area, and she told us that her and her husband were driving through the area on the day that we discovered Valerie's body. They did notice a subject that was next to a teal-colored, older-looking van. A Hispanic male, in his early 20s, a bit heavy set, maybe a pot belly, and he was standing on the side of the van with the door open as they drove by. So we had a sketch artist meet with this witness, and they put together a composite of the person that they saw. And we put together a news release within this composite and provided that for the news outlets.
We cast a wide net. There was information pushed out to the public, hoping that we could get some help in identifying who this person was. There was a very realistic possibility that that person could have been the killer.
Once the sketch was completed, detectives released it to all the police stations in and around Fillmore. The frightening thought of a killer roaming free in their town caused quite a panic in Fillmore. And even though the detectives had foreseen this kind of response, they released the sketch anyway, along with some more descriptive details to alert the citizens to be on the lookout for a man in question and keep their doors locked to ensure their safety. Another day went by, and the detectives received another tip. This tip came from a couple who was driving out of Fillmore after a New Year's Eve party in the early morning hours of New Year's Day.
They said it was late at night, early morning hours. They happened to look over and see a subject standing next to Anna's black sedan that was parked inside the market. It was dark, but she described a male subject, probably about 200 pounds, in his 20s.
They actually described the jacket that the subject was wearing.
It had a dark center and lighter color, possibly gray sleeves. She described it as similar to Raider jacket color.
This description of a man seen next to Anna's black sedan matched the description obtained through the previous tip provided by another witness. Detectives were quite convinced that the man observed in both the scenarios could be the same one. And although the descriptive details of the two-tone gray jacket gave detectives an edge towards narrowing down their list of suspects, they still didn't have a name. Detectives spent hours trying to hunt this man down, but even after their tireless efforts, the man's identity remained a mystery. And with that, Valerie's case stalled. Just when the detectives thought they were headed towards a dead end, a sudden development gave investigators some new clues. Another detective who had been on vacation when Valerie's murder and the initial investigation into her took place returned to Fillmore on January 6, 2003. He was updated about Valerie's case in detail, and upon hearing Sammy's name, he was reminded of a past incident when he had questioned Sammy regarding a burglary in early December of 2002. The detective said that in Sammy's case, he'd broken into a home around midnight on one of the early days of December 2002 and stolen items from the property. Out of those stolen items, he'd kept some for himself and thrown away the rest of the items in a dumpster located in the back parking lot of the St. Francis of Assisi Church along Highway 126 and C Street in Fillmore. Aware of the fact that criminals would usually stick to their old ways which had worked for them in the past, detectives thought if Sammy was involved in Valerie's gruesome murder, there may be some crucial evidence in that dumpster and its surrounding area in the church parking lot. And although it was a long shot, detectives decided to give it a go and arrived at the St. Francis of Assisi Church on January the 8th, 2003. They looked for any evidence related to Valerie's case that the killer might have left behind, and soon they hit the bullseye.
When they searched the dumpster area in the parking lot, they did find a pair of black ladies' underwear and also a black earring.
That was the same as the earrings still inside Valerie's ear in the culvert.
They also found one set of large shoe prints with a large stride, another set of much smaller shoe prints.
Along with the women's underwear, the earring, and 2 sets of footprints, detectives found something more.
Additionally, there were some cypress branches located around the dumpster that were similar to the ones that were found where Valerie's body was recovered in the culvert.
All the evidence gathered from the parking lot and the church behind the dumpster was sent to a lab for DNA testing. Even though Isaac had been tagged as the initial suspect in Valerie's murder, the noose of suspicion seemed to be tightening around Sammy's neck. Detectives moved ahead with the theory that Sammy dumped Valerie's belongings in the dumpster after murdering her, just as he did after committing the robbery. Just the next day, detectives showed up at Sammy's house to question him again. Detectives hoped that he would now reveal some new information, but yet again, Sammy repeated his original story. He was adamant that he and Valerie hugged for a brief moment, and after that, she left to see Isaac. With Sammy refusing to budge, detectives found themselves at a dead end once again. However, 3 weeks later, the DNA results came in and confirmed that the earring and the underwear found in the dumpster behind the church did belong to Valerie Zavala Wilson. Detectives now had some strong evidence against Sammy, and with that, they decided to get a DNA sample from him. With a sufficient amount of evidence at hand, getting a warrant wasn't hard for the detectives.
We needed to obtain a search warrant for Sammy Pueblo's DNA. We needed to collect a cheek swab
$39K.
from Sammy for DNA processing.
We weren't going to stop working this case. Valerie could be anybody's daughter. And honestly, this family's been through a lot. We want to make sure that we type that DNA so that we have it for comparison to find out if his DNA could potentially be at the crime scene, in the vehicle, on Valerie.
Soon after acquiring the warrant, detectives arrived at Sammy's house once again to search his house, get his fingerprints, and to swab his cheek for a DNA sample. In order to compare the shoe prints found at the location where Valerie's body was discovered, detectives asked Sammy what shoes he was wearing on the night of that New Year's Eve party. Surprisingly, Sammy brought out a pair and willingly handed them over to the detectives.
What?
As the search was being carried out at Sammy's residence, detectives stumbled upon some items which brought forth Sammy's wicked nature.
Found a number of items in his bedroom that made me believe he was involved in collecting trophies from young women in the community. He had several different stashes of women's underwear. He had some cellular telephones that were later identified as belonging to young ladies in the community that had reported them stolen from their purses or from their bedrooms as they slept.
Here you have a guy who obviously is getting a thrill by going into someone's residence, knowing that they're there and not taking things of value, but taking, panties and bras and those types of items and keeping them as a token or trophy of his behavior. And it just kind of coincided with the hot prowl burglary that Detective Almazan was investigating.
At some point during the search, Sammy was taken outside for a more direct interview with the detectives. The first thing detectives asked Sammy was if he had ever been intimate with Valerie, or if the two of them had ever been more than friends. Sammy straight up denied having any romantic relations with Valerie and persisted that the two of them were only friends, if not acquaintances. Detectives then started telling Sammy about the evidence found at the dumpster and the saliva which was found on Valerie's chest. They directly asked him if there was a possibility of his DNA ending up on Valerie's body. Detectives weren't expecting a confession from Sammy. The purpose of telling these details to him was to see if he would change his story.
At that point in time, I noticed that Sammy was perspiring, and it was unusual given the temperature. And it was at that time that Sammy Pueblo's story changed from simply having a hug at the end of their night when she dropped him off to his claim that they were going to engage in consensual sexual behavior.
Sammy told the detectives that it happened right after they dropped Anna off at her place. According to Sammy, he and Valerie started kissing each other. He added that Valerie drove to the parking lot of the St. Francis of Assisi church and turned off the engine. One thing led to another, and Valerie ended up taking her clothes off before engaging in intercourse with Sammy. Knowing that Valerie had plans to meet her ex-boyfriend after dropping Anna and Sammy off, this revised version of Sammy's story wasn't making any sense to the detectives. They weren't buying one bit of that story. But to get more information out of Sammy, they decided to play along.
And I'm thinking to myself, this guy is a complete liar. He is making this up. My suspicions about him being involved in this even grew even larger than that.
But he knew that he had to explain why his DNA could potentially be at the crime scene, in the vehicle, on Valerie. And so we go from no intimate contact to having had sexual contact with her. That is a big red flag.
By this time, Sammy started to show signs of discomfort. Detectives noticed the uneasiness in his body language and asked if he was okay. Sammy said that he was cold. One of the detectives went inside Sammy's house to fetch him a jacket and, shockingly, pulled out the one with 2 gray tones.
I did pull out a jacket out of a pile of clothes, and it just so happens to have a dark center chest area and light-colored gray sleeves. I thought to myself, this is the jacket that the people saw the subject wearing, and there was blood on the upper left chest of the jacket. I collected that jacket as evidence.
That was obviously then a priority to get that processed through the crime lab.
Just like the one earlier
That's pretty
witnesses had
crazy.
described when they saw a man standing next to Anna's car in the parking lot of the market. All the detectives had to do now was to wait for the DNA results. The detectives eagerly awaited the results from DNA testing, but that would take some time. However, the crime lab returned a report confirming a match between Sammy's shoe print and the prints found near Valerie's body.
That shoe print from the crime scene was positively identified to the sneaker that Sammy gave us. The shoe print was kind of the linchpin that put him where the body was found.
Everything that we had in the crime scene location, where the car is at, and the fact that his story changed so many times, and he was the last person to see her alive. My gut feeling was that he was responsible for Valerie's death. And we're just waiting for all the DNA evidence to come back to put a solid case against him.
While this did place Sammy at the crime scene, it still wasn't enough to charge him. In the meantime, the detectives continued building a case against Sammy. After months of waiting, detectives finally got back the DNA results. The saliva found on Valerie's body was confirmed to be Sammy's. But what completely sealed Sammy's guilt was the fact that the blood found on Sammy's jacket belonged to Valerie.
We received the results from the jacket, and we compared that to Valerie's DNA, and it was a match.
For us, really, the big thing was the jacket, because you can't refute that her blood was on your jacket.
No shit.
There was saliva that was found on her chest, and that DNA that was linked to him.
It was the tipping point for what we were looking for.
I felt very confident that Samuel Pueblo was really responsible for Valerie's death. At that point, we need to make the arrest.
And with that, detectives had enough to make an arrest. On June 3, 2003, Sammy was arrested for murder. The news of his arrest sent shockwaves through the community. Sammy was a straight-A student, a football player, and had previously been crowned prom king at Fillmore High.
When Sammy Pueblo was arrested, there was a lot of disbelief in the community. They thought we had the wrong person. I mean, this was a homecoming king 4.0 student, and just was really hard for people to accept.
The Fillmore community couldn't believe that Sammy was the one who murdered Valerie. They thought that the detectives had made a huge mistake. But thankfully, the amount of evidence against Sammy outweighed the community's beliefs.
When I found out that Sammy was being arrested for Valerie's murder, I was at the church where she was killed. I chose to go to this church because I felt that maybe I was closer to her by there. It felt like church is where I needed to be. I was still in denial because Sammy was the first one to come up and hug me at the funeral. This is my friend. I still just couldn't grasp the reality of it. I was angry. It was like it happened all over again.
Sammy's trial began on July 9th, 2004. Backed up by the prosecution, the detectives theorized that Sammy killed Valerie in the parking lot of the St. Francis of Assisi Church and later dumped her body in the concrete culvert along the South Mountain Road outside Fillmore. According to them, Valerie desperately fought for her life in her final moments. The prosecution's theory stated that Sammy had made a pass at Valerie, but when she resisted his advances and tried to stop him, he turned violent and tried to assault her. Valerie fought back harder, and Sammy ended up choking her. Valerie was knocked out, but soon regained consciousness and was able to flee the car. Sammy got out of the car as well, caught up with Valerie, and chased her into the parking lot of the St. Francis of Assisi Church, leaving behind...
Alright, Sean, God bless, brother, God bless.
Sammy then struck Valerie in the head and ruptured her eardrum, which caused her earring to fly onto the pavement. Sammy tried to take off Valerie's clothes and attempted, unsuccessfully, to assault her. He pushed her to the ground and continued assaulting her, but Valerie fought back with all her strength, trying to defend herself. Eventually, Sammy struck her repeatedly in the head, which caused severe injuries. Sammy then leaned on Valerie's chest and strangled her manually and didn't stop until Valerie's pulse slowly faded away and then completely stopped. He picked up her clothes and other belongings and threw them in the dumpster behind the church. Since his home was only a few blocks away from the church, he went home to get the teal van, only to take Valerie's lifeless body to dispose of it in the concrete drainage culvert along the South Mountain Road, which was when he was seen by the couple heading out of Fillmore after the New Year's Eve party. Later, Sammy returned to the church's parking lot, picked up Anna's car, and left it in the market's parking lot, where he was seen by the other witness. Sammy's trial lasted about a month, and the day of the verdict, August 2nd, 2004, finally arrived. Valerie's friends and family members requested the judge to give Sammy the harshest sentence possible so the world outside would be a safer place. The jury deliberated for 6 hours and came back with a verdict. Sammy was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted assault, and the special circumstance of felony murder during the course of the attempted assault. He was handed a life sentence and would not be eligible for parole. Seeing Sammy receive a life sentence brought some closure to Valerie's family and friends, but nothing would bring back everyone's beloved Valerie.
What do we put on? Watch some Apex for a bit.
Yep. Someone in the gas is here. Where's this guy? That's double red armor.
Side, they're walking up right side. Yeah, I think he has John Matt with you. One, dead. Bang 50 plus, 50 plus. Bang one, bang one. I'm bad on your knock.
Play res,
I'm bad on your knock. I'm about to match you. Yeah, I'm bad.
I need drop.
I saw Horizon.
You jumped down below me.
30 seconds, you guys gotta win this.
One's inside. Inside.
Can you go to the door?
Inside, guys. Two on me.
One Horizon back, watch out, one Horizon back. I stuck one. Crack you, both one.
One shot, nice.
Crack you, both one.
One shot, nice.
Alright, my bad.
Bottom, Evan, you see that? Two down here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm backing up. I can't play with there.
We cannot lose this rock. Well, you go walk up on it then. guy down.
Backing
There's
up.
2 guys in this corner here.
Yeah, backing
They
up.
solo
scan me.
I have to back up now. I might die now. He's peeking
Left
on the
silo.
left. I got bowed from the right through gas.
Backing up.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Matt. You can ult that?
Is this your Bengal?
I'm white B. Coming on. Blocking left. Blocking left. Nice.
I couldn't. Like, what are you doing, man? Bro, I got headshot through the gas completely. Like,
Yeah, I shouldn't have walked on the silo. That's
I
trash.
shouldn't have walked up at all. Fuck, I thought I could hold that. Bro.
Slide to the right.
It is one team. It is one team. If you come to me, you can like play it.
Okay. I'm waiting for your next smoke.
They're gonna try to maybe 8 me, boys. Guys, I need help.
Trying to slide to hell. Slide into hell.
One down. Dead.
Going balcony.
Standing. I saw you, Evan. Saw you.
Yeah, I'm backing up. Batting back. Start.
Who's nading?
Right side bin.
We gotta kill this guy. Can we kill this guy?
Yeah. Yep. Double swap. Batting.
Hold on, I'm sliding, bro. They're trying to slide on me.
I'm gonna keep on all.
One's dead. I killed one. I bought a med. They're dying to another team.
Yeah, it's one up, I think.
Hearing how out of nowhere. That's hilarious. Like, what the fuck?
In the queue. Nice. I'm weak. It's all you guys behind you, Jordan.
We couldn't do anything. What? I'm literally getting double Costa gulted. Like, I'm trying to live fucking forever. We have to. This team evac in Cascade. I don't know where they're going with that. Yeah, carried with the top guy.
Ooh, look at those shots. Damn, I actually hit him. I was gonna say shooting like me, but he actually hit the shot, so I can't say it no more.
Like landing on me. Yeah, I'm looking.
Good up to you.
Got it back.
One guy in the tree.
Yeah, one was. I'm gonna bang up these guys.
I don't know if that's a good bangle.
I thought about. They don't have Horizon.
He's gonna die here.
Caustic low. One shot Caustic. He's getting about
on the roof.
On the roof.
Guys, right side. I'm white B.
Inside.
I'm white B.
Caustic low. I got scan out.
Backing up. There's blood on the roof. Put the on blood. Not the bat. Or mech it. I'm gonna die here. That's all you guys.
That is like, alright. These guys are fucking certain words I want to say. Certain words I want to say, but I cannot say. Come over here, Jordan.
But I cannot say. Talk about true freedom.
You shoot them on my side. I cracked the bang. Kill one. Crack another. Crack the blood.
You're coming, bro.
You died.
Should I come?
No, stay there. Is that a guy?
I have cost gold for them.
I have a wingman, but blue armor. They're getting shot in the back.
Coming to you.
Oh my god, he's one. He died. Can we kill us?
Alright. Yeah, I'm ulting that. Ultimate.
Yes.
Batting. One to my ult.
I need help. Last guy's in the knock.
He's my ult.
He's in 3. It's a top.
Walk in. Dead.
Okay, we're gonna get mirror. We might get mirror, so we can play out here on me.
Still 2 arcs.
I have no arcs.
Guy on the right crane.
I'm looking left. We might have to look this. I think we have to wipe left, boys. Wipe left.
Okay.
My flame burns low, Gandalf.
Look here.
We'll come to you guys.
Kill kill him.
XP don't stop for no one.
And they're all, and they're full thing. Got one, 30 plus
I'm
one.
locking up hard.
Hitting that. Right side walking down. Right side walking down. Man, shot my back. I think we got mirrored. Yeah, we're getting mirrored.
We gotta
Do the
kill us,
walk through.
we gotta kill us. He's down here. Someone's down here on my ping.
Yeah.
We got mirrored from where?
Right here.
Oh, I think.
Left, dead, kill, go, finish. What? Left, antidote, left.
I can't help you guys.
Not good for me. Not good for me.
Must have to heal again.
I can't.
One more
cannot.
tick.
Can't get out, bro.
I can't, man. I can't. I cannot.
I can't get out, bro.
I just can't, man. How do we get pushed from there, man?
I don't know what made them go for that. That was kind of insane.
Taking this one for me.
Oh, this is gonna be a terrible landing. I can already tell. This is just gonna be fucking dog shit.
Keep the door open.
Someone's in there. I think someone's in there, maybe. Yep.
Okay.
Come down. Can you come down?
Not a good landing at all.
Got in.
They're gonna Costco. Can you smoke, you fucking useless fuck?
You useless fuck. Damn.
Gonna ult this.
You are like so useless. Holy fucking shit, man. Like.
Damn. That's actually pretty rude.
Holy shit. You just sit there and wait until we get fucking shot. Like, you don't smoke anything until it's already too late.
Team just took it, bro.
Watch out, caustic.
Thing walking up.
They're looking at A+.
They're about to cook the ult.
Kill one. They're walking up. Walking up.
Caustic dead. Get the weak. Get the one. Get the one.
Okay, let's walk in. Why is this guy bowing us?
I got headshot. I'm gonna die.
I'm safe here.
There's safe spot. Coming to you.
I'm full safe on me.
I can push the north now. One's looking north.
Yeah, they are. They're looking at us. We're dead.
Ulting that. Coming up.
We're just dead. Like, why is this team just running at us, you stupid fucks? Like, what the fuck are we even supposed to do there, man? Like, why is this team just running at us? Holy fuck, man.
That was a good video. Oh, no fucking shot. I didn't pick up the potion. Like, fuck me, bro. Just burn. Just burn. Nice. We've got 40K, chat. We've got 40K. 40K. We need 200K cash stack. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna get 99. We're gonna get the 200K cash stack, and we're gonna get 90. Oh shit, whatever. I'll be able to do this one. We're gonna get the cash stack though, and then we stop opening up the packages essentially. And then we're just gonna open them all after the fact once we get our levels up. I don't even know what to put on anymore, man.
Yeah, what it is.
People say that and I don't see it. Jeremy Austin. He's a good looking man.
Wait, where are you from?
Where what? He's from here. He's from here. Jeremy
Osmond, that's a good candidate for a good-looking turning pro.
He's a good-looking turning pro. I mean, are we talking American pros? Or
I gotta give a shout out to my guy Brandon Check Harris. He provides some of the only and best.
I see you in those comments.
Honey, I'm chasing him like he a honey ham.
You're trying to climb him like a tree.
Chasing him like he's a honey ham. Now imagine if a guy was on there saying this about a girl. Motherfucker's getting fired.
But man, those thighs when he posts that kickboxing video, I'm like, baby, smother me with those things. Sorry, I didn't say that. My bad.
You know what I'm saying?
Kitty is rubbing off on us. I think actually we're usually like this.
Yes. What? I'm just saying it's a different kind of I want to, but I can't. Like I can't play this against you.
You can just quietly fold. You can just quietly fold.
We don't need the speech.
Yeah, we really don't.
It's a good hand. You can make a lot of straights with it. Yeah, that's right.
That's a shove hand.
Wow, what a legend.
Oh?
Rough RNG this run so far.
He's a cute kid. I love that kid. What does that mean?
He's got the hair going too. I mean, it's hard to beat the hair.
He's a nice guy.
I think, let me think, in terms of American tournament pros, because all of my top 10 are going to be, no offense, European. No offense to my home country men.
You can keep him. I certainly don't want him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
turtleneck wearing.
That just like judges.
Bro, the turtleneck now. Come on.
Yes, I will.
You know what? Just for that, I'm turning that shit off. Fuck you, Poker Stars or World Poker. Fuck yo shit. We turtleneck enjoyers up in this bitch.
Answer is yes. 100K to go. Mr. Long's 10-8 eventually hits the mark.
Saw a card there. 8 a hop.
Wow. What about?
I saw it, yeah.
Wow, Savannah now seeing an 8 folded. Maybe suspicious as to what exactly.
Yeah.
You have 8.
8.
There we go.
Somewhat powerless, however,
Done. Anyone? Turn.
to do much about it.
Don't open art. Okay.
Okay, fine.
As the rabbit hunt was on there, per Rob's request.
Yeah.
Would you call if you don't see his card?
Huh?
Would you call if you don't see his card?
No. You call?
No, would you call if
You don't see the call. You had 2 pair?
Yeah. Queen 7.
Queen 7.
See on the stream. Queen 7. Mr. Long. I saw
One
it.
heart gone.
I saw it, so I had to say. Yeah. Hope someone has 8-7 there.
Straight up?
Wait. Santosh, it's your day today.
5K. Goes to 5.
When that happens, when would you ever fold a flush draw? Ever?
No.
Wow.
Eight heart.
I don't have flush draw. I have ace.
Backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor flush, yes.
That's enough.
Yes. Ace apart.
And nuts.
And pair also. 8
My small blind.
Wow.
Yeah, ace 8.
5 to play, sorry.
Still a good hand.
Yeah,
But he made it very expensive.
yeah.
It was too greedy. If he made it 40,
I can't make it 40. 30 in the middle, 20. He bet 20, call 20. I made it
size. Pot size.
420.
You want to take that back? That was greedy?
no, sorry.
Rob still in the post-mortem from the last pot where he made it 100K and ended things on the flop. Finds himself involved in one here where Tony G's pocket sixes have bet.
I deserve it. Yeah.
But the focus. He came to my casino and won all the money. Very much upon Phil Nagy's ace-queen, which is top pair, but up against Ferdinand Putra's bottom 2.
Yeah. The whole casino remembers it still.
Yeah, that was really bad for me.
Putra with one of those hands, Ali, where you want a bit of protection, but you're also not really thrilled.
That was great.
The chance to play
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, 15.
1,000 big blind pot with bottom 2. It does make it 70,000, gets Tony out of there.
Gets me back in the end.
Nagy not going anywhere just yet. 189 in the middle.
You have a throat infection?
For an ace or a queen.
Damn, bro.
Dodge. And there
You got a
is,
throat
Ali.
infection.
Queen of clubs.
That's no good.
Right on cue.
What a key card that is for Phil Nagy, who admittedly I thought was snake bit after seeing this pot. He's maintained discipline and found some laydowns in spite of being buried, but here, you probably don't remember.
I do remember.
Might this be I don't know why I tried to do the bare ace on you. A meaningful step forward?
I wasn't that.
For Phil Nagy, it certainly rates to be the case, as Putra bets 150,000, Henry.
I wasn't focused on the game.
That is a big turn barrel from Ferdinand, and all of a sudden, there's just shy of 500,000 going to the river.
Hope you feel better, Ninja.
A river which counterfeits Putra, a disastrous card. And it's not often that one would seek to shut it down after investing this much into a pot, but this certainly feels to me, Henry, like one of those situations where that is absolutely warranted. And Putra agrees as he checks, and of course, with the stone nuts, Nagy will very comfortably fire something into this 489, and I would imagine no matter what it is, 5-4. I remember almost every hand I played.
It's like a pot-sized bet.
Big hand I played in poker, you know, it's weird. I can't remember other things, but with poker.
What an amusing game we play.
I can remember a great.
Ali gives Nagy the nuts, but inadvertently kind of costs him
I folded aces.
from making more money.
Isn't that interesting? He's thinking gin.
Yeah.
But really, this is a helping of nothing more than tonic.
It's like, please have, you know, 4s, 5s, deuce 3.
That was a big bluff as well. That one. I think 700,000 bluff. Isn't it? Wow. It's weird how you remember poker hands. Is that a Teddy KGB-esque Oreo at the ear sort of situation? Oh, sorry. Going to the frog? I didn't know the black. Emblematic of a very strong hand?
I have a read that it's always nutted from what I've seen, but I have a very small sample. But typically used whenever his opponents take more than 15 seconds with a decision. kind of needle, if you will. Putra really thinking things through here. Unblocking clubs, unblocking gut shots, straight draws. Nothing but a bluff catcher. What hands would Nagy polarize with here?
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. You heard the man. This isn't posturing. This isn't TV time. He's facing a nuts or nothing bet on the river, and it doesn't make sense.
And you're saying this because, given that Putra was in the big blind, defending, that the presence of deuce 3 on occasion in his range, or maybe even the pocket 4s or pocket 5s that you spoke of, would leave anything short of aces full much less apt to put this barrel out there. Even the ace-king not going to do this.
Precisely, Ali, and I think Putra believes, you know, he would have heard from those hands other than ace-queen on previous streets. Don't forget, Tony G opened, Nagy called, Putra defended. So it's like, would Nagy do this with an ace-3, an ace-deuce? I don't think so. I don't think he bets this big. Would a hand like 5s or 4s, ace-5, ace-4, just flat call the c-bet from Tony? And then just flat call the check raise?
I think the flat call of the check raise on the turn is really where things get murky for Ferdinand.
Oh. Does get away from it.
Ace queen or bluff?
Okay, Mr. Young.
Oh, ace queen. Ooh, nuts. Lucky.
Yeah, but
No. Very lucky for me. Lucky river.
Nagy showed the ace queen, and Putra realizes he dodged a real bullet.
Oma table. No?
Rob Young, snap, ace queen or nothing. Let's go with the live read.
Listen,
I mean,
Rob is a seasoned veteran of the game. Been around the block.
Huh? Yeah, then
he messaged me, partly about mom.
You made it today? You are going?
That's not amateur hour parked in the one hole.
No, not at all.
I mean, like,
The guy that says he's playing the Invitational, Iraj Pravani, we approved him as a VIP.
Yeah, super VIP.
But
That's
I need to get him to post. Yeah.
If it's on your bankroll.
Ace queen 3 as
everybody
both Suvarna and
That's a
Young
diverse flop.
have top pair, and yet it's the fire starter Phil Nagy who is barreling with Jack 9, maybe feeling it a bit.
It's about to say 5 ways to a turn, but Rob's raised it up to 25.
You don't have.
I had 2 6s that hand.
Looking for a bit of clarity.
Oh my God.
Is Young, I think.
That hand before.
Hello?
5-4.
Yeah, man. We're getting some good loot out of this shit
Probably
early.
better.
Almost got the full set.
Making a bit of a meal of it, perhaps?
Kind of. Got
Maybe
3
more
pieces.
so just like, what could happen if I do drill that 4 outer? It's a rainbow board, but with 3 players behind.
And the inability to close the action if we do flat the 25,000 and suddenly a 3-bet comes in behind us.
Santosh going nowhere, of course. Top pair, backdoor hearts. Always qualifies, as Tony G likes to say. 100k and change in the middle.
And an 8 added to the middle ingredients that you spoke of. Wow, Rob really pressing matters here, and For the time being, the 5 does play for Santosh. As you see, the vast majority of the time on the river, they will be chopping, and this is one of those occasions. But
I think once I hit 75 fire making, I'm gonna go do some solos.
We'll get there, and indeed,
Ace.
Ace deuce, not
2
good.
quick checks
Jump.
after the 10 rolls off, and we'll pay a visit to the carving board.
She's bet the river. Fancy re-raising with ace deuce.
Rob's trying to lock up that seat for tomorrow night. Santosh hasn't folded top pair since 2017, by the way. Wouldn't recommend trying that one at home. There's a quick look at the chip counts. Savannah up around 750. Tony up 4. Nagy down around 8. Long up 200. Boss up 200. Yong down 500. And Putra up around 150.
Snap call. I snap call you, pair of 3. Ace.
If Rob bet, I call. Otherwise, I fold. Don't easy bet, fold. Correct.
Come on.
I thought can I
A lovely look there at the
any other river?
high stakes salon.
I bet. Because I know.
Playing host to tonight's festivities.
Only 4 lives.
Truly opulent surroundings.
Otherwise, you won't be winning. Oh, chop only. If 4 come, river, I win.
I'm going to bet river, no picture card. I don't think you can call.
Yeah, I call. River, I call. Yeah. How much you are betting? 200K I fold. Below 100 I call.
Seems to make all the action.
Fuck, I'm starving right now.
Good luck, Mr. Long. I think I have 1% chance of winning this hand.
Mr. Long flats for 4,000 and then gets charged another 16 by Rob's King Jack, which hops in front of his Ace 10
You're scaring me.
on this Jack 6-6 board with a second check in front of him. Rob now more content to barrel. And the 25K gets called by Mr. Long, who binks the
Oh,
ace.
no way.
Oh, yeah. See, I have 1% chance.
Oh, yes, on the river.
1% chance of winning.
Why flop check?
Yeah.
Flop bet, T4.
Impossible to win. Issue.
Bet call.
Huh?
Flop bet call.
Flop, bet, call. Of course you call, yeah, of course.
Call.
Well, then turn, maybe you fold. So I think I play it bad.
Flop bet, turn bet, E fold.
Yeah.
No.
No, flop bet. 50 call. Bet. Turn. Why?
Guy on the left that looks like he just doesn't even want to be there.
I play bad.
Rob lamenting the line that he chose to take there,
You
perhaps
don't have confidence going into the hand. It affects how you
lost opportunity to win that pot as opposed to lose it.
I should always bet that flop. You could have like.
I fucked up right there. I wasn't paying attention.
Paris.
Could have controlled his own destiny in that one.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah, I do love the post-mortems. You know, what could have been in these million different hypothetical situations. We've all been there. If I had bet this much, would you have folded?
Oh, you can get really into your own head.
Oh, yeah.
As the butterfly effect thoughts percolate. Meanwhile, 2 clubs, 2 5s, and a 9. Percolating into the flop.
Ran.
Putra
Nice. Alright, chat. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make some nudes.
Now he's picked up a 10 high flush draw, courtesy of a card that pairs Putra. And as it goes check, check.
I'm gonna go make some nudes. I'll be right back.
Give Nagy a winner.
The tide's potentially turning this third frame. Gets paid, Ali.
Picked the right number, apparently.
To 1.4 now.
certainly seemed like a weird time to bring it up, given that Putra paid off the river there. But I think overall, the body of work he's turned in has been one that exemplifies kind of his discipline, as you alluded to. I like his game, Henry.
Certainly a fan. Would love to see more cash game action with him. Just, it's like the perfect kind of player to have in the mix. Tight aggressive.
Yeah.
Doesn't mind playing big pots. Seems to have a game plan and he's stuck to it pretty much.
He's a money manager.
Scary.
Do you know if we can invest? What's the minimum buy-in to his fund? Maybe a bit rich for our blood, but
I don't know, but I would imagine,
Always call this.
you know,
Flop.
at our level, we wouldn't really be welcome.
Okay, that's nice. Killed.
I have king.
King. You win?
I have 7-8. It's poker. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I might be lying.
I wish the viewers could see the smirk on your face, although I'm sure many of them have seen it over the years.
Or sensed it.
Devilish.
What does that mean?
6,000.
Oh.
Reasonable button open here from Nagy's ace deuce. Those are a couple of the more adhesive blinds in the building, though, in Long and Suvarna. Both hanging tough, taking the 9-5-3 board, which connects with Suvarna for bottom pair. Nagy's got the wheel gutter.
That's that one.
So crazy, tech now.
Crazy.
Checked around on the flop, and now Santosh firing 10,000 with a pair of threes. And it gets through.
That looked like the 4 of spades that he showed there.
Certainly didn't show the 3, did he? Well, based on what we've seen thus far,
Thank you.
It's like Rob's conversing with Mr. Long, courtesy of Google Translate.
see, the thing about Google Translate in these situations, especially if you're invoking poker nomenclature, is that it can go a bit wrong.
Very good marketer.
Suddenly you think you're saying, nice hand,
These are the ones that tell the truth.
love that you floated on the flop, and then knuckled back the turn, barreled the river. That's not going to come out
That's not the
right.
message. That is definitely
You
not
know,
the message.
You could really end up offending someone without intent.
I promise you, and that is not the message. I think it's more, let's get Tony G.
I think Tony G specifically might have stood out in that audio that we
No.
heard.
No, what's
You
I
think
mean,
there's a translation for
what do you-
Tony G?
What do you think your name is in Vietnamese?
My name with a Vietnamese accent. That's what I think it is. I don't think there's a translation, as bottom pair has translated into a call of this 20K bet from Phil Nagy for Santosh Suvarna. Phil sitting pretty with second pair. Pleased to have the field whittled down to a heads-up exchange as a very innocent 6 of clubs rolls off, but nevertheless, Nagy will play pot control, knuckle back, and Santosh.
The old block.
Yeah. A little block bet. You can see he kind of recognized it might have been an exercise in futility, but
Wow.
took a shot.
Blocker bet.
Blocker bet.
If we bet, I call.
You know what I want in life, Henry?
I'm out of touch with poker.
Yeah.
Tell me, Ali.
I want to get to a place where I can light a match to 15 dimes and then chuckle in the manner that Santos just did in life. Generally, when I set 15,000 ablaze, chuckling is not the ensuing emotion that I convey.
No, in fact, there are times where that has happened in the booth and you turn into Jack Jack from the Invincibles 2. Just fiery and steam coming from that side of the booth.
You don't have children, do you, Henry?
Not that I know of, Ali.
Help me
Alright,
understand
yo, I'm
why it
back.
is that you've
Let's
seen
go,
the
baby.
Invincibles 2 then.
I'm fucking back. We got
Nostalgia
the nudes.
is the only reason.
John.
From Invincibles 1?
Yeah, childhood memories, you know.
I'll allow it. I have no idea who Jack Jack
Let's
is.
go. Ghost.
Sure, most viewers my age.
Hope you recover. Yeah.
Naki.
One can only pray.
Pray.
Yo, I can't be here long because I have school. Go to sleep. What's wrong with you? Go fuck to sleep, boss.
The bottom pair.
The fuck's the matter for you?
The most deadly.
Close them eyes, boy.
Also had the backdoor hearts working, but
I made a hot chocolate and I made me some nudes, chat. Let's go.
This is a minish
Exquisite.
sizing from Nagy here, and let's see Rob's
I
reaction.
love it. I
And
love
see,
it.
pouncing on what he perceives to be a bit of cheekiness.
It has a really nice hand to do it with, of course. You're blocking the biggest value hand. Sevens.
Teaming those
queen
nudes
seven.
real quick and we chillin'. Let's see if we can't find something else
And
to
I think
watch.
for Nagy, this was very much a product of the race
Don't get me
size
wrong,
he
I love me some
chose
poker.
that allowed for Rob to put the 3-bet in there against a larger size. He'll be far less inclined.
I think I found what we're gonna watch, chat.
So the best hand hits the muck.
Oh!
Not the second one is not so much. The second one not so much.
That was pretty funny.
Yo, what's up, Chad? How we doing, dude? Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, Chad, log me the f***ing man. Here we go. Game number 1 for A versus B. Here we go, baby. Uksako now fighting.
Yeah, they popped out. Watch out. I think that.
Good full kill by Uksako, too.
Yeah. I'm back. I'm safe. I scanned it away.
I need a fucking better haircut, man.
Nice.
Goddamn.
Nade.
Wookie's gonna be moving out of the apartment soon. Nice. Is he getting a house, I'm assuming?
Yeah. I need help. I'm coming to you. I'm popping the bat.
Can they actually take this fight still? 2v2? Well, now they don't have the height of this, too. This
You're
is-
scared of heights? Oh, come on. Pitter patter.
Pretty bad. For 2R1C.
Don't tell me you got like vertigo or whatever.
Can you rest? I'm playing off this one.
And a Caustic ulti comes out.
Just buy an apartment?
Eliminated.
Just buy an
2R1C
apartment.
dying for
Buy
as
an
well.
apartment complex?
GG's.
I mean, rich as fuck.
And 2R1C is going to go down. GG's. Legacy is going to be eliminated here too, so Yanya's going to be dead. It's Matafe now, last one standing as well, over at Jurassic. Holy shit.
I know what I did with this hot chocolate, but there's just something missing.
We're starting off hot and
You
heavy,
know?
maybe multiple squats down.
Nice cinnamon. I didn't put any cinnamon in it. Definitely what's missing.
That is not ideal though.
Can they get banners? The question, maybe.
Fuck, I thought you guys are gonna be more in his face. Maybe I throw. I don't know.
The nades were really good. I don't know how 2R1C does not capitalize off those grenades. Okay. What the fuck do not know? Are we doing it? Oh my God, this is scrims, baby.
This is scrims, baby.
Yeah, this is scrims. Yup. That grenade was nowhere even close. Well played.
I was about to say, Nate fucking
Last
sucked.
one gonna be down. Oh my goodness. Okay.
1 diamond, 3K stack. That's pretty decent.
Holy fuck is right, dude. OXG gonna be eliminated by Kinotrop. GG's. I think LG might be taking this cannon. Send it. Fucking send it, baby. Send it, send it, send it.
Pop one still.
Yeah.
Let's all hit it together. I'm gonna bang out the height and then just follow me.
Here, 52K.
Team and armory smoked off. I'm landing left side.
Nice, good ulti top height.
Just get to the dock.
Gonna completely force off
Get on the
TZ
dock
here.
if you need to, and then run across to here. Actually, no, we
Good smoke as well. Well played, but really good rotate here by LG. I'm loving this, man. They're playing their backside. They have no one here on this side of the zone. They recognize that too. Overall, really good job. Good rotation. Matafe not fighting. And Navi's probably going to be dead here.
Hello.
And Navi is eliminated. Sweet goes down.
try to make it all the way up here.
Okay. No.
They did. It's just a dog shit scrim, but the high team jumped off and they were 3 deep on the dock
You
behind
guys
us.
safe? Can I check? Should I come get you?
No.
I'm not really safe, bro.
I should have kept running.
Just hit that dude for
You might be able to start running. We're going backwards, man.
I don't know if, like, back. I don't know. Slayer
No,
can't come
you
up
can.
here,
You can. Yeah, you can. Eventually, he's frying these guys.
I can't lie, Slayer is going for
Let's have a
right
white
now.
knock. I'm doing it now with that dude. You're not gonna make up the hill.
Hey, it's nice. Armor swap that and then get up in the corner past his knock.
I love how much Slayer's teammates
Wait,
doubt him, bro.
Yeah.
Holy
No
fuck.
one's gonna run at us here.
They treat him like a fucking 4-year-old child. Here, let me hold your hand. Like, oh my
Easy,
god.
just
Throw barrel.
try.
I'm gonna left rock.
Your only threat is the team in the armory.
I wonder if Armory sends him. There's no way. NTH isn't even in the lobby.
We're just gonna kill him.
Are they?
Toxic ult immediately if they run it at us.
I don't think they are.
I don't know how you made it up the hill, but good shit.
Man, nice job. C9 gonna be eliminated.
10 teams alive scrims, by the way.
Yeah,
There is only 10 teams alive.
That was not a horrible rotate.
That's a good rotate.
All right, Timmy has 4 medkits, 2 ulti excels.
That is really far.
Keenan
The
Trump
kid
gets
just
swung on.
screamed.
Mia K is gonna be dead, and one tappy is across the map. What the fuck is going on?
Screams for you, baby.
What is actually happening? Why is one tappy all the way the fuck over here? All right, well, one tappy's gonna be a solo. DZ now getting swung. It's gonna be LG versus DZ here, and DZ backs the fuck up and goes back to height.
Probably for the win.
All right, LG getting sent on the backside right now. They're getting creeped here so hard. I think LG's gonna die.
I'm nading it. I don't have scan for 10. Scan
Hit all 3 of them. Hit all 3 of them on the other side of the big rock.
I'm batting, I'm peeking. I'm peeking.
Yeah, we should swing this. We should swing this.
Scan in 5.
Wait for the scan. Scan.
Wait for scan. Scanning 1. Swing this.
Well played. What is up with the scan?
Oh no, Sweet's just whipping right there. Sweet.
Run back to the spot. Run back to the
Throwing.
Why did that guy just ulti?
You can't go. You have to go around the other way, I think.
And GG's.
Oh, you can't see from here.
LG probably gonna be eliminated here. Slayer's gonna be a solo.
I love that Slayer's the only one alive. That's hilarious.
Should be good.
Funk just got rolled. Sweet just missed like half a fucking clip, if not 3/4.
I got beamed. I'm armor stopping.
Out of cannon. They're gassing him, cannon.
Nice.
Gassing a cannon. Pushing.
I have angles still.
Oh boy.
I stunned one.
Where's that aim assist at, baby?
I'm breaking no gen. It's double HP gen. I'm gonna scan.
All right, here we go though, man. 3v3.
Scan me.
Where they have really all the way in the back. I'm trying to walk up into it.
Moved up on cannon.
I'm healing once.
Bangalore weak. Bangalore almost cracked.
Hey, right side.
Nice, not bad shots.
Right side maybe.
Yes, right side.
Yeah, they are.
No ulti now for Sykes though.
Open. 150
Woo!
On me.
I'm dead.
Well played, dude. Well played.
With you. In the behind.
Right.
Cracked.
How do they have so much space back there still?
Nice.
Well played, man.
You
DZ.
need to take the space on the cannon.
DZ with a solid ass game 1 victory. Well fucking played. Game 1 goes to who else other than DZ, baby. And how many kills? I believe that was a 8-kill W for DZ. RC, so Reject with a 2-4. LG with a 3-3. Omit with a 4-3. Serenity with a 5-4. VP with a 6-4. Kinotrop with a 7-5. DSG with an 8-3. Aurora with a 9-2. And MDY White with a 10 and 4. Here we go, chat game. Number fucking 2. Love you. You ever get annoyed by your hair and want to cut it? Yes, bro. Yesterday I was eating food and I chewed on my fucking hair by accident, and I'm not kidding, bro. I literally went to my bathroom, got my buzzer, and I put it on, and I was like this. I didn't do it. And I can't lie, today I woke up thankful I didn't do it, but also regretful because I wanted to do it so bad. Wait, Uxako now fighting for 2R1C. The big knock, nice. Good shots by Uxako, man. Great tracking. Oh, they lose that to another team with a third party. Classic, baby. Such an absolute classic. Third party comes out. Uxako trying to stay alive. We're gonna pause that for right now, though. Ooh, maybe not. We'll watch it a little longer. Ooh. Jesus Christmas, Uxako is shitting damage right now. Well played. All right, well, Uxako is going to be paused. 2R1C going to be a solo right now. Sykes and DZ maybe fighting. No, they're good.
Genuinely just want to see coins and herbs right now.
I would also take the Havoc, but a gold Devo is pretty nice. Sweet now fighting. LG gets a knock.
Pop it on. I have scanning too.
Yo, BZ, what up, buddy? Love you, man.
He's trying to res him on the height.
Coming up.
You're the go, bud. Hope you had a good time yesterday, man.
Swing that.
He's on the height.
Miss you and love you, big dog.
Bottom guy at 50.
Chat, everyone say hi to BZ in the chat. That's my fucking dog.
Caustic at 100.
Did he res?
I'm batting, Slayer. No. I'm batting.
Coming. Bang one.
Dead.
Nice shots.
In the knock.
60 on him, cracked 100.
Knock.
I actually got audio for the first time in this
around.
game ever. That was crazy.
Scanning south. I'm scanning south. Team south.
Love it too, BZ. Nice, good job. LG with a great wipe. Well played.
Carry left front. Oh, don't.
That all starts too because of Sweet's knock with a nemesis.
I'm gonna get on this side.
Cap it up, buddy. Oh boy, and Yanya has a goddamn Devo gold. Oh boy. That is not good for any other team in the world. And GG's Omid eliminated. This might be the #1 scary person to fight with a Devo other than Snipe Down, to be honest. Mia K now fighting. Nice, great knock. Oh shit.
There was this kid that used to be in the Pro League named Capra. He was nasty with the Devo.
Nice, well played, and Red is eliminated. Nice job by Kinotrope, baby. Good sprays.
Yanya is a demon. I rep MKD. Yeah, he is.
For BZ with a 25 fucking gifted as Mia K goes down here. And Kinotrope's going to be eliminated. BZ, you're the goddamn legend, man. Thank you, bud. You did not have to do that shit. Thank you so much, BZ. You're the fucking go, bro. I hope to see you tonight. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Okay, toxic to other players, yeah.
Love you so much, man.
Hey, someone knows the Apex is free.
Chad, if you guys don't know, bro, BZ is literally the fucking best. One of the coolest people I ever met in gaming. So if you ever see BZ in the chat, make sure you guys say hi.
BZ's dope.
Go left.
Can't understand his comms, bro. His comms? His comms are usually, fuck this bitch. When he dies. So there. I gave you one of his comms. La puta!
Can you just kill the guy? He ran.
All right, well, DSG, really good fight. Can't believe it actually worked out in their favor versus Aurora there. It was a pretty hard push. Sweet's going to be a solo now for LG. DZ's going to be a full 3-man. Wow. Somehow this might be the first time ever in my life I've seen DZ triple blue armor round 4 closing.
I have to. Yeah, one.
So I'm saying, DZ.
Those edgy 15-year-olds.
Going to be dead here too. DSG now dying as well. They get swung on the backside. An enemy, the birthday boy, dead. Man, unfortunate.
It is a solo. I might be dead. You gotta dog me.
Yeah, I'm looking. Look right side,
Bro, how many people are in this world right now?
He ventilated you.
668? No. Oh, I just fucking logged out, bro.
They sliding on me, Jen, or no?
No, I can't see it. I'm sorry.
That is.
Check in for a movie.
I can.
Go to the left here. They're fighting. There is, I think. I'm raising.
No movie. So it's.
The core 6 full there. It's a door.
Oh my god.
We're across the goal.
Puta madre. Yeah.
Shoot him.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
I'm just dead. I just got fucked by a bow. Okay. He's wrapping all the way to your top right.
That guy's 1 HP.
I mean, there's 3 squads left. This game is fucking terrible.
Of course, we've been fine. They just got stuck in the fucking rock.
What are these zones?
The zone is pretty bad though. I can't lie. What the fuck is this zone shift?
Fucking hate that shit. I'll win this, boys. Watch.
If he wins this chat, I'll give you guys 100 subs. Wait. Chill. Wait.
Wait a second, Air. You got this, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Wig's just like.
Get him out.
Fuck.
W for me. GG's. And DZ gonna be eliminated, bro, with the cat piss Everdick bow check. What is this?
Well, I guess I should have scanned, but
VP
Bro, I can't believe I just wasted that whole fucking run right there at Winter Totem.
Yeah, they can.
Fucking retarded.
I guess he just wasn't moving and they didn't notice him or some shit.
Straight fucking retarded.
And he vertinates to thirst me and then kills himself.
Yeah.
And there we go. That's gonna be a VPW in game number 2. Okay. Is that the new org buff, baby? We'll take that shit all day. VP looking pretty sturdy ever since they got signed. I can't lie. GG's though, man.
Who's VP? Is that Yanya's team?
First place in game number 2 on Storm Point. Wait, let's see this clip back of him killing himself with a grenade. I'm ready to laugh.
Not the second one is not so much. Second one not so much.
Second one is not the best.
Bro, that is so good, man. Holy shit.
It's funny as fuck. That's something I would do, on God. Just Skynet myself.
Alrighty. Alright, Chopper, I'm gonna piss real quick. 1 sec.
And purple bullshit. Yeah. Wasn't big purple ball in here. If you.
Hay gente, volte.
I dropped a noodle on me.
Hay que escanear a la derecha, hay que escanear a la derecha.
Okay, not too bad.
Hay un equipo acá arriba, Lo bajé. Vamos acá a la derecha.
My God, brother. How fucking low?
Sí, llegan conmigo.
How fucking low?
Bro, I'm getting fucking rinsed right now. Mind you, I was kind of eating, but like 64%. I have 4 of them clutch.
Okay.
I guess he's gonna be dead.
Pon escudo, Mara. ¿No lo vieron? Se lo escalé.
No, sí, pero te estoy diciendo que me pegó por a través del cover, güey. O sea.
Creo que te puedo reír,
That's good shots.
Vete para la derecha, Pon escudo,
This has to be. It is. It's a really good play from 2R1C here, man. It's the only other team that's gonna beat them off rotation here to the launchpad side.
Bro, can I fucking like I'll be lucky if I get 500 points this fucking game.
Bro, can that guy fucking go down already?
He doesn't want to die.
Holy shit!
He's one.
How is this motherfucker still alive? Oh my goodness! And Yanya and the boys of Legacy are eliminated. I did not want them to die, but my god, that was taking too long.
I have Bengal.
Maybe someone takes space.
Yeah.
Heat cannon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting fucking fed by long.
Lol 5 tap.
Run, brother, run! That's a crazy play.
There's a team on the
Get
build.
back. Get take back.
Oh!
Just keep bouncing back and forth, bro. Fuck it.
I'm dead out of the air. He's gonna. Wow. Okay. Trying to come to you.
This is so fucking.
Wouldn't it be better to hug the
Killing you.
fucking bouncer?
Here's my player left.
And
They should have
DZ
just
is gonna
sat there and hugged the
Okay,
bounce
that was
pad
fucking
or the
awful.
jump thing, whatever the fuck you want to call that shit.
That was terrible.
The green thrower thingamajigger.
Is he gonna be eliminated?
No fucking utility.
Yeah, run left, run left.
You might want to pop your ult now, and you can like beam him through his smoke.
There's two on the right.
He's in blood
One
ult.
left, one left.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I got my
Lifeline
bang ult
front.
down.
I'm walking up on him.
I'm batting.
I didn't see
You have
any.
to run it with him.
I'm needed off.
Can
Running
I?
at the lifeline. This is so dangerous.
Can
I
I?
cannot
Wait,
believe
can
we
I-
survived that, bro. Look at the fucking HP getting red.
He was behind you.
Getting fucking sent up.
I ulted my feet, ulted my feet. Take one down.
Crack. 50, 100, 150.
Give this boy a wingman every game. Give this boy a wingman every game. Aurora eliminated. Come on.
Winger dinger.
Give him the fucking wingman. Nice job, though.
No!
You can hide in the corner, busy maybe.
Holy fuck, dude.
I land on you.
Yeah, I'll take that free XP.
Great try by 2R1C here.
Burn
man.
pages,
Shotgun's
4K
gonna
as
be
well.
a solo. Timmy
We'll
now
take
playing
those.
the backside again with Hal going down.
Head on.
And Timmy's gonna be dead.
Oh, the schmoo, man.
I'm dead.
Timmy's gonna go down. It's gonna be with the LG. The last full 3-man POV. We got 5 squads of 12, baby. Which is 4 squads of 9.
He's back on the wall. He's got Kraber in the head.
2R1C gonna be eliminated. There we go. GG's. So 2R1C does go down. Missy dead.
Okay, these guys on the building are angling me. I'm coming back to base. Go back, Funk.
Yeah, I'm just showing on me.
I'm gonna have my ult back soon.
They're queuing up. They're inting them. I killed one, kill one.
Batting.
Solo count on me. Solo
Batting.
count on me.
I have ult in 20. Anyone have an ult still? Get ready to fight it. Let's just fight it.
I'm on height, I'm on height, I'm on height.
Funk, come Slayer. Everybody on height.
Yeah, I'm with you. Constant crack.
With
In
you,
there.
Funk.
I did so much damage. So much damage. Ulted that. Ulted that.
100.
They're in my ult. In my ult, Delo.
A million damage.
Count on the left. Last one. He's up height. Going up height. Going up top right. Going up top right. Count on me. There's a solo on me.
Awkward. I was so interested in the Apex video, I forgot I was playing RuneScape.
Eliminated. GG's.
Bro, it
Awkward.
actually might just be better for you to run around with a volt and just let me use the wing. Cause like,
Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah,
I
that's why I
actually
wanted to
like
try.
just literally did not miss at all with this thing.
GG's, man. TSG goes down. LG gets the fucking win, baby.
And waiting and everything.
I said LG first place, 9 kills. MST, bro, Moist is so fucking good. With a 210.
Moist,
TSG
man.
with
That's so
3-6.
unfortunate that they get dropped.
That's- Who the fuck is that? B? Who the fuck is that? With 4-4, 2R1C 5-4, Serenity with a 6-2, Omen with a 7-1, VP with an 8-4, Aurora with a 9-3, and Oxygen with a 10-2. GG's. All right, lob me the fucking World's Edge gameplay. I actually don't know who's going to be contesting on World's Edge either. And Red is going to be eliminated. Yoko Yori goes down. And that's going to be Aurora taking down Red over at Climafuck. GG's. We do all that to not miss, and then we miss.
Is gonna pay him somehow? Yeah. Well, we'll see. You know?
This is so aggressive by Kinetro. Not really
You
sure
will
as
have
to
to
why
wait and
they're
see.
so aggressive on this, or why they want to fight this so bad, but they're still getting a little bit horny. They get the Evo cash here too, which is not bad.
Chat, that
Still
feeling
very
when you
far
have
off
no
their
weed.
goal, though, bro, I can't lie.
Sag. And still can get visas? Yeah, that's the craziest part. That's the craziest part. How many lawyers they went through.
And Aurora's going to be eliminated, GG's. Why are they not swinging more aggressive on this right, bro? They have 40 seconds of the zone closes.
Cheers to the
And they have a
future.
blood health right now. Why are we
Cheers.
waiting so long on this fight? Nice shots.
Cheers.
Bro, this fight, this should have been over already. Kinetro should have swung that right side, man. Nice, now they're getting shot in the back, but now they have 17 seconds on the rotation in. They're so fucked. Ew, great sprays. Serenity eliminated. I mean, now they have 10 seconds to get to zone, though, bro, with another team potentially on the front side.
Can you stop hitting me when I told it?
GG's. Legacy is going to be eliminated. Oh my goodness. And there's... Legacy is going to be dead. Kina Trope most likely going to go down here. LG still alive. Navi fighting up top.
I did a shit ton of damage and I bangled this. We should be fine. No more smokes after this.
Hi, Theo's grandma. And Kina Trope is going to be eliminated. I mean, yeah, I really did not like that play from Kina Trope at all. Super bad timed ultis, super bad positioning in the 3v3. Just took way too fucking long, man. There's just so much better spots they could have played. And such a better pace they could have took that fight at, man.
No smoke,
Not a fan. Navi in a shit spot here, too. 2R1C still alive. C9 now fighting.
He's a red armor against what, like, I him for 100 and...
And there we go. C9's going to be dead. So LG still alive, has to move in. Navi has to move in, and 2R1.
What I've noticed is a lot of these pro teams can't adjust to this new armor change. There's so many people that get stuck on like blue armor at late game.
On the left side.
It's crazy.
Let's see where they go.
This whole team is blue armor right now, and it's like going down to the fucking second last circle. You can't be doing that.
You can play this side. You should play this side. Here. I'm meeting that. Fuck it. Come. Push this other.
Oxygen eliminated.
Classic one. Dead. Below here. Another fight, sir.
Good Q.
We are fighting 3 fights, sir.
We are fighting 3 fights.
And there we go, man. 2R1C gonna be dead. LG now dying here too. Slayer dead.
I'm resting Slayer now. Gold.
Okay.
They all died.
Bro, I'm gonna die here. Yeah, I'm dead.
Navi gonna be dead too.
They're all resing. They got full reset, bro.
Okay. Very real gameplay.
It's actually so dumb.
Sweet.
She's plastering me.
Dude,
Dude,
the guy on height was just
Slayer,
frying my shit.
just chill. You were safe.
I
like,
was
right
full
there.
chill. What do you mean?
So you just, I even found a safe spot.
The only reason I didn't want to sit in the fence is because the team on height just hit me for 130.
RC gonna be eliminated.
I understand what you're saying. Just make sure you take it because you don't have an option. You literally do not have an option. And if
There's
you
just
die there,
no-
you're a shield for sweet.
Yeah, there's just never a reason to be running around in the open of Bangle. Like, we had a fence.
Fun called safe on me, but it was too far.
Well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, bro. The safe on me isn't calm where you just stand there. You're not gonna get.
I'm not saying it's
You
all
don't
your
have to
fault,
go
but
to
I
the
just look to try to get to it.
No, I get it. But like.
Also, we probably.
All right, well, VP eliminated. Who is this?
Overrated
It's gonna be the boys
player.
At Moist, yeah? A little Moist W or what, baby?
Overrated player.
Goddamn right it is, bro. Moist take the win.
Most overrated player in
GG's.
Pro League.
Moist takes the win in
Guild.
game number 4, brother. GG's. That's gonna be Moist. First place, 13 kills. E8 with a 2-5. We have Emmy, VP with a 3-3. RC with a 4-6. MDY White with a 5-6. LG with a 6-2. Omit with a 7-3.
Guild or Nocturnal.
2R1C with a 9-0.
I guess, yeah, I don't even know if
with a
Nocturnal's
10.
in Pro League anymore.
And GG's.
I don't find Nocturnal
We
to be
got
really that
2
good of an IGL.
more games, brother. EA getting second place, man. Looking pretty good, I can't lie. All right, we're going to have the Climatizer contest with Hardeki and Aurora versus Red.
Skan bot. Dаю скан.
Nice shots.
Бангало.
How about you, I rep?
So good.
126 дал ко мне. Убил. Мангу кракнул.
Ooh.
Меня можете? Вместе.
Живи.
Имбочку ёбало. Вместе. Просто кликни на меня.
Easy stick.
Когда без качки. Поставь кушку.
Honestly, no drone control. There we go. Good drone.
I was about to say the same shit. Nice wing.
This character is just so good for this off-spawn fighting, man.
I want to say Sweet. He was also one that
I'm not
crossed
taking him
my
out of
mind.
this. Just wanna watch them win the
But
last
Sweet's
game.
actually good though. Like that's the thing. Like Sweet's made plays in the past where I'm just like, you know, that's like
Well played. And
a
Yoki
fucking
already,
600 IQ
well, not
player
Yoki
type
already.
shit.
Red
You
is
know?
going to be eliminated.
For example,
So Aurora go
Sweet
up 2-0
deciding to steal
on
the
the
car
contest
from
over
Optic
at
Gaming
Climatizer,
and
which,
essentially
I can't lie,
winning,
bro, I think fighting
stopping
a
Optic from
lifeline
winning
is a
the
dumb
land. You know what I
fucking
mean?
choice to do off spawn.
Go to Mirage.
You know what I'm saying? Things like that.
that's
so
just
like
fine.
for plays like that, bro,
He
I
ain't
just
gonna be eliminated,
you
GG.
can't
I mean,
you
dude,
can't
I
count
literally put them in and they
But I
die
have
here,
to
bro.
fight. I have to fight.
Sideways into the
That's just
mountain.
my humble
I have to
opinion.
fight, bro.
No, you don't. You just
He
fall
overthinks,
back and
rotates.
we shoot for you.
He definitely
Come on,
overthinks
come
his
on.
situations and
Where-
shit
where are you?
sometimes.
Shoot
For
the
sure.
fucking balloon, bro.
I mean,
No, don't. No, Slayer. You didn't have an angle at
And he
all.
always finds a scapegoat.
I was down here.
Oh, at a 176 on a purple.
they literally took my whole identity. Holy shit.
Oh,
That man just got his identity stolen. That box was straight scrapped.
Sweet's always like blaming other people
Getting
other
your
than himself,
identity
and I find
stolen
that kind of
mid-game
like
is
mad annoying.
crazy.
You know, very seldom does he like. Oh no.
Oh, DSG not fighting. Timmy dead. Enemy's gonna be dead. Enemy by himself. Now Hal by himself.
But he has as well owned up in the past. But
Portal coming out. Maybe a little res here. Maybe a little res. Wow, the Wraith gameplay coming out for Hal. What a fucking. What a perfect spot for Hal's portal, man. Good job.
oh, what am I
There we
doing?
go. Hal's gonna stick it, and they're gonna be good to go.
Timing with poggers.
There we go. Well played. So DSG get a nice little reset.
Hal's taking spots for design.
DSG now fighting it again. Here we go. Another DSG fight. These guys can't catch
Every
a
time you
fucking
die, you
break,
get
bro.
mad at your
Everyone wants
teammates
them.
too. That's fair.
They're a hot commodity right now. Oh my fucking god. GG's.
I don't always get mad at my teammates. Depends what they're doing.
My mom.
If they're actually helping and shit, it's kind of like, yeah, that's what it is.
He's trolling.
Well played. VP gonna be eliminated. Damn. So VP is gonna go down. DSG gonna be a solo right now of just enemy. And TZ now fighting, and not a good start. Zero's gonna be- Ew, what the fuck was that?
They're leaving. They're leaving. They're leaving.
Ew.
Justin, it wants.
Yes, you can save me. You can save me.
They've got knockdown though.
It's fine. I'm holding the rooftop and the handle.
Okay.
You dirty fox,
Man,
man.
Size is doing damage.
What the fuck?
And
Team.
60,
Go inside. Go inside. Go inside.
Horizon one on the roof. Horizon one on the roof.
Go inside, Sox.
Yeah, Horizon's one on the roof. I know. Horizon's one on the roof.
You punch me once, I'm good. Oh
Okay,
my
I'm
god.
trying.
You need a big piggy.
Yeah, I think.
2-2. Hello.
Nading me.
I'm fucking dead.
They did not play for Zero's res here, bro. They gotta play for their lives, to be honest.
I'm inside. I'm inside. Slice.
You have to go on those.
Are you fucking kidding me? Pop on a mech. Watch your back door. He jumped there. Might be able to swing out one side.
I blocked
You
it.
can leave me to make it. Shit, John.
What the fuck was that?
You can res me in zone. They should leave you. There's no way they just fucking sit on you.
It's Canotrope, so they might.
What actually was that? That door was so far closed.
4 now, Jen. I have 5.
And that knockdown was so up, that was crazy. DZ is dying right now still.
He might kill me.
I can put a trap on you.
Most of the randoms, I feel though.
Holy shit.
Oh, I feel that. As an Apex player, man,
Alright, DZ should be good for the reset.
it's right here.
We don't have time to fuck around.
I know Sako got the Krabby Patty.
Hit that shot right there. Ooh.
Hey, yes, sir, baby. 2R1C really's got to control this area and control the space. And walk it slow. Shots. Well played. DSG eliminated. Good job. Enemy goes down.
Come forward.
Birthday boy is gone.
Left is gonna fight.
Enemy best friend in the game. Chatter's curse. I didn't say it. Someone in chat did. Right before he died.
I'm putting a little bit more
I don't know about you guys, man, but that's a chatter curse.
Blue armors, peace on them.
Peace on them. Peace on them.
Finally, not my fault.
I'm gonna win a space.
Peace
Finally,
on
not my bad.
them.
Get these rocks, bro.
I need audio now. I cast a trap in front of me. Here, in front already. All three. I netted them. I'm seeing them. Chill. Marking them all.
Holy shit.
So much.
Holy fucking. Holy fucking damage. The boys need to get in there, man. Get in the mix.
He's finishing me. Bangalore here. I got heal. Chill. I got heal, Missy.
You talk like caustic gas, bro. I cannot play the game.
We'll play classic. You play a lot of Apex?
We're not winning this.
You used to play
Nice,
shit.
Sincerity goes down. Well
Shit ton,
played.
bro.
Hardeki and the boys in Aurora, third party though, man. Free low. The Grim Reaper himself coming in for the third. GG's.
I like to think I was pretty decent, you know?
Now they just to take this high, bro, play that right
If you
side.
go on my
box, you see right here
channel-
on the right side. It should be
You
fine.
go to my shorts. I used to
You have
post a
cover
lot
from
of
everybody
Apex
else
shorts
playing down
and
below
shit.
in
You
your
know, check
fucking
them out if you
monument.
want.
Should be pretty easy.
I have a whole nother channel also for Apex content and shit too.
The zone is pretty damn ugly though. I can't lie. I feel like I've never seen this zone for a scrim lobby in the last 3 to 4 weeks. Dude, it is. Look at the resources that Aurora gets. By the way, Lifeline care packs are absolutely diabolical. I guarantee if he dropped down this Lifeline pack right now, he's gonna get a Burble Barber. I will put money on it. Or a gold energy bag, one of the two. We'll see which one it is.
When I was doing
Gold
KBD, yeah, I remember rep. I remember.
Gold knockdown.
Oh
Gold
yeah.
bag. Did I just
True,
see that
true.
correctly?
Yeah,
Do
true,
my
true,
eyes
true.
deceive me?
I do remember when you were
They
dropping
have a
by for the
double gold
KBD, but I
knockdown
figured
now
you dropped by
and a gold bag.
before that as well. That's my bad.
What the fuck is that?
That's my bad, brother. Your name looks just very familiar.
Kill Moist gonna be eliminated. Bam, another really good game for Moist,
You know?
man. I'm super impressed.
You want to hear the dumbest thing, rep? I was doing Winter Toaded earlier on my Ultimate Ironman, aka this account,
No one took the
and
gold
then
knock.
I fucking took. I was at 6 damage, so I went to eat a slice of cake, and then I started lagging right beside this burner. I lagged for a solid minute, and then I came back and I was just awoken in lumber.
Exactly what they needed to do. Good swing left side. Good job getting a knock.
I was awoken in lumber.
C9 gonna be eliminated in
Kind
last
of
one
pissed.
here.
As there goes the ulti.
And now it's just a 1v3. GG's.
Dude, no way. Facts.
And Aurora.
Kind of rage quit earlier.
get
I'm not gonna lie.
first
I like
fucking
started
place,
streaming.
man.
I was like 13 minutes into the stream. That happened, and I was like, alright, well,
dude.
fuck this. I'm getting off.
Let's go, baby. Game 6.
Went and
Last one.
walked my
Thank you,
dog
Peter
and
Chat.
read
Don't
a
forget,
book.
man, we have CC finals tonight. 6 p.m. PST CC finals. We're gonna be locked in for that pretty much all night. Gonna be like 3 hours. All right. Just to let y'all know again, CC finals tonight for North America. We watched them last week. We might as well watch them again this week. And I have no idea what's gonna go down for Game 6 here.
At least it was early, I guess. I mean, fuck, I'd rather it be late.
Again, like I said, fighting a lifeline off
Honestly.
spawn, I am good on.
I didn't even get the barrows,
All day,
bro.
every day.
Like, fuck.
This shit is just as annoying as any other off spawn character.
I didn't even get the
2 go
barrows,
down, and that's
dog.
gonna be a Sorora with a 3-0, I think. And GG's. Red goes down 0-3 to Aurora
Bro, this
on the day, which
Brazier doesn't want to say
low-key,
that.
not to be that guy, a little bit expected. Can't lie.
From
Definitely
server
expected Aurora
issues,
to
it's
dominate
literally
that
what
fight
happened to
almost
me.
every
I
single
was
time,
fucking kind of pissed.
especially with the lifeline. Especially with the lifeline, bro.
And
Arena,
it's
how you doing
so
today?
stuff like that is so silly, yeah. But I mean, it's inevitable when games run on servers, right?
Jesus, Moise is in first by 22 points. How did I not recognize that? That needs to be a knock for Anya. Really good knock. Well played. Another knock here too. Easy peasy.
So you don't want to make a hardcore him? But I'll make another ultimate one day.
That's the president, baby. That's the fucking president.
For now, this
Well
will be my
played.
Iron Man,
Good
though,
shots,
and
man.
I'll
That Havoc is crazy, man.
I'll test some shit out on this
Holy
Iron
shit.
Man to fucking
But top eight, now we got fighting inside Harvester.
pave the way for the ultimate, you know? Like I've already realized a bunch of things I should have done differently off the start. So, every time the game lags, you just think someone just died. Yeah, some poor hardcore just died.
Or Matafe. This might be a DSG, to be honest. It is. Here we go. It's
That's
2v1.
funny as hell.
It's going to be Hal and Timmy full purple with Matafe
Some poor
cracked on blue,
hardcore
and it's
just
not looking
died.
good. I think Navi's just dead here. Why did Tyler swing the duo down below like that, man? That's such a bad play. And there we go. Navi and Matafe are going to be dead. There's no reason for Tyler to get that hyper-aggressive onto the duo right there down below. And the guys up top left. If he just stays alive there a little bit longer and they get some shots down, I think Matafe could actually get the full kills they need to. Or at least allow for that DSG to get a reset and they both live. But now DSG is going to be dying too.
I wasn't even
Timmy's
looking at
gonna
my
be
health there. I
solo
could have
here as
died so
well with
easily.
Hal dead and a third party coming out.
I genuinely
Now,
wasn't
nowhere
even
else
looking
fighting.
at
It's
my
gonna
health.
be LG with a third party though. Well played.
Guy, I'm over the
It's gonna be
Apex
DSG or is this
video.
LG?
I'm over the Apex video for now. More true crime, baby. Let's go. That's what it's about.
Alright, hold on and I'll connect you. He's gushing blood.
Come on, give me like 10K. 20K. Fuck, dude.
This 911
That's still a pretty decent drop,
starts
bro.
a
19
chilling
mahogany
story
planks
of
is
a wealthy
decent.
businessman,
That's
Seymour Tankleff,
decent.
and his adopted son, 17-year-old Marty. On September 7th, 1988, a seemingly
I do this till
ordinary day on
99
Island, New York,
wire making, but
Marty
I just
Tankleff
want to get
woke up
like
to a horrifying
200K,
scene.
man.
He found his father in his
I just
office,
want my 200K.
mercilessly beaten and barely clinging to life, and his mother,
I might have to start doing solo runs at 75.
The story took a shocking turn when Marty pointed suspicion towards the last person anyone suspected.
Level
He accused his
75, I'll
father's
definitely
business
start
partner,
doing solo
Jerry
runs
Storeman.
for when it told.
But why would a trusted friend be behind this unthinkable crime? But when the investigation deepened, the police found inconsistencies in Marty's story.
How many cakes should I take for a solo?
shocking
2
twist
rows?
emerged.
They just told me that
Try
his
2 rows
father, they
first.
pumped him
We'll
full
see.
of adrenaline, and they came out of the coma, and he's saying it's you, Marty, you're the one that did it.
Marty was shaken to his core and questioned his memory, wondering if he'd blacked out and harmed his parents. But then came another shocker. Marty confessed to killing his parents.
There came a point when you tell them what they wanted to hear. Why would you do that?
It was a way to escape the confines of that environment.
So what did you tell them?
Whatever they wanted to hear.
Little did Marty know, this decision would lead to him being locked up for almost 2 decades.
He will spend the rest of his life in jail, which, in my view, based on the evidence, is where he belongs.
Was Marty
Yeah,
a
great there, I
cold-blooded
wasn't paying
killer,
attention.
or
That
the
could've been
victim
so
of a
bad.
twisted miscarriage of justice?
I've never arrested an innocent man in my life. I never will. Ever.
And, I always believe that innocent men don't get found guilty.
This is the story of Marty Tankleff, a case that will leave you
He looks like
questioning
Christopher
everything
Maltasani.
you think you know.
Christopher!
It was September 7th, 1988, a day that started like any other for 17-year-old Marty Tankleff. He woke up early, excited for his first day of senior year in Belterre, Long Island. But as he walked through the house, a chill washed over him.
First thing I noticed, which was a little odd, was all the lights were on.
All the lights throughout the house were on?
All the lights were out throughout the house. And when I woke in my room, I looked outside and I saw lights on, which would be unusual. After that, I started walking into the main area of the house and noticed that the front door was open.
The front door was open?
Was open a little bit, which was very strange.
His heart pounded as he entered his father's office. The sight that greeted him was horrific.
And what did you see when you arrived there?
My father was there.
And where was your father?
Sitting in his office chair.
Can you describe what you saw as you arrived in the room?
A nightmare.
His father, Seymour Tankleff, sat in a slumped position and his face was marked with blood and bruises. When Marty looked closer, he noticed that a jagged wound cut deep across his neck.
There was blood on him. He was gagging.
Dick, level 67.
Which, I later found out was something he was trying to gag for air.
Were his eyes open?
I don't remember.
Marty panicked, but he forced himself to stay calm. He dialed 911, his voice trembling as he described the gruesome scene.
All right, hold on and I'll connect you.
His voice doesn't sound like it's struggling too much.
Fire rescue dispatch, 763. Seaside Drive in Belterre. Whoa, I can't hear you. What is it? 33 Seaside Drive in Belterre. 33 Seaside Drive in Belterre. It's off Crooked Oak Road, Belterre. Please, my friend. Whoa, hold on. I can't write that fast. What's the corner street? 3. It's off Crooked Oak Road. Crooked Oak? Yes. Yes. What's your... No. Answer my question. What's your name? Marty Tankleff. I'm his son. He's gushing blood from the back of his neck. He's gushing blood. All right, listen to me. Is this a private house? Yes, it is. All right, now, listen. It's a red driveway. Listen to me. Yes. I'm sending you an ambulance. I want you to take a clean towel. Yes. Wrap wherever he's gushing blood from. Okay. Hold pressure on it. Okay. Lay him down if possible. Okay. Get his feet elevated and we'll have someone down there for you. Okay.
While waiting for help, Marty did everything he could to help his father. He followed everything the 911 instructor told him to do. He gently lifted his father's legs and applied a makeshift bandage. As he worked, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Where was his mother, Arlene Tankleff?
Dude, that guy
He
was like
searched the
Christopher
house,
Moltisanti.
desperately hoping she was unharmed, but soon his worst fears were confirmed. He found his mother in his parents' bedroom, beaten and lifeless, with her throat cut, laying still under the bed. The scene was too much to bear. The weight of the situation, the ruthless attack on his father, now doubled by the sight of his mother, overwhelmed him. He couldn't bring himself to go any closer. At that moment, he realized his entire family, his safe haven, was gone. Driven by raw emotion, Marty ran outside and screamed for help. He frantically called his stepsister, Sherry Mistrella, leaving a message that painted a picture of pure horror.
The clock's read about 6:15, and I picked up the phone, and Marty was on the other end of the line, and he said, "Get over here." I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "Agitated. Not hysterical. Agitated. I don't know. Something happened to my parents." And he said, "I think they're dead."
He checked back in on his father, who was still struggling to breathe. In desperate need for help, he called his best friend and then raced to a neighbor's house.
Well, he called hysterically crying and saying something happened to his parents, and it was, you know, I was sleeping, I woke up.
Fuck,
and
dude.
I got this phone and I didn't know what he was
I'm
saying.
getting
He was hysterical.
rinsed
He
right
needed
now for
someone,
drugs.
anyone, to help him understand the unimaginable situation he'd found himself in.
It was a combination. It was frightened, devastation, confusion. Wasn't really sure if this was reality.
When the police from the Suffolk County Police Department finally arrived at the scene, Marty, with blood-stained hands, led them to his parents and explained about moving his father in an attempt to help him. Medical help arrived and attended to his critically injured father and confirmed his mother's passing. In that moment, Marty's world shattered. His once safe haven was now a chilling reminder of the gruesome act that had ripped his family apart. Despite the horror, one question bothered the police. How was Marty absolutely clueless about the whole situation? Shouldn't he have heard the attack, the screams, the struggle? This unanswered question cast a dark shadow over Marty, turning him from a grieving son into a suspect.
Why would Marty kill his parents? Why?
One of the simplest old things in the world, greed. When I first got to the scene, I believe there were 3 police officers at the scene. They had the scene taped off, and I observed a young male.
Why do they keep
sitting
showing
on
this
a,
picture? Jesus
railroad
Christ.
tie wall,
I have to have a better picture than that, for
partially
fuck's
up the
sakes.
driveway.
Oh my
I
God.
spoke to the officers about what they had. I asked them who that person was, and he advised me that he was the victim's son.
As the investigation progressed, in a shocking statement, Marty pointed to the last person anyone would have suspected.
One of the first things he said to me, as I recall, was actually, I think it was almost the very first thing he said to me was, "I know who did this." And I remember being taken aback somewhat, and I said, "Well, how do you know who did this?" And he said, "Because it was my father's business partner."
The accusation added another layer of complexity to this already tragic scene. Jerry, his father's business partner, was about to become a central figure in this unfolding nightmare.
I said Jerry Sturman.
And why did you say Jerry Sturman?
He owed my father a lot of money, and my father's business partnership and relationship was deteriorating.
At least, that's what Marty thought would happen at the time. In the aftermath of the horrific discovery, Marty's brother-in-law, Ronald Rother, arrived, offering a comforting presence
Ronald
in the
Reagan
midst of all the
arrived.
chaos. However, before they could exchange even a word, the police intervened, citing the need to avoid contaminating each other's accounts. Marty was then isolated further, left to wait in the back of a patrol car for the detectives. Even a simple request to wash the blood of his own father off his hands was denied by the authorities. Meanwhile, Detective James McCready from the Suffolk County Police Department Homicide Squad arrived at the scene. His initial inspection revealed a chilling reality. Blood was found not only in the office where his father lay, in the room where his mother was discovered, but also in Marty's bedroom. As he turned his attention to Marty, the young man, still processing his shock, repeated his initial statement. Jerry Stuerman, his father's business partner, was responsible. Marty revealed crucial details, including that his father, Seymour, had hosted a late-night poker game just the night before, a gathering that stretched into the early hours of the morning.
We know there was a card game that night. We know it went till 3 o'clock in the morning. We know that that Stewerman stayed behind to talk with Seymour Tankleff. We know that a card player came back in after everybody left and found the conversation was very heated and not the type of situation that he wanted to interrupt, and he left.
Marty insisted that Jerry had been the last one to leave the house. Furthermore, Marty claimed that tensions had been simmering between Jerry and Seymour all summer, and a witness at their shared bagel shop could also testify about their strained relationship. He also told them about his father's ongoing conflict with Jerry over the large sum of money Jerry owed his father. He even suggested they talk to his uncle, Mike Fox, who was also his father's lawyer, and was coincidentally arriving at the scene at that very moment.
And when I mentioned Uncle Mike, both their heads turned and looked away. When they looked away, I turned around and I saw my Uncle Mike's car. And I said, and as a matter of fact, there's Uncle Mike now.
And you said, there's Uncle Mike.
There's
And
Uncle
what
Mike.
happened?
McCready took off running.
McCready briefly spoke to his uncle from a distance, and Mike, without a word, got back in his car and drove away. When Marty finally asked about his uncle's sudden departure, McCready simply said they knew where to find Mike if needed. As the day wore on, detectives ruled out robbery as a motive for the attack. The police questioned Marty after they noticed bloodstains on his leg and foot. Marty explained it was from when he tried to help his father. But things soon took a strange turn. Later, Detective McCready would admit that he was suspicious from the start. Marty's calm demeanor, lack of tears, and other seemingly minor details all raised red flags.
Yeah, there's a red flag.
We brought him over by our police
Like right
car.
now, if I woke
He
up and my mom was
sitting,
murdered, man,
he was
I'd be
sitting up on the
fucking
hood
forever
of the police
traumatized. I'd be
car,
screaming.
Again, in a very relaxed position.
I'd be screaming.
Very relaxed mode.
An officer claimed he saw Marty washing his hands in a puddle outside, and there was a smudge of blood on his bedroom light switch. Additionally, Marty mentioned checking the garage for his mother's car after helping his father. The lack of blood on the garage door handle, if true, cast further doubt on his story.
At what point in your mind did Marty Tankleff become a suspect in that case?
It was about 8:35 in the morning.
And what is it that made him a suspect in your mind?
The inconsistencies in the evidence that I saw and the story that he told.
Finally, the fact that Marty was the only survivor and so readily pointed the finger at Jerry Stuermeyer fueled the detective's suspicions. These details, however minor they seemed, would cast a long shadow over Marty in the days to come. As the day progressed, another seasoned detective, Norman Rain, joined the investigation. After tirelessly questioning Marty for a third time, they requested he accompany them to the police station. Marty inquired about stopping at the hospital for a while to check on his father, but McCready supposedly brushed it off, stating it could wait.
And at that point, it was when I said to, I don't know if it was McCready, Ryan, or the other, I want to go to the hospital. McCready's response, we'll take you there.
Never ever once asked to go to the hospital, or didn't even ask about his father, how he was doing.
We ended up actually getting to a point of travel where we were nowhere near the hospital. I said, where are we going? I said, I want to go to the hospital. He said, well, I'll take you there later. He said, but I need to take you to Yaphank to get a statement from you. I said, no, I want to go to the hospital. He said, no. He said, we're going to go to Yaphank. He said, we need some more information on Jerry Stuerman.
Upon arrival at the station, Marty realized, with a growing sense of unease, that he was still barefoot.
There were points where I was basically cordoned into a little corner. And there were times that Ryan was on one side of me, had his hands on my knees or my shoulders, and he was trying to comfort me. There were other times that he was up screaming and yelling. There were also times when McCready was on the other side of the desk, screaming and yelling at me.
What would they say to you?
You know, enough of this already. We know you did it. You know, just tell us you did it. That's all we need to hear. That's all we want to know. But, you know, they weren't the only ones. I can remember, you know, later in the day, I don't know what time it was, I believe it was Sergeant Doyle, you know, who threw me up against the wall.
Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Marty's family, desperate for answers, searched for him, completely unaware he was actually at the station instead of by his father's bedside. As family members anxiously awaited news at the hospital, detectives arrived to begin questioning them. Seymour's son-in-law painted a picture of strained relations and financial tension with Jerry, Seymour's business partner. He revealed a hefty debt of $500,000 owed by Jerry, with a payment due that very week. Mike Fox, Marty's uncle, chimed in, claiming to have supporting paperwork in his office. Amidst the chaos, the family inquired about Marty's whereabouts. They were told he was at the police station, assisting detectives with details about Seymour's business dealings, specifically with Jerry. They were assured he'd be brought back to the hospital upon their request. Later, Mike claimed that he was lied to. He said that he was told that Marty was already on his way to the hospital, even though Marty was actually still with the police. The family had initially planned to send someone to the station to be with Marty, but due to a commotion surrounding Seymour's transfer to a new hospital, they all rushed there instead. They believed Marty was only with the police answering routine questions about his father's business partner, Jerry. Under this impression, they prioritized Seymour's well-being and focused on him at the hospital. At the station, detectives questioned Marty about seemingly irrelevant details like the nose job he'd gotten and his family's habits. They eventually shifted focus, asking very specific questions about the night of the murders. Feeling overwhelmed, Marty revealed he was adopted and expressed fear about being alone. Then soon the questioning at the station intensified. Initially, detectives asked about Marty's father's high-stakes poker games and the family's wealth, hinting he could inherit a fortune. Then their tone shifted, accusing Marty of lacking emotion, having minimal blood on him despite helping his father, and leaving no fingerprints on the light switches. They even claimed to have found his hair in his mother's hand and evidence he'd showered to remove blood. Marty maintained his innocence, insisting he'd found his parents already injured and never showered that morning. Hours ticked by as the detectives grilled Marty with increasingly bizarre accusations. At 12:15 p.m., a phone rang, shattering the tense silence. Detective McCready left the room to answer the call. The detective told him his father had woken up from the coma, but what came next shook Marty to the core.
Marty, I said, that was the detective I spoke to before. He's at the hospital. I said, they just told me that your father, they pumped him full of adrenaline, and they came out of the coma, and he's saying it's you, Marty, you're the one that did it.
They were saying, my father said I did this. My father never lied to me.
The world spun for Marty. His father, the one person who could clear his name, had apparently pointed the finger of blame at him. He pleaded his innocence, suggesting maybe his father was confused from the attack. He even begged for a lie detector test, a lifeline he was cruelly denied.
So you're better at telling whether someone's lying?
I think I'm better than a polygraph machine.
As the pressure mounted, the unthinkable
I think I'm better than the polygraph
in a
machine.
moment of shocking confusion,
That's
uttered the most chilling
statement,
words.
brother.
Could I have blacked out and done it? This unexpected confession sent shockwaves through the investigation. Meanwhile, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding at the station, Marty's uncle and lawyer, Mike Fox, was on his way to gather evidence against Jerry Stuerman, the business partner Marty had accused. Hearing a news report about Marty's questioning, Mike called the station to ensure Marty's safety and request his transfer to the hospital where his family awaited. This call, tragically, came just 30 agonizing minutes too late. By the time Mike Fox followed up, the call was answered with shocking news. Marty Tankleff was under arrest for murder. The young man's pleas of innocence and his request for a lie detector test all fell on deaf ears in the face of the suspicion he faced. As if the situation wasn't devastating enough, the story took another shocking turn just days later. Jerry Stuerman, the man Marty had pointed the finger at, unexpectedly passed away. With Jerry gone, the police investigation lost a crucial piece of the puzzle. Without the ability to question, confront, or gather evidence from Jerry himself, all the focus shifted back to Marty. The case against Marty was now growing stronger. The lack of an alternative suspect, coupled with Marty's confession, further fueled the police's suspicions. But if you think the story ends here, hold on to your seat, because the real journey for Marty Tankleff was just beginning. After Marty's arrest, a lawyer, Bob Gottlieb, was contacted to represent him.
I received a call from Mike Fox, who was very close to Seymour Tankleff and the entire family. He called me, I guess, about 12:45, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that he identified himself, saying that there was a real problem, that Marty, the son of Seymour and Arlene Tankleff, was down at homicide headquarters, was being questioned, and he was now concerned that they were thinking that he might be a suspect. He knew of me, and I said, stop the conversation, let's hang up, as I want to call over. And I went to the 6th Precinct. They brought me into a small room. That's a sterile room. He was brought in a paper jumpsuit because they had removed his clothing. And in walks Marty Tankleff, and he looked like a baby.
The lawyer advised Marty not to speak to anyone, including his sister. However, the police pressured Marty to talk to his sister and recorded the conversation.
The next time I actually heard from Marty himself, he was calling me from jail. But I do remember him saying to me, I need you to be with me. And I said, why? And he said, I said, did you tell them you did this? And he said, yes. And I said, why? And he said, I had to. They made me.
During the conversation, Marty apologized and said he needed help. Marty's lawyer and family members found the accusations unbelievable, as Arlene, his mother, was known for her strength and wouldn't have gone down without a fight. They also noted the lack of any injuries on Marty, which seemed unlikely if he'd attacked both parents. While Marty hadn't signed a confession, the lack of a video recording created a situation where it was his word against the police. Even before Marty went on trial, the prosecutor, Ed Jablonski, painted a shocking picture, claiming Marty planned the attack and even washed the murder weapons and left them in plain sight to mislead the police. He fabricated motives, twisting petty details like Marty's love for his car, where he claimed that Marty was angry because his parents made him drive a '78 Lincoln instead of his old car. He also stated that Marty held a grudge against his parents because of their cruise vacation, which they went on without him, taking their friends with them instead.
Yeah,
The media joined the prosecutor's
the
narrative,
scale.
turning Marty into a sensationalized villain. News outlets labeled him alongside notorious criminals, increasing the public's bias. His request to attend his mother's funeral, a fundamental right, was initially denied. Luckily, another judge allowed him to attend, but under humiliating circumstances, in handcuffs and shackles. At the funeral, surrounded by guards and isolated from his grieving family, Marty could only sob helplessly. This public portrayal and treatment, despite his unconvicted status, painted a grim picture of what was ahead for Marty. The journey to prove his innocence and reclaim his shattered life had just begun. Marty's world turned upside down on September 14, 1988. Detectives McCready and Rain presented a written story about what happened, claiming Marty himself confessed to a gruesome attack on his parents. The details were horrifying, planning the attack, using a knife and barbell, then trying to cover his tracks by washing the weapons and staging the scene. The detectives even said he waited for his mother to die before calling 911. Devastated and confused, Marty's family struggled to come to terms with this news. 3 weeks after the murders, an unexpected twist emerged that would send shockwaves through the courtroom and rewrite the entire narrative.
I believe we found somebody in the hotel that said that he had taken a Winston limousine or they thought somebody that fit his description got into a Winston limousine. Then we checked with the airlines and we found out that we had a Jerry Winston who paid cash.
Hunter contracts? No, I haven't. Bro, I thought he just died right there.
Where he was.
I seen this fucking pyromancer die and I thought it was me. I was about to fucking lose my shit.
Got some information that he had called his girlfriend, and the police were able to track down where.
No, I haven't seen any new Hunter contracts.
And so we went out to California. Myself and two detectives went out to California to see if we could track him down.
Jerry Stewerman, the man initially suspected by Marty and presumed dead, was not only alive, but was found hiding in California under a different identity.
I had too many problems, and it's just 20 years of building up, that's all. So I staged my death.
Jerry confessed to being the last person to leave the Tankliff residence on the night of the attack, but he denied any involvement in the crimes.
At the point he disappeared, he was not a suspect.
Oh, you're talking about that video? Yeah, I seen that video.
I believe there was some people saying that he might be.
Yeah, no, I know what video you're talking about.
And why was that?
Well,
I mean, both have their advantages and disadvantages. It kind of just depends what you want to do with your account in the long run. You know what I mean?
And when you have a conversation by that, there's really no reason.
But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now.
However, this only deepened the mystery. If Jerry was indeed telling the truth, why would he not only vanish, but also fake his own death immediately following the murders? The once clear narrative of the case was shattered.
Not normal, yeah.
The question of who was truly responsible for the horrific crimes that crushed the Tankliff family was now wide open.
Yeah, if you're doing group, you don't really need
Jerry,
it.
Seymour's business partner, was a flashy character known for his flamboyant lifestyle and questionable business
Me
practices.
personally, I'm staying
He
here
borrowed
till
heavily from Seymour
99,
at high
but
interest
once I get my
rates,
200k
using his
coins,
bagel
I'm just
shop
gonna
and
stop
future
opening
ventures as
everything.
collateral.
I've already got 3
Jerry struggled to
pyromancer
repay the loans, relied on poker
fucking
winnings
items.
and
First piece was
potentially
the
shady
torch too, which was
activities to
huge.
make ends meet.
You know, it
As the
just
debt
allows
grew
me to be
bigger,
able to
tensions grew
fucking
between Jerry and Seymour.
get rid of the
They
tinderbox.
started arguing and distrusting each other, and things got even worse when Arlene accused Jerry of hitting on her. However, Jerry denied any wrongdoing. He argued in court that being poor didn't make him a criminal and insisted he had nothing to do with the horrific attack.
If Jerry really wanted to get lost, they wouldn't have found him. And, you know, I know that Jerry has in the past done some rather crazy things. I remember hearing a story about him chaining himself to, I don't know if the Social Security office or the tax office or something.
Such a good first item,
Until he
yeah.
got results of something. So I know Jerry was
Oh, look,
you
he
know,
just
did
wants the
crazy
fucking
things.
axe.
While authorities publicly downplayed Jerry's disappearance as a
That's all I care about
stress-induced
now,
escape,
the axe and the tone.
they too had heard the rumors that he wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Jerry himself admitted of faking his death to collect insurance money, yet no charges were filed against him. Meanwhile, the anger and suspicion against Marty grew. Despite
What
his
level is
supposed confession,
that? 34
the forensics
fletching?
told a different story.
34,
No hairs at the
68?
crime
Not
scene
bad,
matched Marty's, and no blood was found on the weapons the police claimed were
Can I
used.
continue
The more the
to
family
watch,
pressed for
please?
answers, the more frustrated they became. Even after re-examining the house,
Once I get level
included,
75
no
here, I'm
evidence
gonna
linked
start the
Marty
Owing
to the
solo
crime.
winter total.
It didn't make sense. How could someone attack their parents and leave no trace in other rooms?
Yeah, I hope the
Adding
axe
to
comes
confusion,
first. Facts.
Seymour's blood was found where his wife was killed, contradicting
Once I get
the
75
detective's
fire
story.
making, I'm just gonna do this
The
by
more they
myself so I can get
investigated,
more drops,
the more
you know what I
the
mean?
official narrative seemed to crumble. As his father Seymour clung to life in the hospital, Marty's hope faded away with each passing
What I should have
day.
done as well when I was in the
Then,
Gnome
on
Tree
October 6th,
Gnome Stronghold,
the news they
whoops,
dreaded arrived.
I should have
Seymour had
fucking
passed
got
away.
25 agility.
Marty's family was desperate to give him a proper goodbye,
I
so they
wasn't
tried
thinking.
hard to post bail so Marty could attend the funeral, even if it meant armed guards would be present. Their efforts proved successful as they secured bail, which gave Marty the opportunity to say his final goodbyes. With every dead end and unanswered question, the hope for justice for Marty seemed
Bro,
to
I'm at
shrink.
44%. It
Desperate
took me
for
that
answers,
long. I
the
took
family
so
got
many hits
themselves
that
ready
time,
for the
man.
drama that would unfold in the courtroom. On April 23rd,
I done
1990,
solo
the
cogs, so
judge
now
picked
when
the jury
Toda,
members,
when
and
Toda,
for the
it's
first time
easy.
since the 1950s, cameras were allowed in the courtroom as Marty's trial
I've never
commenced.
done it
Jerry, Seymour's business
solo
partner,
with
was
low
called to the
HC
stand.
like this before,
The
so it
defense
should be
team
even
painted
easier.
him as a down-on-his-luck guy
I did it with like
who made
what,
some bad choices
86
due
or
to
87
financial
HP.
struggles. But the prosecutor
Solo,
questioned
and it
Jerry for
was
3 days and exposed
interesting.
flaws in his excuses about his debt and his relationship with the Tanklifts. Later, Jerry got
For
upset and
Zora?
admitted to
Nice.
his financial problems,
Yeah.
but denied any connection to the murders. Gottlieb also tried to point out Jerry's
I'll
shady
bust
business
out,
practices,
I'll bust
but
out
Jerry denied
agility
everything.
eventually.
When
I
it came to Marty,
fucking,
however, the detectives offered a
I'm
different
just honestly
story.
just
They
focusing
didn't
on
have any
getting this
physical
99
evidence tying him
first.
to the crime,
And then I
but
really
they
don't know
brought
what I
in their
want to do
own
after
experts
this.
who spun things in a different light. They pointed to a tissue with a tiny spot of blood and a wet loofah in the shower, suggesting Marty tried to clean up. An expert even disagreed with Marty's version of events.
So
The detectives then tried to
funding,
paint
yeah,
a
I
picture
won't
of
be
Marty
funding
as
at
a
all.
cold-blooded killer. They described Marty's
Bring her all
confession
some
and even
mayonnaise or
claimed that he gave them
sharks.
details he wouldn't have known unless he was
I'd
the
bring
killer.
like 8.
But they admitted they never
I'd bring
seriously
8.
interrogated Jerry. Marty himself testified, explaining how the detectives fed him details about the crime and pressured him to agree. He insisted he loved his parents and never hurt them. The prosecution, however, focused on a supposed argument with his father and painted a different story of Marty's motive while shifting focus to inconsistencies in his story.
He had told me that at one point when he assisted his father, that he picked it, his hands had gotten bloody. And then he went to look for his mother, and he went to the garage, and opened the garage door. And there was no
Yeah,
blood
you
on the
can't.
garage
I don't
door.
think you
He
can.
said then he goes to his bedroom and turns the light switch on, and
Honestly, I
there's
don't
blood
think
on
you
the
can.
wall. So I'm saying, well, how does blood get on the wall but doesn't get on the doorknob when he turns the doorknob? And I had to undo a deadbolt to get into the garage. And then he goes and looks at his mother, looks for his mother again, and he's back and forth all over the place. He couldn't keep his consistent story in terms of the amount of blood and when he got blood and when he didn't get blood on his hands. And I think that was the biggest thing that tripped him up.
An expert
I
who
gotta go
backed
take a
Marty's
piss
claim
so
of a
fucking
false
bad. I'll be right
confession
back.
was dismissed as unbelievable. Both
Yo,
sides called witnesses.
cheers for a pet right
Then
here.
came the
Watch,
closing
pet.
arguments. After what felt
Pet.
like forever, the jury came back with a verdict on
Pet?
June 28th, 1990. Marty, overcome with emotion, waited for the news that would change his life. Tears streamed down Marty's face as he entered the courtroom. The jury found Marty Tankleff guilty of murdering his parents. The weight of the situation crushed him, and he broke down again. He was sentenced to 50 years to life in prison.
As the defendant, Martin Tankleff, as to count 2, murder, 2nd degree. Guilty. How do you find, as to the defendant, Martin Tankleff, as to count 3, murder, 2nd degree? Guilty. You may be seated. You may be seated, sir.
The supposed killer was locked away, and the victim's family had received their justice. The detective successfully closed the case with a sense of accomplishment. But hold on a minute. If you think this ends here, you're about as wrong as the detectives were in their investigation. We've only scratched the surface of a shocking injustice that would tear a family apart and leave a teenager fighting for his life behind bars. And there's one key player in this whole mess who stayed silent. Who was the silent witness? And how would
Man, I
their
had to
story
take the
become
piss
the
of a
biggest twist of
lifetime
all?
right there. Holy fuck.
Buckle up, because the truth behind the Tankleff murders is about to take a wild turn.
There isn't anybody sitting here that ever got a question asked by the police. They never talked to anybody in this room.
They say you never even tried to talk to them.
That's not true.
Are you saying they're lying?
Yes.
We can
Did you
dream,
ask to
yeah,
speak with them
right.
and they said no?
Super useful early and mid game for some easy planks and food and enchanted jewelry. Yeah,
Sentenced to
Temporos.
life
Yeah,
in
it's a
Timber
must.
Marty clung to one desperate hope, proving
I was
his
thinking
innocence.
Temporos
I
next
didn't
or
believe it at that
agility.
time.
Honestly, those
because
are my
I
two.
knew of the
Temporos,
relationship
agility, or
between
Quest.
Marty and his
Those are kind of
parents.
where I was debating.
And it was inconceivable,
honestly,
that it could have been Marty.
So I think that, you know, as far from physical strength, no.
I low-key want to get my
way.
magic up as well, so I
Emotionally,
can just
no
start
way.
teleporting places. So I might
No,
splash
it's
for a
just-
bit.
Toss it was just impossible.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars vanished into the legal
But,
fight,
I don't know.
draining Marty's family's
I think I might do
resources.
magic first and
His
then
own
go for
sister,
fishing.
Sherry Mistretta, the
And
beneficiary of
then-
their inheritance, turned her back on him completely. Devastated
Let's
and
see.
isolated, Marty threw
Magic.
himself into studying his case, becoming an
I also
expert
have
on
to get
every
some
detail.
sand,
He
molten
even helped
glass.
other inmates with their appeals. During his time in jail, he wrote countless letters, an
Either
estimated
one's really good for your
50,000,
account. Yeah,
pleading
for
for
sure,
help.
for sure.
One glimmer of hope emerged in 2001. America's Most Wanted offered free DNA testing for wrongfully convicted people. This was huge. They could finally prove Marty's innocence, or so they thought. The results showed that the hair belonged to Arlene herself. This
Yeah,
left
magic may
Marty
be
and
best
his
for
lawyers
agility.
with a
Yeah,
steep
so I was
climb.
thinking
Their
that's
best
low-key in
chance
my
seemed
brain,
to be
just kind of
finding
going over
new
what I'm
evidence,
gonna do.
And for that,
And what
they
I'm gonna
needed
do
a new
is
set of eyes. In 2001,
going
they
to
decided to
get
reach out to Jay Saltpeter,
37
a private
magic
investigator
next.
with a remarkable track record of exonerating the wrongly convicted, and Marty's story resonated deeply with him. There was
My
another
goal
positive
next is to get
development as well.
37
The
magic
lawyers who had
after
initially
this,
taken Marty's case
so
on
I
a
can
pro
at
bono
least
basis
teleport to
had all moved
Falador,
on to
you know what
bigger
I'm
firms
saying?
over the years. The good news? These bigger firms were still willing to represent
And
Marty
then I'm
for
going
free.
for the RD1 cloak.
With renewed hope and a powerhouse legal team behind him, Saltpeter dug into
Loki.
the case files. He immediately noticed a lead that hadn't been fully explored. A woman named Carlene Kovac's story about Joe, a man who claimed to have been at the crime scene.
You really believe when he said he was involved in the Tankleff murders that he was telling the truth?
Oh yeah, definitely.
He couldn't understand why this lead hadn't been pursued more aggressively.
Sand for the dig
The
site,
answer was
yeah.
simple: money. Marty's original lawyers.
I was
had
thinking
run
of
out
just
funds and
mining
were
a bunch
forced
of
to do the
sand for
best
molten
they could
glass,
with limited
just so I can
resources.
get my crafting up. I
Thankfully,
think I need
with
it
the
to get
backing
like
of these
35 or
powerhouse firms,
37 or something.
Saltpeter could finally afford to chase
But
down
I can
every
wait
lead,
for that. That's
no
like
matter how
that's a little
strange
bit
it
down
seemed.
the road, yeah.
This case, filled with heartbreak and injustice,
Oh,
was
dig
about to
site?
take
Yeah, dig site.
another
I gotta get done
dramatic
too. I
turn.
forgot about dig site.
But who was Carlene, and how did she become
Start
a
doing
key
some
piece
fucking
of the
hunter
puzzle?
runs and shit.
In 1991, Carlene
Birdhouse
found
runs and
herself
shit.
at her sister's friend's party.
Yeah.
The evening took a strange turn when a man named Joe, known for his
I gotta
involvement
do
with
the. I gotta go
drugs
to
and a violent
Barrock as
temper,
well and
began
get my
boasting
Slayer
about
and
his
my Hunter
connection to a
quest. Do
shocking
the
crime.
quiz, get the
According
kudos.
to Carlene, Creedon claimed
Ah,
to
so
have
much
been
shit I gotta
present
do.
during the
But I
Tankleff
think
murders,
next after I
hiding
get
in the
99
bushes and
here,
fleeing afterward.
we're going for
Carlene
37
was stunned by
magic.
his
That's
confession,
what
but
we're doing
kept it to
essentially
herself
after.
for months. In the same year, during a small family dinner on Easter in 1991, fate intervened when Carlene met her boss's father, Bill Navarra. He was a private investigator, but the most important detail here is that he had once worked on the Tankliff case.
Yeah, seaweed farming
Finally,
XP,
she
yeah.
revealed Joe's
Yep.
dark secret. It seems suspicious that Creedon would inject himself into the case, especially since he'd previously asked Marty's lawyer, Gottlieb, to represent him in an unrelated matter. The DA's office investigated Joe, but unfortunately, this lead, like so many others, went cold. Could Creedon be trying to throw them off track, or was there something more to his story? But Saltpeter wasted no time. He contacted Carlene, who seemed frustrated that no one had followed up on her information before. This time, she revealed a crucial detail she hadn't mentioned earlier. Creedon had spoken of a lot of blood at the crime scene. To solidify Carlene's story, Saltpeter had her take a lie detector test, which she passed. He even spoke with Carlene's boyfriend, who had been present during the
Can I get to
conversation.
log in the thing,
boyfriend
please?
claimed he hadn't heard the entire conversation, but he did recall Creedon mentioning hiding in the bushes, feeling amped up, and witnessing a card game. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together, but the picture remained unclear. Was Creedon a witness, or something more? Saltpeter's team wasted no time and investigated Joe's background, and what they found was unsettling. Creedon had a history of trouble with the law during his youth. These include charges for statutory rape, attempted grand theft, and a string of burglaries he committed with a young accomplice named Glenn
Grimy
Harris.
Guma.
Disturbingly, during one of these burglaries, they used a Strathmore bagel truck, a truck that belonged to Jerry Stuerman. This strange connection sent chills down everyone's spine. Could Creedon be the key to unraveling the entire case? Or was he just another dead end, another layer of mystery in this ever-tangled web? It seemed like Carlene and Creedon might hold the key, but there was another twist. Glenn Harris, the kid Creedon committed burglaries with, turned out to be the real game changer.
I thought if I could do something.
Pages
right
add
for
up. Oh,
somebody
bro,
else,
trust me, I know. On
I'd
my
be
other
happy
account, I
myself.
have like
In March
5,000
2004,
fucking pages.
Saltpeter contacted Glenn, who was now an adult in prison. Glenn wrote a
Like
lengthy
nothing to
letter
use 'em.
expressing his
Like, no
regret
reason
over
for 'em.
Marty's situation. He claimed to have crucial information and believed he could finally set the record straight. The most shocking part? Harris confessed to being the getaway driver for the Tankliff murders. Then he revealed that this crime was committed not just by one, but two men who were convicted felons. He claimed he thought the two men, Joe Creedon and Peter Kent, were just committing a burglary and had no idea things would turn deadly. Saltpeter saw the potential in Harris's story. Harris passed a lie detector test, adding weight to his claims. With this
I mean,
explosive
homie
new
pretending
evidence,
to kill
Saltpeter's
himself?
team geared up
That
to
should
fight for a
be
new trial for Marty.
evidence in and of
This
itself that he
case,
committed
full
the
of
crime.
twists and turns, was about to take another dramatic leap forward.
I forget the names.
Marty's
Yeah,
lawyers
I can't
presented
remember the
new
names,
evidence,
but
including Harris's confession
I
as
know
a
what you're
getaway
saying.
driver
I'm
to the
just
DA.
cleaning them because I have to
However,
clean them
the
at some
DA
point
wasn't
anyway.
convinced and even interviewed the other people Harris named who denied involvement. The team found more leads, like a rumor about Jerry Stuerman admitting to the murders.
Jerry
My
Stuerman
page is
has
told because
ties
I've barely
to
gone
Joseph
there, but
Creed.
it's still more
This
than
is not a
I get.
random
Oh,
hit.
dude.
Another
We
inmate
can get a
claimed Jerry's
crazy
son,
amount
Todd
so
Stuerman,
fast,
said his
honestly.
father
Like, the
hired some
pages
men to
just
deal with
stack
the
up so
Tankliffs.
fast here.
Todd was also
Especially
a
if you
convicted
get
criminal
over
who was arrested for
750
selling
points
coke
every
at his
time.
father's
Like,
bagel store,
if
and
you're
also
doing
had
math like
connections
this
with
and you're
Joe
getting over
Creedon.
750 points every
A key
time,
turning point
you're
came
like just
when
fucking
Harris agreed to
cooking.
testify without immunity.
If you
He
do
even
it
revealed
solo,
another
homie,
detail.
like you're
The murder
fucking
weapon
laughing.
was
You
a
get so
pipe.
many drops, it's
Saltpeter and
crazy.
Harris visited the crime scene, and with a metal detector, they found a rusty pipe.
In
Unfortunately,
every
no
damn
DNA
room?
was
Oh, yeah, for
recovered,
sure.
but it
In
still
every
helped
damn
to
room.
strengthen
What?
their case. Marty's lawyer presented all their findings, including Harris's confession and the rumors
Low
about
on
Jerry
herbs?
Stuerman.
Yep.
The prosecution focused on discrediting Harris due to his criminal past and drug problems. They also questioned Joe Creedon, one of the men Harris claimed was involved in the
Herb
murders.
Lawyer's probably
Creedon admitted
like
he collected debts for drug dealers, including Todd Stuerman, but
one of
denied
the most
ever
important
meeting
skills
Jerry
you can
Stuerman.
have right now.
This contradicted a sworn statement he signed earlier when he claimed Jerry offered him money to drop charges against Todd. Joe's ex-girlfriend
fucking
even
28
painted a
rolls and
disturbing
so.
picture of him, describing him as abusive and violent.
Depends how many
Meanwhile,
points you get for
Carlene
shit,
stuck
yeah.
to her story about Creedon admitting his involvement in the murders.
It's pretty crazy how
The
much
big
shit you
moment
can get
arrived
for
in
sure.
July 2004. Glenn Harris was supposed to testify. Unfortunately, Harris refused to answer any questions that could incriminate himself. His lawyer argued for immunity, but the judge said no.
Pretty crazy.
This was a huge setback for Marty's defense.
It's all based off of the points.
Even
that you
more
get.
witnesses began to come out of the woodwork to help Marty's case. Lenny Labrano, a man who knew both Jerry Stuerman and Detective James McCready, came forward after watching a documentary about the case. His testimony revealed a previously unknown detail. Detective McCready also ran a side business in construction, and Lebrano had witnessed him with Jerry when working
To
together
get
on a
80
project.
airborne?
The defense
Jesus.
pointed out inconsistencies
crazy.
in McCready's statements and a potential conflict of
fucking
interest.
wild.
The DA had previously represented McCready, and their partner had represented Jerry's family. Despite this setback, the hearing was delayed for 3 months, which also gave them time to find more witnesses. Marty's
Herbs
lawyers tracked down another
are
witness named
like
Bill Ram, who used to
a
hang out with Glenn
godsend.
Harris,
Especially
Joe
you get
Creedon,
noted
and
herbs
Peter
from the
Kent.
boss
He
man
confirmed
on
Harris's
your
story
hardcore.
about all of them being together
The
the
fucking
night of the
godsend,
murders,
dude, I
and
swear.
had in fact started from his
On
house.
your regular account though, you get some noted herbs, you're just like, fuck.
I was hanging out at my house.
What's the point?
Had a few people over.
Ram said
What's the
Creedon
point?
wanted to borrow his car, but he refused to go with them. Ram said that he didn't go along with them, but Harris did. He also said Harris came by the day after the murder and mentioned Creedon and Kent freaking out after the murders. This testimony strongly supported Harris's claims. Ram even agreed to testify in
1
court,
to a day?
despite the
Yeah.
potential risk to his
Yeah,
career.
you got this shit you're
Kent,
focused
however,
on. It's
was
totally
not
understandable.
cooperative. He tried to discredit Ram by claiming Ram was paid to lie.
When they brought me in, they told me that we don't believe that you did this. I thought maybe like they were trying to play technology games with me, If we don't think that you really did it, but just come on, come forward, I know I was not there with Glenn, doing no murders.
Kent also had an alibi for the night of the murders, but it didn't hold up under scrutiny. He claimed he was involved in a robbery later that night. Kent's testimony was filled with self-serving lies and attempts
Damn,
to shift blame
you got the
to
Ram
others.
seeds finally.
On the other hand, during the trial,
It's fucking
Marty's
game
family
changer.
was heartbroken. They just wanted justice for Marty and for him to finally come home.
It's fucking
It had been
game.
a
That's a
long,
game
hard
changer.
wait, and they were desperate for good news. Just when hope
Rans
seemed
are for the
fading
potion
completely,
pots, or
a
the prayer
surprise
pots,
witness
right?
emerged, offering a glimmer of light in the darkest
Or
hour.
super combat or prayer.
This
I can't
unexpected
remember.
hero was none other than
I-
Joe
I-
Grazio,
I literally
the
can't
17-year-old
remember.
son of Joe Creedon, the very man suspected of playing a key role in Marty's
You ain't
nightmare.
lacking elsewhere,
Away
yo.
from his father for
That's
most of his
what's
life,
up, bro.
Joe
Jesus Christ.
Grazio had only
That's actually
recently
impressive.
reconnected with his father. Initially, things seemed positive, but as their bond grew, the son began to learn about his father's dark past, a past that sent shivers down his spine. One day,
1,000
Joe
points.
Jr. stumbled upon a hidden room in his father's house. There, his father showed him stolen goods, a case overflowing with
juggler.
jewels, stacks of cash piled high. He
Taxi
promised Joe
using
Jr.
them, yeah.
anything he desired if he left his mother and came to live
It's
with
the
him.
ultimate flex.
But the true weight of his father's darkness struck Joe Jr. when
And
he
normal
decided
defense?
to ask about the Tankliff murders.
That, tell me, did you really do this? He tells me, yes, I did do it.
For several months, young Joe says he kept to himself what his father said. When he finally told his mother, she convinced him to testify and called Private Detective J. Salpeter.
He also showed his son a bag filled with menacing tools, a gun, a pair of handcuffs, and ankle shackles, and said that these were for Glenn Harris if he ever got any ideas about confessing. But there was
No,
one
it works
problem.
out perfect
The
then. You
assistant
guys have,
DA,
like, the,
Leonard
oh, the
Lato,
nice 8K
believed
drop
that
right
all
there.
the people who
Look at that.
confessed against Joe Creedon
That's
were merely
perfect, bro.
just
It sounds like
lashing
you guys
out.
got it made then.
Like the
Y'all
people
have
who
like
implicated Creedon,
each part of the
they all admitted one thing. They all hated him.
each part of the
That's a
account
reason
down.
to say things about a person that isn't true.
After all this time, after all these
How much
confessions, could they all be
fucking
wrong?
money do I have?
For years, Marty
Another
maintained his
120K.
innocence, and finally, a glimmer of hope arrived in January 2007. Marty's lawyers submitted a powerful appeal with backing from former prosecutors and legal experts. Finally, on December
Vape
21st,
yellow?
2007, after nearly 7 years of appeals and 17 years in prison, the good news came. Marty's conviction was overturned. However, freedom wasn't immediate. Marty spent another agonizing 6 days behind bars. But his spirit remained unbroken as the fight wasn't
92
over.
HP.
The Suffolk County District Attorney declined to retry Marty, but wouldn't reopen the case.
Yeah,
In a
exactly. You
surprising
don't
turn
want
of
someone
events,
and just
New
all
York
of you guys
Governor
enjoying the
Spitzer
same
stepped
thing
in
to make
and
the playing the
appointed
game
Attorney General
that much
Andrew
more
Cuomo
difficult,
to
yeah.
take a fresh look at the investigation. While Marty waited, he didn't waste time. He enrolled at Hofstra University, his parents' alma mater, to pursue his education. He
Damn,
studied
you guys are killing
philosophy and
workout decent
sociology,
bit.
and even delved into the
Same
legal
with
aspects of this case.
Cox.
Finally, on June 30th, 2008, after a thorough review, Attorney General
Killing the
Cuomo announced
archaeologists
that
too, right?
while
Yeah.
some evidence pointed towards Marty,
Yeah, we're going
it was
ham.
insufficient to convict him beyond a
You got one
reasonable
purple
doubt.
so far? Yeah, you gotta keep. You'll get it. You'll get it. 64 rune crafting as well. Probably
All
mostly
charges
from
were
Quest, but
dropped,
it's still pretty
and
impressive.
Marty wouldn't be retried. On July 22nd, 2008, Marty was officially a free man. Justice, though delayed by 2 decades, had finally prevailed. But now
Damn,
it was
that's a
Marty's
fucking solid
turn to
account.
take people to court.
Jerry Sturm was my father's business partner.
No anti-venoms?
Joseph
Ooh.
Creedon was an enforcer for his son's drug business. Glenn Harris was the getaway
Yeah,
driver, and
fuck
Peter Kent
that
was another
shit,
person
dude.
involved.
Can you fight for a rightful conviction in this case?
My family and I will not stop till there's justice for my parents.
In 2009, he filed a lawsuit against the state of New York and the Suffolk County Police Department for wrongful conviction. He was determined to make a difference and so pursued his dream of becoming a lawyer. Love found him too. While speaking about his wrongful incarceration,
Catherine Reed, your son was in here earlier.
Oh my God.
He's like, oh my God, I stole my laptop and I took it up to my room.
The baby's here. How's the baby? He's not crying. He's awake. Oh God. Do you want to attempt to do CPR on any one of them?
I assume I loves the booze.
the victims
Oh,
were
dude, yeah,
36-year-old
nah.
Billy Payne and his fiancée, 23-year-old Billie Jean Hayworth.
Solar
who
would have been in
mercilessly
pain,
shot to death
bro.
in their
Yeah.
own home on January 31st. Station train scene. Janelle East. Me and tonight, horrific Jamie Earl covered by Janelle confirmed she's an unfortunate victim.
Bro, we literally
Mentioning
lost.
the possibility of a the detective, same guy, making the couple's love and the tragic loss and all-consuming rage. As we come to the end of this gripping tale,
You didn't see anybody run through here at all? No running? Nobody running through here?
What happened in the video? A man was falsely accused for murdering his
what you
parents
just
for
saw
2
was a
decades.
manhunt for an active shooter who had just gunned down 28-year-old Joshua Niles. A neighbor witnessed the entire scene and promptly reported to the police that there was an individual wearing a black hoodie. While he was about to flee the scene, Josh's 24-year-old wife, Amber Washburn, pulled into the driveway with her 4-year-old child.
The person was shooting like this or like this. I couldn't tell which hand. Boom, boom, boom. Shot the girl in the car.
The man shot Amber inside the car. But the kid was sitting in the back seat of the car and was left unharmed.
Ooh,
As the
thank
calls
God.
about the gunfire came, the deputy, who was around the block, hurried towards the scene. What he stumbled upon was a lifeless male lying beneath the truck. When he looked around, he also noticed another vehicle sitting idle across the street. Upon closer inspection, he found that the front seat had a lifeless woman, and in the back, a child holding on to his McNuggets, alive, paralyzed with fear. But who was this person? Why would they take away the lives of 2 innocent people with bright futures? And most importantly, why put that
Through
poor
without
child
dying
through such a
intentionally?
traumatic experience?
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I've never done I've never
Josh
done it, bro.
Niles grew up in a big,
Never done
close-knit
it.
family, fostering a deep sense of love and commitment.
Never done it. Not
As a
yet.
dedicated family man, he showed his affection by actively contributing to the well-being of his loved ones. As a teen, Joshua formed a connection with his high school sweetheart, Charlene Charlie Albert. Their relationship led to the birth of 2 children, Gabby, born in 2008 when Charlie was 16 and Joshua was 18, and Bentley.
Why not play
born 2
Apex
years
anymore?
later.
I do play Apex. I just,
Despite their
like,
youth, the
I don't
couple
know.
navigated the challenges of
You ever get burnt
until
out on
their
something,
eventual
Kate?
separation in 2012.
You know? You just get burnt
Charlie
out and you
relocated
just don't want to play
Texas with
it,
her
you know?
parents, and a co-parenting custody arrangement.
That's
was
me with
established,
Apex. I've
with
been
Josh
playing it
getting
since
the kids every summer, while during the
2019.
school year, they lived with their mother.
And, like,
In 2012, a new chapter
religiously
began
at
as Josh
that.
met and fell in love with 18-year-old Amber Washburn. Each summer, the family came together as Gabby and Bentley visited,
Yeah,
and
Fortnite.
Amber became
Fair.
an integral part of their lives. The couple's love story continued to blossom, culminating in the arrival of their son, Joshua Jr.
Yeah, this guy
in
got bears.
2014.
On my main,
Josh worked as a
see, on my other,
landscaper, while
my
Amber
one
pursued a
account, yo, I
career
used
in
to
an
be
overnight
stacked
bakery.
on my one, like my main
Together,
main, but I
they
ended up
dreamed
getting
of
banned
creating
for
a
hate
stable
speech.
future, envisioning
Some
marriage, a
bullshit.
successful business, and
You
a
know?
happy family life.
So I made my other
Despite
account
the
go to
challenges
World
of raising
420,
a 4-year-old boy,
and like
Joshua
that
Jr.,
account I never
who
really
was
took
on the
as serious
autism
as my other
spectrum,
one.
they were devoted
So I
parents.
still don't have like
But
half
Josh's
the
past came back
like
to haunt him, and he and
requirements
Amber paid the
to
ultimate
do
price
like
as a result.
to do fucking decent shit And
all
like
began on
my
a fateful
quest,
afternoon
what I'm
in
trying to
Sardis,
say,
New York, on
my other
October
account
22nd,
is my quests are
2018,
lacking. I'd
when
have
the
to do a
serene
bunch of
atmosphere
quests
outside the
to
couple's
even
home
be able
was
to, like,
violently
you know,
disrupted by the ringing of gunfire.
hang.
The clock had just passed 2 p.m. when the 911 dispatch was
If that
flooded
makes
with
sense.
multiple reports of gunshots,
Bro, can we get
igniting
a
a
fire
swift
going over
response
here?
from
Like,
law
what the fuck are
enforcement.
these kids doing?
Coincidentally, a Wayne County deputy was in the vicinity, serving an unrelated eviction notice.
Of course he fucking heals
As
him
the
once I
calls
ran
about the
away from up
gunfire
top,
came in,
right?
the deputy,
Isn't that
within
just how it
earshot,
works?
hurried
Obvious.
towards the
Dude, did I
unfolding
just die?
chaos.
Oh, okay.
Immediately have people coming at me.
What he stumbled upon
Bro, are
was a
you
lifeless male lying
kidding
beneath a truck.
me?
When he looked around, he also noticed
I get
another
over here and
vehicle
this
sitting
fucking mama
idle across the
gluka
street.
dies.
Upon closer inspection, he found that the front seat had a lifeless woman, and in the back, a child holding on to his McNuggets, alive but paralyzed with fear. Now the deputy on the scene swiftly prioritized the child's safety and entrusted the little one to the care of a concerned neighbor. Once the child was safe, he called for backup and began processing the scene. The officers who responded to the call immediately started to collect the different pieces of evidence at the
Oh,
crime
dude, I
scene.
thought I just died for sure. I
The
was just
evidence
like,
they found
fuck
in the
off.
vehicle
No way.
included Amber's wallet, which was on her lap. And
Bro, I
contained a
died on
driver's
my
license,
Ultimate
which
Iron Man
identified
here
her as
earlier.
Amber Washburn.
I was fucking playing. This is my Ultimate Iron Man account. I was playing here earlier, like fucking first 13 minutes of the stream. My stream started lagging. I froze in the same spot. Oh, look at that.
Now, when inquiring about the kid,
Pyromancer hat.
the neighbors identified the kid as
I froze in the
Joshua,
same
Amber's
spot
child,
for like
Josh
over a minute,
Jr.
and then I woke up in
But
Lumbridge,
there
bro.
was still
I
a
was just like,
question
fuck
looming.
it. I don't even care at this point.
Where was the shooter now?
Don't even care at this point, man.
There was obviously a
I'm
gunman on
over
the
it.
loose. As they responded only moments after the shootout, the police tried to identify and catch the shooter, as they suspected him being within the community at the time. Authorities warned the residents around the community to remain in their houses until the
Almost
area
full
was secure.
Pyromancer on this account now.
There were a lot of blind spots, and they set up a perimeter. The primary witness was Josh and Amber's neighbor, Tiffany Thayer, who lived next door and whose kitchen window overlooked Josh and Amber's driveway. She'd seen Josh talking to an unknown male and him leading towards the truck.
The gentleman was standing at a picnic table, and Josh, for some reason, had pulled his truck up next to the picnic table, and he was just leaned up against the tail bed of his truck, just nonchalantly just sitting there talking.
The neighbor said that the conversation between Josh and the person in a hoodie was quite casual.
I've barely been
but
slain.
it quickly turned into a terrifying scene as the stranger pointed his gun towards Josh and shot him.
It's kind of annoying when shit like that happens. Like, bro, I was literally sitting here for over a minute, frozen,
When she saw what was
right
happening,
next to the
she put the
brazier.
car in
You know what I mean?
reverse in an attempt to get
And
away.
like,
But the shooter turned.
I just
and
like
shot her
once
in
my
the head.
connection went solid again,
Now
I'm
the
just
shooter
fucking
turned back to Josh,
waking
once
up
he made
in
sure that
Lummy.
Amber was dead.
Just
Josh was
waking
trying
up
to
in
crawl
Lummy.
under the truck to save himself from getting shot again, but it was in vain. The shooter fired multiple shots at him. Now, making sense of who was behind these double homicides was a challenge. And when looking at the way Amber was killed, it had
I've
to be
literally
someone
watched
who had
this
some
case
experience with a
before.
handgun, because that was a difficult shot. The detective's immediate thought was that it had many traces of an assassination. Detectives located more neighbors who caught a glimpse of the killer before he fled. And from the accounts of these neighbors, they were able to come up with a description of the culprit. They described a slender white male wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, and some neighbors were even able to describe that he had darker colored hair with a beard and wore glasses. The officers initially started the manhunt using canine trackers who attempted to sniff out the shooter. One of the neighbors was also able to provide the direction of the shooter's last known path of travel, which was to the rear of the house and over a fence. The canine tracker was alerted to a piece of black cloth, which was found to be a ski mask or a balaclava.
I know, wake up in Validor. That's funny.
And this
That's
would turn
funny
into a
as
key
fuck.
piece of evidence in
I know,
identifying
wake
the
up in
shooter.
Did it look to
Validor.
you freshly tossed or dropped? Hadn't been tromped on in the mud or
It was an
lying out
Under
there?
Armour ski mask. So, I mean, that's not something that usually people just drop or discard. So, I mean, they're $30, $40.
Pretty pricey piece of
Yeah,
headgear,
it's not something that I know if I dropped it, I would have went back for it.
They continued to try and follow the trail through the neighborhood. Finally, the cops accepted the fact that the shooter had escaped the perimeter. While the police searched for the killer, homicide detectives tried to talk to Josh and Amber's son for a better understanding of what happened. The poor child had witnessed the murders of both his father and his mother, but he was unable to provide an answer at the time of investigation, as he was on the autism spectrum and nonverbal.
Damn.
Back at the crime scene, the forensic unit
That
processed
poor
the
kid
driveway
never
where
stood
the
a
shooting
chance,
took place.
dude. Dude, I
They found that
fucking
Joshua
clicked.
was ultimately shot 10 times. All the casings were from the same
Fucking-
firearm and were consistent with the witness statement of Tiffany Thayer. This also confirmed that there was only one shooter.
It's confusing as fuck.
detectives
Yeah,
found
yeah,
were
that's fair.
9mm shell casings,
You're sitting there waking
which
up like,
they
what
hoped could
the
be
fuck?
used to match the gun if a suspected gun was found. It was also clear that Amber was killed with the exact same gun. The shooting of Amber indicated that the killer was well experienced with a handgun, as he shot her through the window, which was a very difficult shot. The police were also sure that this was not a random event and was definitely planned. While the bodies were being transferred to the medical examiner's
Bro,
office for
come
an autopsy,
on, my
the
fucking
detectives
ball
contacted
sack,
Josh's
dude.
and Amber's families about the ill news.
I
I
can't
didn't
even
know-
climb this, can
I had
I?
no
No,
idea
I
at
can't
first. I
because I'm
couldn't
not high
even
enough
imagine.
level.
Who would want to do this to him?
Now, during the initial communications with the families, the police wanted
Chat,
to know
I've
if
been
the
in
couple
here
had
this whole
people threatening
time.
them, or with any
I've been in
grudges
this
against them
fucking.
at all.
Oh my god, they just.
Was there anyone who hated them? Josh's family stated that
I
there
don't
was
even know
no
what to
way
say,
someone would
man.
have a grudge against Josh, as he was a kind and loving person whom everyone adored.
Maybe somebody did try to, like, rob him or wrong time.
Amber's parents said the same about her. When the police dug into Josh's past, one name came up frequently: Josh's ex-girlfriend, Charlene Childers. The family said
The
that they had a
pain.
very troubled relationship, even though they had 2 kids together. Josh and Charlene had split up in 2012
Hey,
upon
Rocky
mutual
Boo
agreement,
Boo.
and Charlene moved to Texas with her parents. There, Charlene married Chase Childers,
The
who
gaggers
had helped
trolling.
raise
Yeah.
Josh's kids.
The gaggers
But
trolling.
this relationship also didn't last long. The couple got divorced after Charlene started an affair with the town police chief, Timothy Dean.
Bro, I swear to fuck.
Back when she was in Texas, she worked at the Animal Control Department,
Start
which
feeding this
worked
fire,
closely
baby.
with the
Let's
police
go.
department. And so she met him there. It started as a friendship, which later grew
Keep
into a
burning these
romantic
logs, man. I need to get 750. I swear to
got
God, if
married
I don't
in
get
March
750, I'm gonna be
2018.
so fucking pissed.
On her social media accounts, she posted a lot of pictures of her new family along with Tim.
Come on.
But
2 more.
Charlene and her husband had
Alright,
run
we
into
got it.
legal problems by the latter
Don't
half
even
of
care
2018.
now. This fight can go up for all I give
And
a
the
fuck.
fallout had affected Josh and Charlene's older 2 children.
As I say, that
Now,
fire goes
this is where things started to add up. The dots slowly started connecting, and there were some signs of hope for the detectives trying to solve the case. To understand the motive behind the shootout, we must take a look into Josh and Charlene's past. Now, you see, the detectives found out that Josh was in the middle of an ongoing dispute regarding the custody of his 2 kids with Charlene Childers at the time of his death. Charlene's trip to New York to retrieve her children just a few weeks prior to the shooting raised suspicions about her potential involvement in the double homicide. But they came to a conclusion that Charlene couldn't have a role as the shooter, as she was verified to have been at her workplace during the incident. When questioned about her relationship with Josh, Charlene admitted to past conflicts but denied harboring any sort of intense grudge towards him. She emphasized that despite their differences, she never wished harm upon him.
69.
The conversation then shifted to Charlene's current
Level
husband,
69,
Timothy Dean,
chat.
or Tim. Detectives were surprised to learn that Charlene was no longer with Tim, and divorce proceedings had been initiated. Charlene complained that the loss of custody of her kids was all due to Tim's influence, highlighting the strain in their relationship. Further probing revealed that Tim at the time was residing in Texas.
Don't tell me no
prompting
one's gonna
detectives to
fucking
explore
heal
the
this
dynamics
guy.
of their marriage
We've got
and the root
nobody healing
causes
this
of their
fucker.
disputes. Charlene elaborated on the issues that led to their estrangement,
There we go.
shedding light on a
My corner is
complex
the best
web
corner,
of
baby.
relationship challenges and legal
Shout out my
battles.
team.
Digging a little deeper into Tim's situation, detectives discovered that Tim recently lost his job, and when they reached out to his former colleagues, they revealed some troubling details. They described Tim as having a little man syndrome, meaning he had an
Meaning he
inflated
has
sense of
little
importance because of his
penis.
position as chief of police.
Just like you, Rocky.
However, behind his back,
Little
people would often
penis.
laugh at his behavior.
He thought, and again, this is just my speculation, but he feels like, okay, I'm the chief of police of Sunray, so you're going to respect me because of who I am. And people didn't. People laughed at him.
The reason for Tim's job loss stemmed from a disturbing incident captured in a video
This feller
uploaded by Charlene on
dead.
Facebook in May 2018.
He did.
In the video,
Oh,
Tim was
dude,
seen
what?
while
Wasn't
his
that back-to-back
3-year-old dog
drops right there?
Madison for not eating her food.
Pyromancer drops? That's crazy.
Skylar.
No, I used to go damn hey.
I don't want to hear any huffing and puffing.
Bro, for that man to be talking to a kid like that, get those kids away from him.
Now eat.
In just a few days, consequences
Jesus
unfolded
fucking
rapidly
Christ.
for Tim.
That man
He was
deserves a
arrested,
kick in the
lost custody
fucking
of his daughter,
teeth.
and was compelled to resign as police chief.
No,
Charlene
I
also
don't need
lost
it.
custody of her children, and their marriage began to
But I'm
crumble.
gonna hold on to it for now, because if you get a
Eventually,
stack
the
of
kids
3 of
returned to
each
live
in your
with their
bank,
ex-boyfriend.
then
Their
instead of
father,
getting
Joshua, in New
pyromancer
York,
things, you get
leaving
seeds.
Charlene and Tim to face
And
the
then you can
fallout
trade
of
them
their
in at the
actions.
end to get more crates.
Now,
as
when
well.
Tim's ex-wife, Christina Hill,
So
was
just
asked
save up
about
3
their
of each in your
relationship,
bank,
her
3 of
response
each
was a bit
item, and
different.
then fucking...
He wasn't always.
You won't get it, you just get
like
seeds.
that. He was in a very dark place. He was about to lose his house. He didn't have any money
Fun
left. He was
fact.
about to lose cars. He lost his kid. About to lose the love of his life.
Following Tim's resignation, detectives learned that he found a job as a driver for a local vending company. However, it was revealed that Tim had been consistently missing shifts at his new job.
See, man, every time I go and grab one of these
one of the days he
fucking
missed his
concoctions
shift
over there,
coincided with the
I
day
never
the
end up
shootout
having to
in
use it. And then
Sodus.
last round,
For their
it's like every
investigation,
fucking
the
guy,
Tim
every
was also
pyromancer
involved
in
in
here
a
is
car
dead.
crash in
So when I
Kansas
actually
just 2
need
days
it.
before the murder took place.
It's unbelievable.
What's intriguing is that the vehicle involved in the crash was a rental car.
Easy grind later, yes sir.
Well, try to turn around. Okay, got your license and
My internet fucking up here or
paperwork for
something?
this thing?
It's literally just froze. Oh, okay. It's
It's
the video, not me. I was like, dude,
Got your
don't
rental
full
agreement?
kill me
Yeah.
again,
Jump in here
man.
with me real quick. Okay, jump in the front passenger seat.
Listening in on the conversation, it becomes evident that Tim was providing
Dude,
a
I'm getting
make-up
fucking
explanation
raped
to the
right now
police
by this
officer.
fucking winter toad.
He claimed that he was attempting to make
3
a
hits in a
U-turn
row.
because he'd run out of gas and was searching for a gas station. This led him to drive off the shoulder of the roadway and into a culvert, resulting in damage to the vehicle. However, there's one major question. Why exactly was Tim in Kansas in the first place?
Honestly, man, I was just driving. My whole life has kind of gone lately. More or less living out of my car.
But you had money to get a rental?
Yeah, I still work. We're just off this weekend.
You didn't want to take your car?
You got to just
My
be ready
car
to spam the
started
fuck out of
acting
there.
up on it.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
So
I'm
you're
done with
driving
Tally's
around
though.
Kansas
I
from
got
Texas,
food.
huh?
Yeah.
I'll be
So where's
fine.
your wife?
She's at home.
Thought you said you didn't have a home.
Well, we have a pending
Use the
divorce
whole
and,
shift.
all that fun stuff.
Set tax, yeah, fair. Isn't that
Pending
send you to the
divorce, huh?
next world?
Is that why you're out driving around instead of at home?
Yes, sir.
That bad, huh?
I can't remember. There's a certain
It's all
combination
Tim can be
of
heard
buttons that you
speaking to the
press, and it
officer,
just automatically
expressing
teleports you
distress
to the
about his
next
personal
world,
life,
or like transfers you
mentioning
to the next
possibility
world.
of a divorce and how everything seemed to be
Bro, I
falling apart.
literally fucked that run up so bad.
However, a
right there.
significant finding in the footage raised concerns. Tim mentioned that he possessed a sidearm and a shotgun. This left the detective feeling uneasy, and he sensed that something wasn't quite right. Upon further investigation at the rental agency, the officer discovered that Tim was carrying additional firearms, including an AR-15 and several handguns, along with ammunition and body armor.
Thanks for coming in on your day off. You're welcome. Appreciate it.
The tote, when I opened it up, it was magazines with ammo and a
Big magazines or little magazines?
big ones, a AR style, like miniature rifle. That's when I saw the shotgun under the tote, grabbed the shotgun, and I saw a sport vest. And,
With pouches or something?
I don't remember if there was pouches, but it was all black.
Did he come in the shop? Yeah. We should have video of him in the shop.
Do you?
You should have.
We got camera right there.
This discovery added another layer of complexity to the situation, raising questions about Tim's intentions and why he was armed with such an arsenal. Now, when asked where he was headed to, he gave an intriguing answer to that question.
So where are you going to go?
Well, I've got a family friend that I was gonna go see, but
422.
Where's that at?
that's all the way up in New York.
To validate their suspicions, investigators examined the rental agreements and detected an anomaly. The rental agreement indicated that the car was rented to an individual
That
named
free XP,
Braun
baby.
Bowler.
Who's Bowler Brown?
He's a buddy of mine.
Yeah, that's gonna cause you more problems than anything. I know. So he rented the car for you?
Yeah.
Dude, fuck off, man. Next time I'm just taking. Next time I know exactly what I'm
Upon further
doing.
inquiry, they discovered that
Concoction
Braun
and
was closely
inventory,
associated with
and then
Tim.
I sit here, and if
It
this
was
guy
revealed
fucking
that Braun and
dies,
Tim
to
were
run over,
friends who had
boom,
served
boom.
together
I'm
during
healing
Tim's
myself.
tenure as the chief of
Tired of this
police.
shit.
Intrigued by this connection, investigators decided to interrogate Braun
Nice,
to gather
decent
more
gems right
information
there,
about the
actually.
circumstances surrounding the rental car
That was actually
and
pretty
Tim's
huge.
activities.
Emeralds and fucking
Braun Bowler
sapphires,
had
huge,
worked as a
huge.
Texas police officer for 11 years, most recently at the Sunray Police Department. As mentioned before, Tim and Braun were close friends, having served together during Tim's tenure as police chief. According to Braun's statement, Tim found himself unable to leave work to drive to New York. and he
Anyone can
stepped
do
into
it. You just
help.
need to be able to
With
have
Tim's credit
herb lore.
cards
You just
maxed
need to
out
do
and
Druidic's
him being
quest
2 months
or
behind,
ritual.
Braun agreed
Druidic
to pick up the rental
ritual
car under
for
his
it.
own name.
His credit cards are maxed out, and he's 2 months behind.
It gives you herb lore XP as well, so it's kind of like, why the fuck wouldn't you want to? You know what I mean?
Now, during the interrogation, Braun was made to reflect on his years in law enforcement and his relationship with Tim. He said that initially, he didn't think twice about Tim's request for the rental car, assuming it was for local use. He said that it wasn't until he received a troubling call about Tim crashing the car in Kansas that he began to doubt Tim's intentions. Now, during the interview, Braun adamantly denied any knowledge of Tim's plans to take the car to New York. He expressed genuine sympathy for Tim's situation.
Yeah, it's worth getting
and
it
trusted
done.
him enough
Facts.
not to question his
Went out of my
motives.
way to make sure I got Druidic ritual done.
At first, no, because I thought he just had to go up there for a Frito-Lay, I was like, okay. I took it at face value. And was like, okay, hey, are you okay? That's the main.
And a few
He goes,
ticks, yeah, exactly. And it gives you XP.
good. But the car's pretty.
And it gives you a decent little bit of herb lore XP too. So it's like, why not, right?
We got insurance, we'll get it fixed.
Dean never mentioned that he was going to go on a road trip, that he was going to go to New York, that he was going to go anywhere. He was just going to use that car, a rental car, locally.
Yes, sir.
So if I were to ask you, are you lying about knowing that Dean was taking that rental car to New York? What would you say?
You'd say no.
Okay. That's the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
However, when asked to undergo a polygraph test, Braun's results were less than favorable, leading to further interrogation.
Honestly,
In
just gonna
subsequent
stand right
questioning,
here.
Braun revealed shocking information. He admitted to having overheard Tim discussing plans to harm someone and disclosed that Tim had rented the car under Braun's name to avoid suspicion.
Braun has a decision to make, whether he wants to be a good witness or he wants to be charged in conspiracy to commit 2 murders.
You definitely don't want that.
So you're saying you overheard Dean say, what?
Ever's gonna die.
Ever's going to die?
Mm-hmm. And he's going up there to kill him.
He said he was going to go up there to kill him.
Yes, sir.
That hits me,
So the
right?
plan was laid in then. That you rent the car.
I wanted to run over this way so much faster, but I couldn't. I literally just couldn't
You're a
do
very
it.
important witness, bro.
I'll walk you out here.
Braun's cooperation quickly turned the investigation in a new direction. Following the interview, Braun was allowed to return home, but law enforcement kept a close eye on him. Once an arrest warrant was secured,
Once I started getting
Braun was
Pyromancer, like
immediately
more of the
taken into
Pyromancer
custody.
outfit, bro, I just stopped getting hit essentially by this
Simultaneously, in
fucking
Dumas,
Winter
Texas,
Toad.
law enforcement officers
So
surrounded
very
Tim
rarely
Dean's
do I
home,
actually get hit.
aware of the potential danger posed by his extensive arsenal of firearms. Recognizing the need for a cautious approach, they opted for a low-key nighttime arrest operation.
See, this motherfucker's not gonna
Precision
die
and
at all
They
now.
deployed a
I
flashbang into the residence
swear
to
to God.
disorient Tim and create an opportunity for his safe apprehension. Swiftly and efficiently, law enforcement officers took him into custody, ensuring that he posed no further threat. Meanwhile, a DNA test was conducted, which showed that his DNA matched the DNA on the ski mask they'd found left behind at the crime scene. With Tim now in custody, the process of interrogation and uncovering the truth behind the tragic events in Sodus could begin. With a bottle of water in hand, detectives sought to unravel the complexities surrounding his connection to Josh and Amber. Tim recounted his interactions with the couple, highlighting moments when he'd been present during their custody exchanges. Tim's interrogation at the police station was a serious affair. They questioned him intensely to figure out how well he knew Josh
Oh yeah,
and
dude,
Amber.
you get fucking rinsed. Oh, no way. I didn't even get to heal him.
To get the kids.
Oh my god.
How did she react?
You get rinsed, bro, if you fucking have high HP here.
Obviously not well.
If you have over
I mean, she's never
90 HP, I think you're getting hit like 15 or 16 at a time.
Tim didn't seem to have
Don't
any
quote me on
personal
that.
grudge against Josh. The detectives then
15 or
dropped the
16, no, I'm
bombshell
pretty sure.
that they had the evidence showing Tim was in the vicinity of the crime scene around the time of the murders. They wanted to know why he'd been in New York.
Do you think he'd get her kids help? He'd get her back?
I know there's no getting her back. There hasn't been.
I mean, in your mind, is that a possibility? You thought maybe this would help get her back in your depressed state and stuff? I mean,
It's done. It's been done. There's no getting her back. I've accepted that. That's why I've been.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 15 or 16 it hits for. 14, 15, 16, something like that.
Tim's story was a bit.
I know, I was getting hit for fucking
Initially, he
12.
said he'd planned to
Like,
talk to
and
Charlene's
I don't
uncle to
have
try
a
to
high
fix things
HP. I have
between
like
I was
82,
originally gonna
83
go see her
on my other account.
see if I could talk to him and get him to talk some sense into her and
Shit drops right there, I'm not gonna lie.
get her to ride this thing out with me.
But apparently, he ended up driving aimlessly, getting drunk, and lost in his own troubles. The detectives pushed harder, trying to get Tim to face reality. They reminded him of the severity of the situation and the importance of owning up to his actions. Despite their urging, Tim stuck to his story, denying any involvement in the murders. As the interrogation wrapped up, the detectives realized they weren't getting anywhere. Tim's stubborn denial made it clear that extracting a confession wouldn't be easy.
say, I'm sorry Josh and Amber got killed. Not that you did it. No, no, you didn't. You're saying it in part. You can't even, I'm not, because you can't. You realize you saw.
I like how close they're getting to him there. They just want to give him a good old peck on the cheek.
Who's gonna believe that?
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't.
Those officers were definitely down and dirty for him. Getting right up in his grill like that.
Despite the setback, they remained committed to uncovering the truth behind Josh and Amber's deaths.
It should be 13 to
However,
16,
this
yeah,
wasn't
something
the
like that.
only person in Texas that the police wanted to talk to. The investigators
Definitely be
decided
hitting
to
way hard.
circle
Oh,
back
I'm
to
level
Charlene,
70? Hold
one
up.
person they hadn't thoroughly questioned yet.
I just got triple
Police
hit
found Charlene
right there.
at an ex-boyfriend's house
That's fucking
and brought her in
wild.
for questioning. Even though she wasn't the shooter and wasn't in New York at the time of the murders, they had reasons to suspect her involvement. During an earlier phone call with the police, Charlene claimed she learned of Josh's death through a Facebook post. But this was a lie, since there was no public post revealing the victims' identities.
Quad hit.
Another red flag was that Charlene had reportedly driven Braun, the man whose name the rental car was under, to the agency to rent the car just 8 days after the murders.
I genuinely just want to hit 75 tonight. And
Charlene stuck to her
then I'll
Facebook
probably call it a
claiming she
night.
learned the news through a call with
I
Josh's
gotta
mother.
fucking hand in my resume to my work tomorrow. I gotta update my resume and hand it in, because I handed them in an old resume.
I hit the floor.
Fucking...
What
Yeah,
the hell?
I'm in brightest moment.
But as the interrogation continued,
You know what's so stupid? I don't
Charlene's
understand why I have to
made-up
hand in a
stories began
fucking
to crack.
resume to a place I've been
Detectives
working for a long ass time.
questioning Charlene about Tim's
Just so they can
relationship
have a
with
record
Josh
of
and
my
any
resume.
potential
And
reasons
it's,
for him to harm
whatever.
Josh.
I'm already working there. I've been working there for like
Charlene
6
revealed
years.
that
Does that make
Josh had
sense?
been abusive towards her in the past, but
Back to
emphasized that
patch
Tim
while you're
never spoke
fletching.
ill of him,
Yeah, bro.
except
While
for
you're
having a
fletching is the
desire to
worst,
fight
and you
him if
just like keep
necessary.
trying to fletch one log and it just hits you, and like each ticket hits you.
But, you know.
There's no way.
Tim
How does that hit me?
never really
I'm not
spoke
even
too bad about
near
him,
it.
you
Like
know?
I'm.
It was
Whatever,
more
bro.
of,
It just double hit me right there. Do you see that?
if I could ever
Suck
get
my
into a
cock,
fight with him,
game.
I would fight him.
The detectives then pressed Charlene about her involvement with Braun, the friend she'd driven to rent the car. Charlene was evasive, claiming she didn't ask Braun about
Another
his
hit.
business and had assumed the trip was for work. However, when asked about the distance and the gas, Charlene's responses became less confident, which hinted at her growing discomfort. Noticing this, the detectives confronted Charlene directly, asking if she had any role in the murders or if she had influenced Tim to commit the crime.
What?
Charlene
For those
adamantly denied
blood.
any involvement, but her demeanor betrayed her. Under the pressure of interrogation, Charlene's resolve began to weaken. And as the questioning intensified,
How many people are in this
Charlene
world right now?
eventually
There's gotta be a
confessed to her
shit ton.
involvement in the murders.
778. There's over 200 more people in this world than
Charlene
there
went on
was
to
when I
reveal to
originally started
detectives
playing. No
after
wonder
losing
it's at
custody of her children in
33%.
August.
Earlier,
She
bro,
had a
it would
conversation
still
with
be at
Tim
70%.
expressing
I
her
was getting almost
frustration
like
with Josh.
10,000 a game doing
She
math.
recounted how she vented to Tim, saying,
You know, God, I wish he would just die in
That in
the ditch somewhere, because
consideration, I
every time
agree.
I turn around, he's always
I
bad
agree.
mouth, saying how, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm done. I'm to my point. Me and Tim talked about it. You know, yeah. Okay? I wanted just everything to go back to how it was, where I had my kids during the school year, he had them for the summer and every other Christmas. I just wanted it to go back to normal.
Tim apparently agreed with her sentiments and expressed his own frustrations. Her desperation for a return to
15%, I'll
normalcy,
go over and
where
start
she could
in.
have her kids during the school year, and Josh would have them for the
I
summer
was literally on a
holidays,
winter
led
totem
her to discuss
world as
drastic
well. I was getting
measures
like
with Tim.
10,000 points.
However, she claimed she didn't know much about the specifics of the gun, except that it belonged to the Center Police Department. In the lead up to the
Boyfriend
murders,
messaged
Tim,
me,
Charlene, and
couldn't.
Braun would hold meetings in Tim's garage where they formulated
Boyfriend
their plan
messaged
to
me.
kill Josh.
Couldn't even
was
say
to drop off
goodnight.
Braun
What
at
kind
the
of
rental
girlfriend
agency,
are you?
who would then drive
And
the
I'm
rental car
too
to Tim.
fried to tell if he's
Tim would then make the
joking
journey
right
to
now.
New York to carry out the
Either
murder.
way, I'm crying. Whatever.
The
If
plan,
he's not
as Charlene
joking,
described it,
fuck him.
was
If he
straightforward.
is joking,
Eliminate
fuck him.
Josh. However, she insisted that Amber was never supposed to be part of the plan.
It felt so harsh. Yeah, it is kind of
Car.
harsh. I'm not gonna
Charlene
lie.
drove to meet him at the Motel
But
6,
my
and then
advice
dropped
works
him off at the
either way, you
airport
know?
to
If
get a new
he's being
rental
an
car,
asshole,
intending
fuck
to
that
resume
guy.
their plan
If he's
on
not,
November
you know,
5th, 2018.
fuck that guy.
This chilling revelation provided
You know?
the
It
detectives
works
with
either
a
way.
clearer picture of the premeditated
Good
nature of the
advice,
crime,
I think,
and the
anyway.
extent of Charlene's involvement in orchestrating it. Now, another fact that made Charlene's disloyalty much more painful to the victim's loved ones was that Charlene had actually visited them during the funeral and pretended to be grieving.
Whoever did it.
Of course she pretended to be grieving. That's the craziest shit to me.
And that's nothing.
How they just pretend everything's like fine and
It's
dandy
not
after the
something that you
fact.
ever want to
It's
find
wild.
out. Most
But yeah,
times,
Alex, that's pretty quiet. That's pretty
justice
crazy.
needs to be
People be
served.
switching up
My kids need that
real
closure.
fast, you know. People
Charlene
show their
and
true
Tim faced
they
serious
true
charges
self
in connection
real
with the
fast if
murders of Josh and Amber on
he's being
November 5th,
serious.
2018.
That's crazy. Were you two just together the other night?
Against
Like
Dean
what the
and
fuck?
Childers, Wayne County Sheriff Barry
That's
Barrett
wild.
suggested that
That's
the double homicide stemmed from a child custody battle, with Timothy
Bro, I need
ultimately pulling the
coins.
trigger. Timothy faced 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder.
I need
Although he was
fucking
in Texas at the
coins.
time, he was expected to be extradited to face the charges.
120,000 to be exact.
Charlene was charged with conspiracy and other offenses and was held
He's
in the
calling
Wayne
you
County
right now.
Jail.
You better answer.
Charlene pleaded guilty on June 27th.
I can't wait to hear what happens.
And testified against Timothy as part of
The
a deal with
drama's
the
too
prosecutor.
juicy.
She revealed that the plan included stealing a gun from the Sunray Police Department in Texas, where Timothy had served as police chief. Prosecutors alleged that Timothy then traveled back to New York State to commit the murders. When asked about Joshua's death and the custody battle, Childers admitted, "I got what I wanted." A jury found Timothy Dean guilty of 2 counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in August 2019. The judge told Timothy he'd spend the rest of his life behind bars, remarking on his lack of emotion or remorse throughout the proceedings, labeling him as a classic psychopath.
Dean, you are certainly a classic psychopath. You've never shown one bit of emotion in this courtroom, not once of guilt or remorse. I really wonder what goes on in your head. If you have any sense of a conscience, you have to be haunted by what you've done.
In court, Braun Bowler, the former police officer who helped Dean rent a car for the crime, faced emotional statements from the victims' families. They expressed anguish over the loss of their loved ones and the devastating impact on their lives.
You were a police officer. You were supposed to protect and serve.
Braun pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and served 1 year and 4 months in prison before his release.
1 year and 4
Meanwhile,
months for
Charlene Childers
conspiracy to
received
commit
a
murder.
sentence of 28 years in prison for her role in the murders.
Wait, what did she do? She didn't really murder anybody though. Did a whole
Judge
restart?
remarked
I
that it
thought
was
you might
one
have
of
just
the most
passed out.
senseless and tragic cases he'd ever handled.
It strikes me that
I thought you might have just passed out. Another fletching level right there. What
Suicide
level is
shows
that?
you never
36.
grow
Let's
up
go.
without a mother and father. These
children are going to be traumatized for the rest of their lives.
The families of the victims were left to
Eat
grapple
up.
with the profound loss caused by the senseless violence orchestrated by those they once trusted. The whole incident turned so many people's lives upside down.
I need to hear their names. I need them. I need reminders of them.
And it was especially devastating for the kids. Gabby, the older of Josh and Charlene's two children, was really hurt and confused. How do you explain to a child why their own mother would do something like this and take their dad?
Oh, no, you're good, bro. You're good. You probably have the same update I had to do the other day. To be honest, I fucking... Same thing happened to me midstream. I just had a random update start happening.
So
And
she
I was
asked
like,
for
oh, what
help
the
through a
fuck?
GoFundMe page to raise some money, but they didn't get much. Josh's younger brother Kenny now lives in their family home with his girlfriend. They're taking care of Josh's two dogs and planting flowers in memory of him. They're trying to keep his spirit alive in their hearts.
Fuck planting flowers in memory of
nothing can
somebody.
bring Josh and
Plant
Amber back.
trees,
Their
man.
families take
Trees
solace in
last
knowing that the people
like last
responsible
over
for
a
taking their loved
lifetime. You
ones'
know what I'm
lives
saying?
are paying the price in prison.
Plant trees in memory of people, not flowers. Flowers will die within a year.
The exact same cinder blocks. I see a huge cinder block laying on the beach.
Tree gang?
Take this and yeah, I smash her head in with it completely.
May 29th, 2005, 18-year-old Natalie Holloway set out to make her last day in Aruba as memorable as possible.
Chad, doesn't mean I'm
The
a
most
fucking
perfect day of
psychopath if I
Natalie's
find
life
comfort in
soon
true
turned
crime
into a horrible
documentaries at
nightmare
fucking 4:30
after
in
she
the
went
morning.
missing forever from the bustling Caribbean islands. Natalie Ann
Does that mean
Holloway was
I'm
born on
destined to
October
become a
21st,
murderer?
1986 in Clinton, Mississippi, and later
Just
moved to
curious,
Mountain
asking
Brook,
for a
Alabama.
friend.
She was the eldest of two siblings with a younger brother named Matthew. Natalie came from a close-knit and loving family. Her mother, Beth Holloway, and dad, David Holloway, were high school sweethearts who ended up getting married in the 1980s. Soon after their differences started clashing, the couple decided to get separated in 1993 after 13 long years of marriage. Beth Holloway decided to raise two of her children on her own and took great care of them. In 2000, Beth
That's
married
fucking
George
hilarious.
Judd
That's a
Green,
top
an
tier comment
Alabama
right there.
businessman, and moved
I'm
with
not
her
gonna lie,
children
that's a
to
fucking
Mountain Brook,
top tier
Alabama.
comment. It's
Even
just
after
fucking
divorce, David was
destiny if
greatly
it
supportive
happens.
of his family and
It's
made
funny.
sure that neither of his children ever felt abandoned by him. Natalie grew up in a loving and supportive environment and excelled in school.
It's only destiny.
She attended Mountain Brook High School in Birmingham, Alabama, and was known to be an honor student and actively participated in various extracurricular
That's
activities.
fucking good, dude.
The academic prodigy of the Holloway
I'm just
family
sitting here
wanted to
training.
experience
They
a
really
last
thought I was
graduation
training
trip with friends
RuneScape? Nah,
before
bro.
she settled in for college.
Fuck Winter Toad it.
Though both her parents were a bit adamant at first, they later agreed after watching their daughter excel. Natalie had plans to pursue a pre-med degree at the University of Alabama on full scholarship.
I
Before
still
she went
felt
to
so
college,
harsh.
Natalie
I
wanted to
mean,
make the best out of this trip and was quite
damn.
excited.
I don't know y'all's
May
relationship
26,
dynamic like
2005,
that, so I
she
can't
and her
say
125
shit,
classmates
you know?
from Mountain Brook High, along with 7 chaperones, landed on the Caribbean island of Aruba. They all stayed at the Holiday Inn, and soon after their arrival, the students were left to enjoy on their own without any supervision.
The fuck is going on
Natalie
here?
and her friends enjoyed the next few days sunbathing,
Come on.
snorkeling, and partying
Pick
throughout the
up
night
the
at the local clubs
herb.
and bars. She was experiencing her first
Bro,
taste of
someone
freedom,
did it.
and being at the legal age of drinking, it surely worked to her advantage. The group mostly frequented popular spots like Carlos and Charlie's nightclub
What a
and
waste
the
of
Excelsior
energy, man.
Casino, both of which were connected to the Holiday Inn where they stayed. On May 29th, 2005, the last day of their Aruba trip,
Luckily, something like
Natalie
this
and
can
her
be talked
friends
over. I
were at
mean,
the
that's a
casino
genuine
near the blackjack
relationship
table.
right there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
if you
when a
can't
Dutch
talk about
stranger
things in a
walked towards them,
relationship,
introducing himself to Natalie. His name was
that
Joran
shit's
van
gonna
der
be
Sloot, a
over
student
quick.
almost the same age as her, who was also visiting from Holland and staying somewhere nearby. They both soon started to hit it off and engaged in conversation.
I just scavenged my ashtray for a
Plans to go
roach.
over to
God knows
Carlos
how
and
long it's been in
Charlie's,
there.
So they took off, but not before inviting
Cheers.
Joran as well. Right before closing time, Joran arrived at the club and escorted Natalie to the back bar to offer her a few drinks. She walked off with them, and Joran ordered her a couple of shots for them. The bartender seemed to have known him from before, which was quite unusual, but she didn't pay much attention to that. Unbeknownst to Natalie, her drink was spiked with some unknown substance, which is famously known as Liquid X.
with
The
an unknown
substance is both
substance
odorless and
substance known
colorless
as
and
liquid
requires
X.
merely a few
If it was
drops to
unknown,
take
how do you
effect.
know the name of it?
Widely
Like, what
used
the
by
fuck?
assaulters to sedate
Right?
females before taking advantage of them, Liquid X was infamous for its symptoms, which left its victims almost dazed, with no recollection or memory of what happened. The drug would soon start to take its toll on Natalie, and before she knew it, she was already drunk. Joran made up a story
I don't think she
about
was drunk. I
sharks
think
near
she
the
was
lighthouse
drugged.
and convinced Natalie to go to the beach with him.
Big difference.
Joran had his friend's car waiting outside the club for him. He led Natalie to the back seat of a silver gray Honda, which was driven by Deepak with his brother Satish Kalpo in the front seat.
Satish.
Natalie's friend would watch her take off with a Dutch stranger, ignoring them, and this would be the very last time anybody would ever see her. On May 30th, 2005, as the students of Mountain Brook High School were waiting to board their plane back home, Natalie...
These
was
shows are
nowhere
wild.
to be
It's not even
found.
a show. It's just YouTube.
The first call was made to Beth Holloway, informing her that her daughter was missing and had
Real
missed her
communication in
flight.
this game. Probably
The
when
frightened mother boarded a private
mind.
jet owned by her friend
Can I
and
finish
landed
that?
in Aruba within 12 hours.
Never mind.
She immediately went to the local police station where Natalie was reported missing and urged them to start an investigation. Beth insisted on reviewing the previous night's security tapes
Damn, bro.
along with the casino manager and found her daughter leaving the club with Joran. She asked the manager about Joran and found that he was one of the regulars. Joran Vandersloot had connections with almost every
Vandersloot?
casino in Aruba. He'd often run wild, gamble, do drugs, and engage in suspicious activities.
My
Even
boy.
though he lived in his family's estate, Joran resided in his own private guest house. Further inspection on his background revealed that Joran would allegedly take women out on their final night in Aruba. He would first isolate them away from their friends and drug them before heading back to his guest house, where he'd physically assault these foreigners with absolutely no conscience. Joran had several accusations of aggravated assault under his name, stating that
What a
he took
loser.
advantage of his victims in a drug state.
Yes,
but none of
gambling
them
and
ever led to any
drugs.
consequences.
My
He had a
lifeline.
well-thought-out plan that never traced back to him. Around 3 a.m. the following day, Beth finally coaxed the police to take her to the Vandersloot residence. She was met by Paul Vandersloot, Joran's
Bro,
father,
that guy looks
who
like-
immediately denied his son's connection to the case. Joran soon joined in on the conversation along with his friends Deepak and
Someone I
Satish.
know.
When
Or
Beth
like a famous
confronted them
person.
that Natalie was
Looks
last
like
seen
that guy
in
kind of
bar,
looked. That
Joran
one guy looked like the guy from American Pie, like the old man, like the guy's dad with the fuzzy eyebrows. I don't know the guy's name though, minus the fuzzy eyebrows.
that they only went for a few drinks,
That's
and
what he
he and
looked
his
like.
friends dropped her off later at the hotel last night. Paul immediately stepped in and asked his son to stop interacting any further. He was a judicial official in Aruba. His professional background shielded Joran and gave him just enough time to clean out the evidence. The police were barely of any help, and Beth had no other option but to head back to the
Fuck
station.
off.
The hotel's
There we go.
CCTV footage proved all of Joran's claims to be false.
Yeah, the
None
worst
of
of
the
names of
cameras
famous
showed
people.
Natalie
Me
getting
too.
dropped back at the inn. By the next morning, David Holloway was already in Aruba to find the whereabouts of his daughter. It was already 48 hours since Natalie had gone missing, and police seemed reluctant to believe Joran had any involvement in the case. The assigned
Because
officers
daddy's
kept
fucking
assuring
paying
Beth
for
that their
everybody to
daughter
look
would
the
turn
other
up
way.
at any moment. By this time, they'd also started floating in theories that Natalie might be on drugs or have just merely ran away. Frantic and desperate for answers, David Holloway
Oh,
organized a
bad.
ground
Hey, you wanna?
search as more friends and family started to join in with them in
You wanna?
Aruba.
I
After a
think,
local
yeah.
media channel in Alabama got to learn about Natalie's disappearance, news crews and reporters started flooding into the island. Every news channel, magazine, and paper started printing out headlines with Natalie on their front page. The New York Times and most leading channels would sit in with Beth Holloway for hours interviewing her circumstances. Every mother in America could sympathize with her. They felt her pain, and everyone needed answers. Dave would get calls from families explaining how their daughters went to Aruba and similar occurrences had happened to them as well. They were asked to drop off these cases as
Fuck
there were no
off.
leads. As the public
And he
pressure started
dies,
mounting,
bro.
investigating
I
officers
fucking hate
brought in
this
Joran
game,
and
dude.
the Kalpo brothers for questioning. When the Aruban authorities first questioned Joran Vandersloot and brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpo, they said they took Natalie Holloway to California Lighthouse near Arashi Beach on the northwest tip of the island to watch sharks. They said they dropped her off at the hotel around 2 a.m. the morning of May 30th, 2005. Two former hotel security guards were arrested on June 5th after Joran and the Kalpos claimed they saw a guard approaching Natalie outside her hotel before they drove off. The young men were arrested on June 9th and held on possible charges of first or second-degree murder and kidnapping resulting in death. Aruban Attorney General Karen Jansen explained that they'd been hoping that one of them would lead police to definitive evidence, and that's why they weren't taken into custody right away. The beach was searched on June 14th, and Joran's house was searched the next day, where investigators seized 2 vehicles, computers, and cameras. While many citizens criticized the delayed response of Aruban authorities, other reporters described that it helped in building up circumstantial evidence. The guards were released later on June 18th, and one of them told police that a Kalpo brother had told him something while they were both locked up. He confessed that they hadn't taken Natalie to the hotel, but rather he and his brother had left her with Joran at a beach near the hotel. Police also questioned Paul Vandersloot, Joran's dad, and arrested him on June 22nd. Multiple reports also noted the arrest of Steve Gregory Crows, a party boat DJ who might have been in connection with the case. Both Crows and Paul were released on June 26th. Satish Kalpo admitted to lying to police during his first trial. He changed his statement again, saying that he and Deepak both dropped Joran and Natalie off at the hotel, and that was the last they saw of them. Meanwhile,
I don't know why,
Gardner,
chat,
the
but I
Racket
thought
Club,
cakes were
gave
4,
police a
not
sworn
3.
statement that he saw all
I
3 men in
might
the
have
car
just
near the
fucked up
club at around
large.
2:30 a.m. when the Kalpos claimed they were already home.
Might have
The case
fucked
kept
up.
drifting apart more and more with each statement, and there were still no signs of Natalie. Aruban Police Department, Dutch Marines, FBI agents, and thousands of locals combed every inch of the area, but unfortunately,
The
that was only
bombastic,
on the land.
Mr. Fantastic.
Ultimately, a volunteer group dispatched divers and sonar equipment on June 25th in hopes of finding any evidence. 6 weeks after
Okay,
Natalie
good.
had vanished, the family decided to offer a reward for a safe return, which amounted to $200,000.
We'll risk.
And the reward for any information leading to the case was $100,000. By the end of July, the
We'll
reward
risk
was
fletching
raised
here.
up to $1 million if Natalie came back home alive.
We'll risk fletching, and
Beth
if we
stayed in
hit,
Aruba
we
for
eat.
2 whole months, leaving only a few weeks before the Kalpos, who had been released previously on July 4th, were rearrested again
We get
on
hit, we
August
eat
26th.
instantly, and then we
The
just
brothers and
start
Joran were all
fire.
released by September 3rd. Divers from the Aruba Search Team and Rescue Foundation searched again in late August after getting a tip that a radar machine had detected human bones about a mile off the coast, but they came up empty. In March 2006, 10 months after Natalie
Okay,
disappeared,
we just need that 6
Aruban
HP,
authorities
baby.
said witnesses had told them the teen was drinking heavily that night and had drugs in her possession, though no one said they saw her taking any of them. Gerald Dompig, a deputy chief of police,
We
gave out
can
a statement
honestly
that
maybe just
said,
start doing this with
"We
one
feel
cake in our
strongly that she
inventory the
probably
whole time.
went into shock or something happened to her system with all the alcohol, maybe on top of that, other drugs.
Yo, you
which either
have a
she took
good
or
night,
they gave
Alex.
her,
Stay
and that
safe.
she
God
just
bless.
Believing her to be dead, the search teams began looking for her at the beach where
You know
Joran
how it
claimed
goes
last saw
around
her,
here?
as well as
Yeah.
a salt pond near her hotel for forensic evidence. All the while, Joran's story kept changing. He was quite fascinated by the media attention he was receiving and used it to his advantage. Joran would often call up news channels and tell them he has new evidence leading out to the case to extort money
night,
for his
bro.
gambling addiction.
Bro.
Joran Vandersloot was born on August 6, 1987 in Arnhem, Netherlands.
50
His
wood
parents
cutting.
are Paulus Vandersloot and Anita Vandersloot Hugen. He was known to be an honor student and star athlete at the International School of Aruba. His attorney father was in the process of becoming a judge during the disappearance of Natalie Holloway. Lorraine Watson, one of Natalie's close friends, shared about her first experience with meeting Joran. "I mean, I remember he's really tall. I remember looking at him thinking, oh, who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
You know, he's hanging out with my friends." She added, "I wasn't really suspicious. I mean, he's gonna come out with us later." Right away, Joran was readily identified by a Holiday Inn staffer as a regular, known for going after young female tourists. He spent 3 months in jail and was released without any charges being filed. a judge having ruled that there wasn't
Gargoyles
enough
giving
evidence
you
to hold him
foundry
any
XP.
longer.
Ooh, Gargs.
Towards the end of 2007, he and the Calpo brothers
I don't
were
think I could really
rearrested,
kill a
but
gargoyle right now. I
again,
got one
nothing
attack,
came out of it,
3
and they were
strength,
all
1
released.
defense. It'd
Yoran
be fucking
proceeded to
interesting
freely
to try
travel
though.
around the world,
1
living
prayer.
in Thailand for a few months.
I have to
He engaged in a few suspicious activities, but was
take
conniving
quite a
enough
few
to
win
make sure he
streaks.
didn't get caught. He reportedly talked about the case all the time,
take
seemingly
a couple win
pleased
streaks
that it
for
had made
sure.
him famous, but his temper was easily triggered. It was reported that during a sit-in interview with Dutch crime reporter
I
Peter
mean,
de
shit, I
Vries
got
in
1,000
January
arrows,
2008,
bronze arrows.
he
We
threw a
give it a
glass
go.
of wine in Peter's face when the reporter questioned why people should believe anything he said. In November 2008, CNN reported that Aruban authorities had 2 new leads to follow through. First, a witness who'd come forward to testify that he saw Paul Vandersloot on the night of May 29, 2005. He told police he was home asleep at 7 a.m. on the night in question, and his son was near a pond on the island at 4 a.m. on May 30, 2005. The witness said he noticed a young man, wet from the waist down and wearing only 1 shoe, was running from the pond toward a fast food restaurant. Soon after, the young man was accompanied by an older one who drove by in a red Jeep about 10 minutes later. The other tip came from Yoran's former girlfriend, who told police Yoran had said to her one night, "Who knows? You may now be on the beach with
Noted
someone
eggs,
who's able
money,
to get rid of a
myth,
corpse."
and rune
The family
items.
hired a
Wait,
private
what? Sorry.
investigator named Tim Miller,
Temple
who spent almost a year
spiders.
knocking on every door in Aruba in search of Natalie, and
In the
sometimes
foundry?
with Dave Holloway.
Temple spiders.
On October 21st,
Where are the temple spiders? I'm drawing a blank.
Natalie's birthday, they'd been
Dude, I
in
got the
Aruba
Phoenix.
landfills,
I got
literally
pet.
digging in a garbage dump when the deputy police chief
I got
told him
pet.
he had a hunch that they needed to take their search to the sea. A fisherman's hut
I
had been
got pet.
broken into recently, and amongst the items that were stolen was a fish trap and
No, I
tools
haven't.
that could have been used to weigh down a body. Entrepreneur Louis Schaefer, who had been following up with the case, volunteered to finance an expedition to search the ocean floor within a certain radius. A boat named Persistence set off for Aruba
pet.
in November 2007. On December
Let's go.
24th, they came across what appeared to be a fishing trap about 90 feet below the surface, and on December 29th, they sent a remote-operated vehicle down to investigate. They spied what looked to them like a skull. On December 30th,
Oh my
divers
god,
from
I'm
the boat joined 2 Aruban police
so
divers.
happy.
They didn't find anything having to do with Natalie.
Now we just need the X and
Again
tone.
and again, new leads and witnesses
things
would
we
keep
need.
on surfacing from time to time, all to meet with a dead end.
Pet pre-full pyro.
In early
And-
2008, a person who
and- oh
identified
my
himself
God.
as Marcos sent Dave a message, claiming he knew that drug
Let's
runners
go.
had been paid to get
Good
rid of
stuff.
Natalie's
Yo,
body
Alex,
at sea,
appreciate that.
and
Let's
instead
go.
took the remains with them to Nicaragua and
Fuck
hid them on
yeah,
land.
man.
Miller
I'm
went
all
to
about it.
Nicaragua and
Let's
met
go.
with Marcos, who offered to go to the hiding place with a GPS tracker and look for the remains. As reported by the officials, Marcos called Miller, claiming to have found her. He says that she was...
Oh my fucking god. You know, it's just the biggest pain in the ass. I don't have it on my main and I have like fucking 700 KC. I don't have it on my main. I have like 700 KC. What's my...
A celebration. Since you está comigo, filho. Since you está comigo, filho. He's the new chip leader. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action.
I'm getting triple hit here.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
We are back in Las Vegas.
41.
Poker Tour, the Bellagio.
I have 41 KC. And I got pet. And I've got over fucking 700 on my other one. And no pet.
Alex Gomez from Brazil. He started this final table in 6th chip position. He just doubled up through the toilet, and Vince, you might say the toilet overflowed that last hand.
You might say that.
Yeah.
Let's go to the table.
Dude, I was wondering what the green text was. I was like, what the fuck is that green text? I was like, there's no way.
210,000 to go. A fold by Faraz. But Christopher Sonnensen also
right
out.
there.
Round to Alex Gomez. Now look at this, Vince. He's picked up the exact same hand he had a moment ago, where he doubled up. He had the 10-6 of hearts. Now he's got the 10-6 of spade. He's Got to be like his favorite hand in the world right now anyway. Let's see what he's going to do with it this time. Look at this. He is going to raise. He's come over the top with the 10-6 to take down yet another pot. And I'll tell you right now, the Brazilian is saying, wow, I'm on a roll. The coffee is perking in Brazil right now.
That's pretty sick. I can't believe we just got Pat live.
Crazy
That's
making
sick.
time. I mean, what a
Love it.
raise, and it works. Incredible play we're seeing here at Bellagio. Five-handed poker.
Love it.
Action goes to the Swede. He's got a pair of fours.
I'm all in.
Well, he's moving all in with the small pair.
Yep.
What is it?
This time the Brazilian picks up ace queen.
1.1.
Oh, wow.
50.
1.1 million.
1.15. Okay. I call.
He's got the call.
Yes, he's playing the rush. No doubt about it.
Justin out.
The guy knows he's on a heater, and he's going to gamble here with the ace queen.
We
Everybody else goes out. We've got a race
we
situation.
fletch.
Christopher Sonesson, the Swedish player, out in front with the 2-4s, but must win this pot to stay alive in this
Make
tournament.
it that much better when you find your queen, bro.
Superior is always at the end of the task. Dude, the other day I watched the kid run in first fucking gargoyle, superior. Second gargoyle, superior. I was like, what? How?
Here we go with the flop.
Give me that fucking
Good
luck.
one for him.
Yep, it's come 8-7-5. So far, so good. Just got to dodge an ace or a queen with 2 to go, or 2 running diamonds.
Here comes the turn card.
Jack, it's
Clubs
a
on the turn.
Still safe.
So the Brazilian must catch an
ace
ace or
queen.
queen on the river to eliminate the Swedish player. And there you see the Brazilian fans.
Oh,
all
he's so
hollering,
salty. Fucking
ace,
hey.
ace, ace. Let's see if they can get one.
What's it gonna be? Here comes Fifth Street.
Oh, it's a queen.
Oh, no!
He has done it.
Oh, what a card!
Unbelievable draw out on the river. The Brazilian has knocked out the Swedish player, Christopher Sonesson, out tonight in 5th place. Tough luck on the river for him.
Oh, complete disappointment. The Swedish iceberg finally melted.
Oh, boy.
Beat on the river.
Well, what a final table this has been so far for the Brazilian Alex Gomez. He started out in 6th place. He has sambaed his way to the chip lead now.
Oh, dude, look at that
This
pet
will be the biggest
baby.
poker win in Brazilian poker history if he can take this WPT title tonight.
And with that hand, that's going to do it. We have run out of time with 4 players left in the hunt for a WPT title.
So join us again next time for the exciting conclusion of the final.
Okay, I gotta
table
take my
of
dog
Bellagio
outside.
Cup 5. Next time on the World Poker Tour.
Good luck.
Wait for this to run out.
WPT? $700,000 river.
Come on, little guy. Catch on up there, Phoenix. I'm not used to having a pet, bro. It's throwing me off. Can I talk to it?
He can't fade it again.
Wait a minute, Vince. Something's wrong out there.
Oh my god. Fucking. Bro. Mahogany seeds too? That's actually pretty badass.
Which poker site do you think runs the most cash games? PokerStars? GG Poker? Nope. It's actually WPT Global, the online home of the world.
I need 100k basically. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go let my dog outside.
WPT Global is the premier site for real money cash games. Sign up today at WPTglobal.com/OTT and use bonus code TV28, and we'll match your first deposit, dollar for dollar.
The World Poker Tour. The biggest games, the greatest players, and the largest payouts on the planet. The WPT is a series of international high-stakes poker tournaments that can turn amateur players into millionaires and make professionals into superstars. With millions of dollars on the line, it's time for these 4 players to live the dream of fame, fortune, and the one thing money can't buy, a WPT title. Tonight on the World Poker Tour.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the spectacular Las Vegas Strip. Millions of dollars are at stake and a WPT title on the line as we gear up for the conclusion of Bellagio Cup 5. I'm Mike Sexton along with Vince Van Patten, and this is the WPT.
Mike, over $1 million going to the winner tonight at the beautiful Bellagio. Now, in case you missed some of the action from last time, we'll get you caught up to speed. Take a look.
Faraz Jaka, his nickname is the Toilet, but he is well out in front. The most aggressive player at the table. Alex going to raise this WPT champ with the 3-deuce offsuit.
Eric Seidel out and Alex Gomez.
He hasn't held any cards at this final table, yet he's gone from 6th place to 2nd chip position by making moves just like that.
Now Justin Smith got the guts to put it in. Pretty's hit it.
Justin Smith stays alive.
Eric Seidel now on the short stack.
Hello. Justin quickly going to call him.
That's good.
He has eliminated Eric Seidel from this tournament. We've been playing this guy like a fiddle so far at this final table.
And the Swede gets the message and goes out.
I'm all in.
Christopher Sonesson must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Oh, no!
The Brazilian has knocked out the Swedish player. Some excitement by the Brazilian, and why not? He came to this final table in 6th place. He is now the chip leader. Well, Vance, at this point, the pressure is really on these guys. 4 players left, battling it out for this title. And who's going to become the next poker-made millionaire? Remember, the winner takes home $1.1 million, as well as that coveted Tiffany bracelet that goes to our champion.
That's right, Mike. And tonight we will not leave until we crown a champion. Play's about to begin. Let's go watch them gamble.
Well, we started 5 days ago with 268 players. We are down to these final 4. Our current chip leader is Alex Gomez from Brazil, and incredibly, he started this final table in last chip position and now has a 2-to-1 chip advantage over the field.
But don't forget the great Eric Seidel was in this event, 8-time bracelet winner, but he blew up like my prostate. He is out of here. We are down to 4. Cards have been dealt. Here we go. Faraz Jaka quickly folding.
Alex out as well, so it's the battle of the blinds here.
Around the horn to Justin Smith.
It's a 21-year-old poker phenom, folks. I can tell you that right now. He plays in the highest stakes cash games in the world right here at Bellagio. Not only a great no-limit hold'em player, a tremendous mixed game player.
Well, he's a former grocery bagger at the supermarket and now a poker pro, very tough, and he is raised with King 10. Making it 210,000 to go. But behind him, Alec Torelli from Orange County, California is going to call. He's got Queen Jack of Spades.
I have one, two, a little less now. 2.1 behind.
Well, flop comes Jack 10-3. Great flop for Alec. He has top pair. Justin, who raised pre-flop, has second pair.
And he's going to check it. Torelli hitting top pair. Said he learned how to play poker in high school. Great place to learn.
May be wondering why the aggressive Justin didn't make a continuation bet here, but he's going to bet himself $275,000. Now he looks over at Justin. Tough to get away from second pair, playing heads up against the blind. Justin's going to make the call here. The ace of spades.
Oh, can I change left click to walk here? Left click is walk here.
Now that's a card that neither player is going to like to see, because neither one of them have an ace.
Yeah, Justin checking again. Scary card for both players.
Well, this card gives Alec a flush draw and a straight draw. I would say a royal flush draw, but we can see that Justin has the king of spade. Alec contemplating what to do right now.
Check.
He's fearful that Justin had an ace, so he checks it. So here comes the river card. Well, king of diamonds comes off. This gives Alec Torelli the nuts, as we say, the best hand possible right now.
Welcome back,
Justin
indeed.
quickly checking.
Well, Justin has made 2 pair with this last card. Alec has bet $560,000. Justin faced with a tough decision as to what to do.
71. 4 more levels to go.
Bet if you want to get your
You can
man.
do that.
You got the nuts. Come in a little smaller, 350, 375.
4 more
Maybe think about it.
levels.
I don't think with this board he could possibly call.
Well, he does have 2 pair. The guy did check on the turn when the ace came off.
Yeah, like another minute and a half, guys.
The former grocery bagger says, I need time.
Well, he's an amazing young guy, this Justin Smith. I can tell you that. Anybody that's 21 and plays in the biggest games in the world, he's made that kind of money at this young age. That's phenomenal.
Was 1 mil gain today in XP.
Valerie.
Or just this, not even today, just this sesh.
And a nice lay down right there for Justin Smith.
Well, it really is. Land 2 pair down there in a heads-up situation. But Alec Torelli happy to pick up that pot. No, Alec Torelli's only 22, but he's already won over $1 million in career earnings. Tonight he could more than double that by taking down this title. That's incredible.
All right, right back to the next hand. Action going to Alex Torelli. And This time, another big hand, ace-king. Makes it 2-10 to go. So Faraz Jaka going out. What a player he is. They nicknamed him the Toilet. And I'll tell you something, he has held the throne for most of this final table, but not right now. Alex, the Brazilian, out.
Well, it's once again down to the same two players here, Vince. And Justin has got the 10-9 of clubs in the big blind. Everybody likes to see a flop with that kind of hand, including Justin as he makes the call.
Yep, it's getting personal at Bellagio. Here's our flop.
Now, flop comes King 7-4 with one club. So Justin has absolutely nothing but a 10 high, but look at this, Vince. He is reaching for chips, and he is not going to like it because his opponent has top pair and top kicker.
Well, he's taking a stab at a bluff. 235, he's betting into the man with a huge hand, and he's going to pop it back up. Makes it 600,000 to go.
Well, you raise it in case your opponent's got 7, 8 or something like that. You hate to give him a card by just calling.
Clutching level right there.
Could also have a possible straight draw.
37.
Justin has nothing but Phil Ivey's stare right there.
Well, he's trying to look like Phil Ivey staring players down. He plays in the big game with Phil Ivey, I can tell you that. So he's seen enough of Phil Ivey's eyes to know how to do it, but didn't work here. Alec Torelli picks up yet another pot.
So Alec Torelli picks up a good one, and all of a sudden he's hotter than my cousin's gold Rolex. Stay with us. We're coming back with more exciting action from Bellagio in just a moment.
The psychology, it's everything in the poker player.
I'm really good at understanding how people think and why they do what they do and how they're going to react to what I do.
I think it's sort of like a feel thing where you just have to figure out what's going on.
Reading my opponents is very big right now. I feel like I'm reading all my opponents really well in this tournament.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're in Las Vegas, the Bellagio Cup 5, and the antes are 10,000. Blinds going up to 50 and 100,000.
Well, 4 young guys fighting it out for this title, all very confident in their reading skills.
Sick. Just double hit, triple, quadruple hit.
Alex Gomez from
I just say the quadruple hit.
8 million actions on him. He looks down at a
Let's
4
go.
deuce, awful hand, quickly folds, as does Justin Smith.
So once again, a battle of the
A good old back to back to back to
Torelli
back.
Small blind. He's going to raise it. Makes it 250,000 to go.
Well, he's got the speed limit, a pair of fives, 55. Now Faraz Jaka, the Toilet. They call him that. I don't. I did. I just did.
Raised 700,000.
Well, anyway, he's going to raise it.
Well, he's been by far the most aggressive
Raised
player at this
700,000.
entire final table. We've seen some great moves by him so far at this final table. Let's see if this one works. He's come over the top, made it 700,000 with just a queen-8 offsuit.
All in.
Wow, Alec Torelli going over the top, all in.
That is amazing. How did he know?
And Vince, that is 3 in a row, the hat trick for Alec. He's going to turn around to his
Damn.
fans and say, hey,
I'm gonna be getting to sleep soon, but get that shit, man. Yo, I appreciate you for chilling, Eric. You stay out of trouble, man. You have a good sleep. I'm gonna probably be crashing out here too, honestly, after this round. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it to 75 tonight. I just, yeah, I just don't think I'm gonna be able to. Sad.
He's going to raise it, makes it 250,000 to go.
I'm all in. But the Brazilian goes all in. Oh, this could be a terrible mistake. King Jack he has.
Ooh.
There you see the wince in.
Open this. 2K. Bunch of anchovies. That's actually huge. We need a shit ton of anchovies.
Super sick feeling that King Jack's gonna find its way home. I don't like not wishing upon you, but I just think he's gonna find his way home, bro.
That's what they used to say about me the last few days. Now it's him.
Don't do it.
Alright.
Don't do it, please. Don't do it.
He said not to do it.
He doesn't even want
Yeah, that 99 real quick. Oh yeah, it'd be like 2 or 3 days. Yo, Eric, you have a good night. Everyone else, chat, I hope you all have a good night. I appreciate you all for watching. I'll be live later. Peace. Catch y'all on the flip.